Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, Government Bill Commons. Reprise du débat sur la motion numéro 2 à l'étape du rapport du projet de loi C30, loi numéro 1 d'exécution du budget de 2021.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable...
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. 6.5 minutes left. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I had just gotten to saying that the facts show that Quebecers cannot count on the federal government to fight tax havens. There's still nothing in Budget 2021 to end these tax havens. In fact, in Bill C-30, there are even provisions that will make it easier to use tax havens. Clearly, Madam Speaker, the federal government is always an accomplice in tax evasion strategies or tax avoidance strategies, which means that Canada is part of the problem and not the solution. In Budget 2021, which is supposed to launch the post-COVID-19 economic recovery, the federal government is not offering very much at all to help small agricultural businesses to have better access to credit, which was one of the major problems that agricultural entrepreneurs had during the health crisis, access to credit. That's still the case, and it's very unfortunate. Agriculture is an integral part of Quebec's culture, but the Liberal government has been rejecting legislation to better protect the supply-managed sector, which is essential for the Quebec agricultural model. Even though this is widely supported in the Quebec ag sector, even in other provinces and even in the United States, surprisingly enough, it is surprising to see that even recently, the Liberal government did everything it could to stop Bill C-216 from being adopted, a Bloc Québécois bill which would amend the Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development Act to ensure that the minister will no longer be able to sign international agreements that imperil the supply management system. Now, this week, once again, we heard about the need for more affordable housing. For years, this has been something that's being discussed in the House, and yet, once again, we see that things haven't changed. The federal government is still not proposing a solution to this extremely urgent problem. Recently, there was a radiothon, and which it managed to raise about $300,000 for housing. The Bradley Foundation took part. I'm thinking about Sam Beaulieu. I'm thinking about Jean-Yves Moreau. They all tried to raise funds from entrepreneurs and other business people in the region. $300,000. That will fund projects in the Abitibi-Témiscamingue region. It will bring psychological support. And all of this is necessary because the federal government's budget didn't do anything about this to help with the affordable housing issue. In addition, transfers to Quebec to encourage construction initiatives are not adequate. The lack of construction is having a direct impact on economic and social development in Quebec. While respecting Quebec's jurisdiction, we need to have the federal government transfer higher sums, considering, in addition, a major increase in the cost of materials and labor. Tax incentives for promoters, for developers, would better allow them to embark on initiatives and infrastructure which would encourage the recovery and which would be assets for our communities. For example, housing projects would be an excellent way to solve the problem. And we need a no-strings-attached funding system from the federal government for a regional fund that would be administered by Quebec that would enable development projects to be moved forward according to specific needs. The labor shortage, as I've said, is a major problem when it comes to Abitibi-Témiscamingue's economic recovery. The federal government is not looking for solutions. We feel abandoned. We share a border with your riding, Madam Speaker, in Ontario. People from my riding are leaving and going to Ontario because it's so much harder to deal with immigration files and other things in the region. And because of this lack of immigration, people are leaving. We need to do more. Now, like I said, the housing shortage, which also has to do with the labor shortage, are two problems that go together. Very often, it's very difficult to acquire skilled workers in the region because workers can't find a house for their family. We need to do something. And in addition, this Bill C-30 is an attack on the Quebec security regulator. It's a clear attempt by the federal government to further centralize securities, derivatives, all sorts of things. This objective to create a pan-Canadian securities regulator is another example of financial market centralization created by the federal government, which wants to make Toronto the one authority in Canada. This is not just a jurisdictional argument. It's a fight between Bay Street and Quebec. The Bloc Québécois and all of Quebec are strongly against this. The National Assembly of Quebec has unanimously asked the federal government to give up this idea 4 times. Everyone in Quebec is against this idea. It's, in fact, surprising to see how the entire Quebec business sector has come together unanimously to oppose this very bad idea, which the federal government is doing for Bay Street. I will tell the federal government of Bay Street that the Bloc Québécois will always stand in the way of this idea of creating a pan-Canadian securities regulator. A strong financial sector is necessary for the development of Quebec. This is an attack on our business headquarters, and we need a strong financial sector. We do not appreciate the federal interference in this area. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, thank you very much. It's always good to hear members of Parliament talking about housing, but the interesting issue in this respect is housing is one of the areas where exclusive jurisdiction has been sought, secured, and delivered to Quebec. If the member's riding isn't getting housing money, why is he coming to Ottawa to complain? We've given every single dollar we spend on housing to the government of Quebec. They distribute the dollars, they set the priorities, they choose the projects, and they make the investments. I realize the Bloc is here to antagonize the federal government rather than cooperate and work with us. But if the member opposite wants housing in his region, he should be going to Quebec City to get the dollars because that's where we sent them on the request of parties like the Bloc.
L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Clearly, the honourable parliamentary secretary didn't listen to the beginning of my speech. And to be fair, I did give the beginning of my speech 2 days ago, so I can understand that. But one of the issues that I mentioned is that these agreements took 3 years to be implemented. Really, this was just a delay tactic from the federal government to not transfer the sum to Quebec. Why was it done much more quickly in other provinces than in Quebec? What I'm seeing in my riding is that it's very hard to get started with this construction. I understand that the federal government couldn't predict COVID, but there's been a real increase in costs and nothing is being done. The federal government should act on housing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The pandemic has exposed many flaws in our healthcare system, whether it's in terms of vaccine supply or the quality of long-term care facilities. Our healthcare workers and seniors have suffered the direct consequences of years of successive Liberal and Conservative cuts. Yet, this budget announcement makes no increase in healthcare transfers. Can the member tell us about the impact of health underfunding on the worsening of the pandemic?
L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question about the honourable member for Hamilton, I believe. This is why the Bloc Québécois voted against the budget. We are in a pandemic. The federal government is responsible for respecting its historical agreement. In theory, health costs should be 50% and 50% federal provincial, but right now it's much, much lower federal contribution. When we see the federal government go into debt to the tune of $1 trillion, well, I think that everything becomes a little more relative in terms of sums of money. So I think that it would have been better to give those who are actually managing the pandemic the means they need to take action and do the right thing. For example, in long-term care, The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's funny, the first question was about housing. He said that the federal government has invested enough, and then the second question was on health transfers. I recently spoke to the Minister of Seniors in Quebec, and she said two things. She said that the federal government does not seem to want to increase health transfers to 35%. That's what we want in order to improve our health system. And then to help workers with housing, she said that, for example, like in Shefford, seniors really need affordable housing, safe, affordable housing, and there is not enough funding. It is extremely unfortunate. I'd like to hear from my colleague on this, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Shefford for her commitment on the issue of seniors, because we see that this budget does not include enough assistance for seniors between 65 and 75 years of age. This budget is creating a two-tier system for seniors. It's hard to understand why. There's nothing to help them with their rents, the costs of medication, internet, electricity, all sorts of things. You have to pay those bills before you're 75. You should be able to have dignity before you're 75, but apparently this government doesn't think that. Housing is a priority. It's a matter of dignity, whether it be in the indigenous communities, whether it be in our towns. It's crucial for economic development, and it's crucial for everyone's physical and psychological health. We need to ensure that everyone has decent housing. That should be this government's priority.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Egmont.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to respond to Bill C-30, the budget debate. I first want to reflect on my constituency's strengths and its ability to adapt to these changing times. This is due to the fact that Egmont is a place in which people take care of one another. First, there is a great respect for family, and in a tight-knit community, that means that residents are very conscious of both the successes and challenges faced by their neighbors. Further to that, there is a collective understanding that every individual has a contribution to make, and within that fabric of individuals, families, and communities, there is a real strength. As a result, Egmont has fared relatively well during the pandemic, because virtually every individual recognizes a real sense of duty to the whole. People have worked hard to keep the community safe. And all the while, we have been hard at work building one of the greenest ridings in the country, with a thriving economy based on fishing, farming, high-level services, and a very successful aerospace sector. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the City of Summerside has been recently recognized by a national magazine as one of the leaders in the field of green energy. And why it is recognized is because it has spent a great time focusing on wind energy, solar energy with a smart grid system, industrial scale lithium batteries, and the highest per capita concentration of electric car chargers in the country are among some of the few green energy initiatives that this city has moved on. And Madam Speaker, I'm pleased that to be part of a government that has supported this city's initiatives in its innovative, leading-edge green energy solutions and innovations. And we continue to build on those infrastructure investments over the last number of years. And indeed, Summerside is just one part of the example that I used in identifying Egmont as a leader in the field of green energy across the riding. We were one of the first parts of the country to move towards wind energy. And indeed, the Wind Energy Institute of Canada is located in the riding of Egmont. And this has allowed us to build a very successful and a very thriving green energy infrastructure here in my riding. And Summerside is just one of a number of communities that make up the riding of Egmont. And in each one of these, I could go community by community and look at the improvements that our government has supported in a host of infrastructure initiatives that have built stronger communities right across the riding, as well as in the rural parts as well. We have also maintained a trajectory of success in a difficult time because of hard work. diligence, and a constant sense of optimism that these qualities can transcend any difficulty thrown at us. And, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be a member of a government that recognizes and celebrates meaningful support for individuals. And I say that because I believe this government understands that support for the individual is the foundation of a strong community. From speaking to residents, I know that their confidence levels grew dramatically over the last year because they knew this fact. Our Liberal government has Egmont's back. And why am I so sure of that? Let's look at just a few priorities. Programs for students. In fact, this year that we're moving into in 2021, our government has committed record financial contributions to Canada's Summer Jobs Program, which is one of the areas that students depend on for securing work over the summer months. We continue to waive student loan interest during the pandemic. We are enhancing repayment assistance on student loans, and we are doubling the Canada student grants. These are just some of the initiatives that have been identified in this particular budget. We've extended sick time for individuals, and when this budget is passed, this will be a major initiative. This is an issue that we have heard a lot about over the last number of years, especially through the UMA Committee of the House of Commons, is that the existing sick benefit time is not adequate, and I'm pleased that our government has recognized that. And then we have the extensive array of business supports that were required to carry business through this unprecedented pandemic. And we hear about this constantly in the House of Commons, that we have to, in this scenario, we have to continue to do more in sports as we begin to emerge from the pandemic. We have also supported enhanced educational opportunities for everyone. And for all these reasons and many more, I am proud to be part of a government that is active, a government that is smart, a government that protects Canadians and understands the real challenges that have confronted each and every one of us. And I compare that system of values to the one so fondly embraced by the Conservatives. Too often I have heard our colleagues in the opposition rail against support for individuals, that the so-called free market will be the salvation of our well-being. Madam Speaker, such a direction would have led to catastrophic results in Egmont, and the deep and terrible worries unleashed by the pandemic would have been swollen with further concerns about bills, food on the table, and shelter costs. I believe in a government that will be there to support individuals during difficult times, because if that's not government's role, then what is it? In a difficult time, we should not be only focused on bean counting or rejecting the legitimate needs of Canadians. Instead, we should be responding effectively and with reliability, and in a way that builds public confidence that government is there to prevent disaster and guide Canadians through a difficult time. That said, Madam Speaker, I believe there is an area of public responsibility that requires greater attention. I've always been of the opinion that seniors who receive the guaranteed income supplement require more assistance. These are the most financially vulnerable of the seniors community. And after a lifetime, I believe they have earned the right to fewer worries and more comfort. Therefore, I firmly believe the GIS should be increased, and I will continue to raise this subject. My firm hope is that in the very near future, government will take the steps to adjust these supports in a way that reflects two items. First, I believe we have the capacity as a country to offer this additional assistance. And second, I think it is very important that we recognize the challenges associated with being a senior in a changing world. I will continue to raise this subject in the hopes that government will adjust its plan and decide on a different course that is more helpful to the larger community and helps individuals in a much more focused way. To conclude, though, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the government. In effect, I am grading this budget at well above 90, which by any stretch of the imagination is a very good mark. I am proud of my constituency and its efforts to get through a difficult year. And with the ongoing and dedicated support of an active and reliable government, the constituency of Egmont will emerge stronger than ever before. As I indicated throughout my comments, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be part of a government that has the backs of Canadians, the backs of Islanders, and the backs of the residents of my riding of Egmont. And I've been most proud to be part of the decision-making process and supporting those programs that have been so beneficial to Canadians, to Canadian business, to nonprofit organizations, and those municipalities and infrastructure that needed so much assistance during this unprecedented change in the economy created by the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, with that, I conclude my comments on Bill C-30.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear him talk about the creation of 2 categories of seniors. And more specifically, I would say that this is a measure that costs around $4 billion if you had included the 65 to 74-year-olds. And this isn't money that is going to disappear into tax havens. This is money that would be reinvested in the economy. So the final cost is really not that significant if we had helped seniors 65 to 74. Would this not have been a good idea for the economic recovery?
Member for Egmont.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for that question, a very valid question. There's valid reasons why we chose to increase the old age pension OAS program for those over 75. Those are well documented. But I would draw your attention to the record of this government, which one of the first actions we took after being elected in 2015 was to raise the guaranteed income supplement for all seniors across the board. At the same time, we have to remember that a conservative policy that was in place and the decision that was made removed the old age pension and guaranteed income supplement for those seniors between the age 65 and 67. That in effect took well over $18,000 per senior out of their pockets. So yes, we have more work to do, but the initiatives taken by this government signals to the senior community that we know the issues before them and we are committed to working with them to make them better financially.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do find it interesting to hear the Liberals trying to tie themselves in rhetorical knots about defending aspects of policies and try to differentiate themselves from different decisions that have been made in the past. It certainly is a fascinating discussion in rhetoric. But my question for the member is quite simple. In Bill C-30, there's some changes to the Elections Act that are related to a court decision about and specifically the addition of knowingly making it illegal to knowingly mislead constituents during an election. Now, there hasn't been a lot of focus on this debate because it's a little bit like an omnibus bill, which they promised to not do. But this has been inserted into Bill C-30. I'd like to hear the members' comments on that particular aspect of Bill C-30.
The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Madam Speaker, I acknowledge the question from my colleague, and having listened to many debates, many speeches in the House of Commons since 2015, I'm often perplexed when the opposition Conservative Party rails against our government on a key area of energy as it relates to the Western provinces, where the Western member is from. I'm often left with arriving at this conclusion, that I feel that every member from Western Canada that was part of the former Conservative government should be apologizing to the people of the Prairie provinces for not taking any steps to unlock the oil industry in the Prairie provinces by not getting any pipelines approved over their government, because they had a process that was so flawed, it was constantly being challenged. One of the first initiatives our government did was to recognize that we had to have a process in place that met the needs of the First Nations community, the environmental community, and approve pipelines that met the test of protecting the environment and also including the First Nations community. And our government has done that, a major achievement. That
I do want to allow for one more brief question. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech and for touching on the importance of it, in more investments to seniors, which is absolutely necessary. But as the critic for small business and tourism, I'm going to focus on small business because they've been very clear that they want to see the extension of the wage subsidy and the rent program into next spring, especially the tourism industry, Madam Speaker. Many of them catering to international tourists, and we know they're not going to see international tourists this year. Does my colleague agree that they should be extending those programs and ensure that those businesses survive into next year, given that the border won't be opening anytime soon?
The honourable member for Egmont.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thanked my colleague for his question, a valid question. I will simply respond to it in this way, and I'll quote the Prime Minister, who has been very clear that we will have the backs of Canadians and business for as long as it takes to get us successfully through the pandemic.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Not all at once, Madam Speaker, but a little bit of a delay. But it's good to be here, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on what could very well be one of the last sitting days of the 43rd Parliament. It remains a tremendous opportunity to represent the riding of Edmonton Riverbend, and I certainly look forward to continuing the important discussions during what's likely a potential election around the corner. Now I want to get to the topic at hand, the budget. I want to highlight an aspect of the budget that I think is important, but maybe hasn't received a lot of the attention here in the House, Canada's aerospace sector. Canada's aerospace industry was one of the hardest hit industries as a result of the pandemic, and the budget has not allocated enough for its recovery. Specifically, there was very little mention of Canada's space industry and the government's long-term plans. Canada's space industry supports approximately 21,000 jobs across the country. The sector is comprised of small businesses, multinational space companies, not-for-profit organizations, research centres, and of course, universities across the country. Canadian space organizations are internationally renowned for their leading-edge technologies like scientific excellence in space robotics, optical telescope, satellite communications, and Earth observation and space situational awareness, as well as countless contributions to international collaborative science missions over the past 5 decades. There is a clear need for Canada's space sector to maximize Canada's leadership at the forefront of space. By charting a new course and taking a balanced approach, we can realize the full economic, social, scientific, and strategic benefits to Canada's place as a global leader in the exploration, research, and commercialization of space. This budget was a missed opportunity to provide Canadian space stakeholders clear guidance and a way to contribute to the future of the growing space program more proactively. If Canada is to remain competitive in space, it must adopt an overarching aerospace strategy that includes a clear and visible plan for space for the future. Every other aerospace nation has a national strategy to position their industries for recovery and growth, and to seize their share of the multi-trillion-dollar emerging aerospace clean tech market. Canada needs to proudly support its aerospace industry and plan for the future, Madam Speaker, and this budget fell short of that. Madam Speaker, I'm a member of Parliament from Alberta, a province that has experienced great upheaval over the last few years. Oil prices have dropped, thousands are out of work. Every day I hear from families who are struggling to get by. This budget, the first in 2 years, I remind my colleagues, missed an opportunity to address these concerns and make long-term plans for the future of the province. We understand that transitioning to a green economy is in the best interest of our planet, and Alberta can play a big role in that transition. More than 17,000 Albertans already work for energy companies that have committed to net zero by 2050. There was nothing in the budget about a long-term vision for Alberta's future. Western alienation is very real, Madam Speaker. Albertans are feeling like undervalued members of Confederation, and talk of separation from Canada has become more and more common. There's a real anger toward Ottawa, and the budget was an opportunity for the federal government to make amends and show Albertans they are valuable and needed for a strong Canada. Sadly, it didn't. My colleagues representing Alberta have been working extremely hard in the past number of years, and I'm proud to say that our party has released a plan for economic recovery, stood up for Canadian energy workers, and introduced a number of private members' bills to help Albertans and all Canadians. We all know that a strong Alberta means a strong Canada, Madam Speaker, and we'll keep fighting for a province to be treated fairly by the federal government. Madam Speaker, if I may just beg the indulgence of the House for a few short minutes, I want to reflect and offer a statement. In 2017, I was member of a caucus that largely voted against the motion M103 put forth in this House. Although nuanced, essentially was a vote against recognizing Islamophobia exists. I was wrong, I'm sorry. And I want not just the Muslim community, but all communities of Edmonton, of Alberta, and Canada to hear me say that Islamophobia is real. Islamophobia does exist within our communities, as witnessed this week at the Beit al-Hadeh Mosque in Edmonton. Since 2017, I've spoken to many who've helped show me what this vote meant to their community. The sense of unbelonging it helped perpetuate, but quite simply, the impact the words and actions we have and make here in this place reverberate throughout our society. I don't want to do this in a self-promoting way. I want to make this statement here in arguably the most important building in our country, that I recognize Islamophobia exists here in Canada. The attack in London was an attack against the Muslim community and an attack on Canadian values. Now, I want my children to also hear this lesson, the lesson that no matter how hard it can be, you can grow. And I needed time to do this, to say this, not only for my children, but for all children of Canada. I want them to see members from all political parties condemning these actions together, because after all, Madam Speaker, we are one Canada, and it's never too late to do the right thing. Madam Speaker, I'll conclude with something that I think has interrupted every aspect of Canadians' lives. Canadians have really borne the brunt of economic damage the pandemic has caused. Donations to many charities have dropped, and Canadians have seen their incomes impacted. Canadian charities play a critical role in the day-to-day lives of Canadians. Health charities support people living with diseases with information that has been backed by research and clinical studies. The pandemic has put many research programs at risk. Without funding for research that is usually provided to donors to charities, we could miss out on an important scientific breakthrough that could drastically improve the lives of Canadians. It's vitally important that we keep supporting our important charities. I was pleased to see the budget addressing the gap created by COVID-19, Madam Speaker, but we need to act urgently. The budget proposes launching public consultations with charities in the coming months. However, the edibility has yet to be unveiled, and the consultations have only just begun, despite the fact that charities of all sizes have been calling for additional supports from the federal government from the start of the pandemic. There is no guarantee that large national charities will qualify for this recovery fund. The money allocated, $400 million, is unlikely to be enough to resemble recovery for the charitable sector. The government must make clear and eligibility guidelines and a timeline. These charities and the Canadians they serve need help now. I've had the privilege of working very closely with a number of Canada's health charities over the past number of months, Madam Speaker, and I can personally attest the good work they do in our communities and all across the country. It would be a tragedy to lose the invaluable services that they provide and to lose any research funding that could lead to their breakthroughs. I urge the government to fast-track its commitment to charities.
And comments, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to the member and what he had to say, and I was particularly touched by his comments regarding M103 and the Islamophobia, and how he recognizes that it is very real and something that needs to be dealt with in this country. And I guess all I really want to say is thank you. Thank you for being able to acknowledge that, and for being able to say that he was wrong with respect to that. I think that we can all learn a great deal from this member's speech that he just gave, myself included. I think it's very easy to become blindly partisan sometime, and I put myself in that camp. But this member has demonstrated how we can learn from what we've gone through and the experiences we've had, and hopefully this place will be better as a result of that.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Madam Speaker, I think my statement speaks for itself, but I think the member's right. We can always grow, and what I say to my children, what I say to the people that I love, it's never too late to do the right thing, and that's what I did today.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend and my neighbour for his heartfelt comments. I think the issue of Islamophobia is real. We see it daily. We've seen the heights of it in the last few days, and I know the recognition of it. I think it's important, albeit delayed. I do think it's very important. I want to ask him a question with respect to addressing systemic racism and Islamophobia in particular. What can we do together as parliamentarians to elevate the debate on issues of racism and Islamophobia instead of using these as wedge issues? What do we need to do to ensure that we can move forward and develop or build a country where we do really address underlying issues of systemic racism?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's great to see my friend and neighbour from just in the Valor Building here in Ottawa. I had the opportunity to see him just this week, and it's refreshing to start to be able to see more people around this place. He raises some great questions. I think the important thing to remember, and what him and I often talk about, is that there are a lot of partisan lines drawn in this place. And it's unfortunate at times, because I think we do have a lot in common, and I think we could all learn from each other, no matter what part of the country you come from, no matter what political beliefs you have. I think there's always opportunity to grow, and that he's a perfect example of someone that I have learned a lot from.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Kitchener South Espler.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Edmonton Riverbend, and I just want to share a story and ask him. I went to a Catholic high school, but grew up in a Muslim household, and I remember taking world religions class, and it talked about all the religions of the world, and it was a very great course to introduce students to a lot of different ethnicities and religions and backgrounds. And when I was in that high school, I can say without a doubt that I did not experience Islamophobia one bit. However, after 9/11, this has accelerated and brought Islamophobia and the fear of others to the limelight. So I want to ask the honourable colleague, does he agree that these types of maybe education courses like that in certain particular schools would help alleviate Islamophobia if we had programs similar to that? Thank you.
A brief response from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was great to see my friend also join us here in the chamber today. It's education, of course. I think that's a very important aspect of it. When I have individuals who come into my constituency office, and I think of my friend who works in my constituency office, who is scared to go out in public in a train station where other members of her faith have been attacked and have had their headscarves pulled off, that to me represents something is wrong. And I think if together we can, from all parties here, help to raise that issue more, I can only think that will help to fight the fact that Islamophobia is real and Islamophobia does exist in our communities here in Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you from Scarborough Rouge Park, the traditional lands of many Indigenous nations, most recently of the Mississaugas of the Credit. And I will be speaking in support of Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 19, 2021. And before I go deeper into the budget, I do want to reflect on the past few weeks. It's been a real difficult few weeks for many in our country, and it's I think safe to say that our hearts ache on a number of different fronts. First and foremost, the learning of the 215 children graves in Kamloops, I think has really opened existing wounds and have shaken us up in a way that things have rarely shaken us. This is a moment in time where all of us, I think, need to come together and to ensure that there is justice, there's accountability, there's reflection, and there's also a real commitment to ensure that all the 94 calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report are implemented. There are sadly going to be other findings along the way, and I think in order for us to have closure, in order for us to truly live up to the past and move forward, we need to support Indigenous-led initiatives that will commemorate, that will remember, and that will ensure that the children are brought home. And my heartfelt condolences to the Kamloops Sequebam people, and I want to just assure them that I, along with our colleagues in the House, will continue to work to support them and others in these efforts. Just last week, Madam Speaker, I sadly attended another memorial, this time in London, Ontario, to pay respects to the Afzal family. I was joined by members from all parties and leaders from across different levels of government, but most importantly, the members of the Muslim community in London. The Afzal family were walking, like most of us have relearned to do over the past 18 months or so, and they were going on an evening walk, and they were sadly mowed down by a terrorist, by someone who espoused so much hate that I don't know if I could fathom the level of hate that this individual had to do this to this family, but more broadly to attack us as Canadians, because when we attack, or when we see an attack on one individual community or family, it really is an attack on all of us. It's an attack on the values that we espoused. But sadly, it didn't stop there, because we know that incidents of Islamophobia have been on the rise exponentially over the past several days. We've seen incidents in Edmonton, as my friend from Edmonton Riverbend just referenced. We've seen daily microaggressions of many friends and colleagues and others that we may work with. So there is a real moment for us to reflect on the level of hate speech, the level of hate propaganda that we see in social media. We know that incidents of anti-Semitism is on the rise. So again, this is a moment for us to reflect and make sure that we do better, and we collectively work together. We don't use race and these differences as wedge issues, but rather issues that we can all come together to fight against as a common good. And I sincerely hope that we have turned the page in our parliament where we can do that. And I hope to work across the aisle with my friends opposite to do that. And on a very personal note, Madam Speaker, I must thank all those of our colleagues who are not going to be running again in the next election. Most importantly, I want to acknowledge and thank my good friend from Mississauga Malton, the former Minister of Innovation, for his extraordinary guidance for me personally, and the doors that he opened for me and ensured my success. So I want to pay particular respect and thank him and his extraordinary family, Brandon Graham, Kirpa, Nanki, Papa Baines, and Mama Baines for all that they've done. And I know in his speech, I was fortunate enough to listen. He reflected on the issue of identity, the issue of being Sikh and being able to practice his faith and his and live day to day as a Sikh with enormous and extraordinary challenges. And yet, I think he has overcome so many and has led us in ways that I can't describe. I don't have time to describe here. Madam Speaker, I do want to get to the budget. And then I want to particularly talk about something that's been very important for the people of Scarborough. Scarborough region, used to be its own municipality prior to amalgamation with the broader city of Toronto. We have a population of roughly 630,000 people. We are represented by 6 parliamentarians, and we call them the Scarborough Caucus. And we have set out since 2015 to prioritize one singular ask, which is additional support for transit. The Scarborough region have not had any higher levels of transit built here in a generation. The last project, which is the rapid transit, the LRT, is coming to an end in 2023. It is broken down. It is far past its best before date, and it's fair to say that it's not serving the people of Scarborough. So in 2015, when we got together, and at that time Scarborough Aging Court was represented by Arnold Chan, we all said, look, we need transit. We absolutely need to make sure that we build higher orders of transit. And at that time, the singular project that was in the pipeline with almost 10-year debate behind it was the Scarborough subway extension. It was initially a three-stop subway stop. It became a 4-stop subway. Then it became a 2-stop. And then finally, we are here today, and we were recently able to announce a federal investment of $2.25 billion into a 3-stop line, which will essentially start construction in the next before the end of the year, and we're hopeful that it will be constructed in by 2030. That is the timeline that's been provided. This is a game changer. This is very important, and this is an important investment in the people of Scarborough. All the hardworking people, as you know, Scarborough was one of the most affected populations during the COVID-19 pandemic. We've had so many issues of riders who would be working as essential workers, would go downtown, who were in crammed buses and were simply affected disproportionately to their population. And I believe this is a very important investment. As much as this is important, this is not the end for us. Scarborough as a region will require additional supports in terms of infrastructure. And that's why this budget is so important, as it outlines a mechanism through the permanent public transit funding that will enable places like Scarborough to build, and I'm looking forward to the construction or the supporting the Eglinton East LRT as the next project. So I look forward to the questions and the answers today, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We heard the Honourable Member reference the atrocities committed across these lands under the guise of residential schools, and we know but from future generations from their lands. And yet, near me, at Six Nations territory, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Council has called for a moratorium on all developments of disputed territories, and yet this government refuses to come back to the negotiating table with the hereditary chiefs. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member, when will he and his government finally get back to the table with the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Council and honour their request for a moratorium on development?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Hamilton for his question. I do want to note, and one thing I did miss is that C-15 passed this week through the Senate. This is the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It has clearly outlines many of the issues that my friend opposite talks about. There is the declaration offers us guidance in terms of how we engage on a nation-to-nation basis with Indigenous people. And I know with respect to his particular concern, we will continue to work with all the parties to come to a solution on the dispute that he referenced.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, thank you very much. And I too heard the good words from our colleague from Alberta in response to a change of position regarding M103 and the very aggressive and quite frankly very dangerous words that were shared around the time of that debate that put a number of members of this parliament in very precarious places in private life. Right now, though, I represent the oldest Chinatown in Toronto. You represent some of the newer communities of the Chinese Canadian settlement. But the language around China has taken on very similar tone to the language around Muslims in this parliament. And I know from talking to community leaders in my riding and to individuals in my riding that anti-Asian hate crime is rising as China is singled out for a whole series of challenges. I wonder if the member opposite my colleague could think about or talk about the impact that some of the rhetoric around China is having on Chinese Canadians in our communities.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And when we were developing the anti-racism strategy in 2019, we realized that the issue of racism it has differential impact on different communities, and anti-Asian racism is one of those that have historically had whether it's through the head tax or other forms of indentured labor in bringing people of Chinese origin into Canada to work, has had a disparate impact on the Asian community. And I know that language is important, and as we continuously and rightfully criticize China on a number of issues, we have to differentiate between the state and the people. And I think that sometimes that's lost here, and I do hope the members are much more careful in the language that's used.
For a brief question. We have the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands has a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention today. When it comes to Bill C-30, there are a lot of measures in here for Canadians that have to be passed in order to get us through the rest of this pandemic. And I'm wondering if he can, just give his feedback on how important he thinks that is now more than ever to make sure that this bill passes as quickly as possible.
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think there is an urgency here, especially with supports to individuals and small businesses. I know many of the small businesses in my community are struggling, even though we are in the cusp of opening up in phases. They're really behind in terms of rent and other financial needs. So we really need to get this Budget Implementation Act through in the next couple of days in order for this to have meaningful impact on Canadians.
We actually have time for another one brief question. If there is, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide his thoughts in terms of just the importance of passing this legislation and other progressive pieces of legislation over the next few days and how Canadians would benefit by such.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've mentioned this is important legislation. C12 is important. C10 is important. C6 is important. I think these are very important value-based issues that are so important to Canadians that we do need to pass it before we rise for the summer.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are now world leaders in the share of people who have had at least one dose of vaccine. With our steady supply, high vaccination rates, and a shift to second doses, Canada is on its way to being one of the most vaccinated nations in the world. Congratulations to everyone who has worked on this world-leading procurement and logistical project. However, the fight against COVID is still not over. In my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler in Waterloo Region is currently the region with the highest number of new cases daily in Ontario. Over 80% of the new cases and hospitalizations are from 30% of the adult population who remain unvaccinated. Sadly, we are facing the prospect of being left behind in reopening plans. I want to remind my constituents and all Canadians the importance of getting vaccinated as soon as possible. It's the fastest path back to normal. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Al-Aqsa Mosque in the old city of Jerusalem is the third holiest site in Islam. My wife and I visited Al-Aqsa Mosque when we traveled to Palestine, and the images of violence we saw there during the holy month of Ramadan were upsetting, and this resulted in the conflict and loss of life, including children. The Human Rights Watch report reflects the life conditions of Palestinians under occupation, which we all are well aware. It is not enough for Canada just to state it is concerned about settlements, demolitions and evictions, including in Sheikh Jarrah and Silwan. I request our government to distinguish between the occupied and the occupier and to take concrete, visible and decisive actions towards finding a peaceful two-state solution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
The family has always been regarded as the cornerstone of society. Ronald Reagan stated, "Our families nurture, preserve, and pass on to each succeeding generation the values we share and cherish, values that are the foundation of our freedoms." End quote. The importance of the role of fatherhood should never be diminished. As we celebrate our fathers this Sunday, I want to pay tribute to the 3 generations of fathers in my family. To my father, Ernie, thank you for being my biggest fan and a tremendous source of guidance and encouragement. To my father-in-law, Henry, for your wisdom and reason. To Theo, Jeff, Michael, and Nick, thank you for your courage and commitment to your families. Finally, to Milton, thank you for being my rock, best friend, and life partner, and for your dedication to our family. To fathers across the country, your contributions are essential in ensuring that we continue to thrive as a society. Happy Father's Day.
L'honorable député de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Madam Speaker, something that brings Canadians together is our love of hockey. Yes, it's June, and the outdoor skating rinks in Vaudreuil-Soulanges have disappeared. Skates have been replaced by swimsuits. But, Madam Speaker, none of that matters because it's the NHL playoffs. None of that matters because a Canadian team is still fighting for the Stanley Cup, and we are all supporting them.
Canadians, hockey's most storied franchise, are tied in the semi-conference finals against the Vegas Golden Knights. And while those in Vegas may be going all in supporting their team, we know that going all in Vegas can come with a price. What kind of price, Madam Speaker? Well, a big price. And if they haven't factored in that price, well, that price may just be too much to handle. Madam Speaker, after every game, it feels more like 1993. The only thing left to do is bring that cup back to Montreal. Au nom de cette chambre et de tous les Canadiens, je dis...
On behalf of this House and all Canadians, I say, go Habs, go.
Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Junior seniors and senior seniors. It sounds absurd because it is absurd. That is what we will have in Canada if the Liberal government does not fix its budget bill C-30, a two-tier senior system. So many Canadians are outraged that seniors aged 65 to 74 have been left out of the plan for a long overdue increase to old age security payments. Our government is hiding from them, saying they are living up to a campaign promise. Keeping a promise on bad policy doesn't make it good. The minister says older seniors are, quote, at getting greater risk of running out of their savings, end quote. Also, government documentation refers to a large proportion of seniors 65 to 74 who still work. There it is. The government policies on the backs of seniors who feel they need to either work or use up their savings. By its design is a two-tier and unfair system. Liberals still have the power to fix this before we rise for the summer. I call on the Prime Minister and Minister for Seniors to do what is right. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first term as an MP was extremely unusual, partly because of COVID. But for me, I would just like to say that I am very proud to have been representing the most beautiful town of the world, Sherbrooke, since 2019. I am proud to be part of a government that brought more than 1 million Canadians out of poverty, including nearly 400,000 children. I am proud of the $92 million which were granted to more than 20,000 children in Sherbrooke during my first year. I am proud of the $15.4 million which were distributed to 14,000 seniors in my riding as one-time payments to help them during COVID-19. I am very proud of the programs that we have used to support businesses in my riding. I will not take lessons from the Conservative government, which I would remind Canadians not even believe in the existence of climate change. I'd like to wish all Canadians an excellent summer.
Madam Speaker, Canadians can see right through this government's tired old excuses. That's not the kind of transparency Canadians are owed. The Prime Minister's become the boy who cried national security wolf once too often. Canadians remember how this government invoked the national security as an excuse not to come clean about a sole source contract for parkas. These weren't military parkas. They were parkas for refugees, and the government covered up the contract. Lawful firearms owners have taken this government to court to challenge the scary-looking guns ban. They've learned all government evidence to justify the gun grab has been deemed a national security secret. Hotel quarantine costs, national security secret. Vaccine contracts, national security secret. Prime Minister's SOC budget, national security secret. This isn't how a democratic society is supposed to work. It's time for government to stop crying national security wolf anytime it's got embarrassing information it wants to hide.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in the House of Commons to recognize the remarkable leadership of Teresa Marintet, the CEO of the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit. Over the last 15 months of the pandemic, Teresa worked with courage and composure alongside Dr. Wajid Ahmed to steer our community through the greatest public health crisis in our history. We faced outbreaks in long-term care homes and migrant farm workers, but we came through it, Madam Speaker, thanks to Teresa and Dr. Ahmed. And today, Windsor-Essex is the gold standard for the vaccine rollout, with 75% of residents vaccinated and almost 30% with 2 doses. Teresa is retiring at the end of this month after over 30 years at the health unit, which she joined as a public health nurse in 1989. Tecumseh Mayor Gary McNamara said it best. It has been my privilege to work with Teresa Marintet. Her passion for public health and community she serves is apparent every day in the tireless journey to keep us all healthy and safe. On behalf of all residents of Windsor-Tecumseh, it has been our privilege, Teresa. Thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am honored today to rise virtually to recognize a tireless labor rights activist who I have known for quite some time by the name of Marino Topan. Marino is the creator behind the Italian Fallen Workers Memorial Project, established in 2016. This memorial, one of the biggest of its kind in Canada, commemorates nearly 2,000 Italian workers who lost their lives on the job over a century ago. I know that the Italian community truly appreciates this important recognition. Marino is also a published author. His book entitled Land of Triumph and Tragedy, Voices of the Italian Fallen Workers is a book I have on the shelf in my office that I look to very many times. From all Italian Canadians across this country, myself and my husband Sam, I would like to say thank you to Marino for all that he has done to bring closure to the families of the Italian workers. Grazie mille.
The honourable member for Humber River the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, today I do not wish to give a political speech. Today I wish to give a speech of hope. As Desmond Tutu once said, hope is being able to see that there is light despite of all the darkness. For over the last year, people have lost their small businesses, loved ones, mental health, physical health, their homes, and even in some cases, their own lives. For some of us, Madam Speaker, all hope seems to be lost. It seems that darkness has consumed our nation, but it is hope, Madam Speaker, that will continue to keep us going. Just recently in my province of Alberta, many restaurants reopened for dine-ins and many other restrictions were lifted. Hope is on the horizon. Businesses are reopening, jobs are coming, and I ask the Canadian people to get up and continue to fight against the pandemic and help rebuild our economy and glorious country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. This has been a difficult year, and I would like to pay tribute to my incredible team in my riding. Philip Novakovic, a man who loves both his country of origin and Canada, a great humanist who also makes so many wonderful small gestures. Everyone loves him. Thank you, Philippe. Marie-Claude Gagnon, the director and soul of our office, who always meets with people from the riding with kindness and with a good dose of Beau's pragmatism. Gabriel Bergevin-Estable, he is probably the riding assistant who has done the most to help people from a small member's office. That's what happens when you have a good heart and you're incredibly smart. Claudine Boucher, she has also shown an incredible amount of heart and justice. She is a mother of 5, soon to be 6 bright children. She is doing a master's, and she even managed to get herself blocked by the leader of the Bloc Québécois on Twitter. Now, you may say that many other Quebec women have managed the same, but we're still quite proud of that at the office.
Member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's an ancient writing that says, where there is no vision, the people perish. This Liberal government clearly has a lack of vision for Canada. On this side of the House, we see beyond our perils and speak to our potential. On this side of the House, we know the importance of our farmers and harvesters who supply our food and literally keep our land. On this side of the House, we recognize how vital our energy sector is. On this side of the House, we value our workers, entrepreneurs, transporters, and builders, knowing that they will be the key to our comeback. On this side of the House, we recognize the importance of our seniors, veterans, and current members of the Canadian Armed Forces who have both built and defended this great country. On this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we will offer Canadians a clear vision so that when we get to that side of the House, Canadians will have a government that recognizes their potential and a government that will secure their future. Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe in Canada and the story we have to tell. Our best chapters are yet ahead. May God continue to keep our land glorious and free. Thank you, Merci.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to congratulate the graduating class of 2021. To them, I say you've overcome tremendous adversity over this past difficult year, and it is my hope that you will take the resilience you've built and use it to empower your dreams, aspire to new heights, and achieve excellence in your future endeavors. We are so proud of you. Now it is time to help us build a better world, and Canada needs you. We need your energy, we need your spirit, we need your optimism. There will be many more challenges ahead, but with you at the helm of the next generation, I know our future is in safe hands. This is an exciting time in your lives. The possibilities are truly endless for you. Take all the opportunities that come your way, keep an open mind, and work very hard. And have some fun this summer because you've certainly earned it. And if you can, reach out and volunteer in your community. We have many vulnerable neighbors who have had tough times this year, and your smiling face may be all they need to get through the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Madam Speaker, Manitoba continues to be in a serious lockdown. Many businesses are not open to the public, and as a result, small business owners and employees in Elma-Transcona and across the province are struggling to earn income. The Liberals are completely out of touch on this. How else could they plan to cut the Canada Recovery Benefit by 40% as early as July 18th? Seniors across the country are outraged at the government's plan to exclude seniors aged 65 to 74 from a long overdue increase in the old age supplement, but their protests are falling on deaf ears in the Liberal government. Meanwhile, large corporations known to have abused the wage subsidy by paying executive bonuses and dividends are getting off scot-free, even as the government nickel and dimes disabled Canadians and kids who graduated from foster care and applied for the CERB in good faith, albeit perhaps erroneously. We know from the behavior of provincial Conservatives that they're not here to help and they don't have answers to these problems. That's why I'm proud to belong to an NDP caucus that's fighting for the interests of all the people who don't have corporate box office tickets, and we're going to keep up the fight.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, it's with great sadness and with thoughts for her family and friends that I rise today to pay tribute to a great inhabitant of the Côte-Nord who left us suddenly on June 13th, Wanda Baudouin. Wanda was the first female mayor of Blanc-Sablon. She was a proud inhabitant of the Côte-Nord. She believed firmly in the important contribution of women in politics. She represented her fellow citizens with her head and her heart. Less than a month ago, I was working with Wanda on an issue that she cared deeply about and that she strongly disliked the injustice in. At that time, given how passionately she was working on this file, no one could have known that she was fighting cancer. Wanda, you were a woman in politics, a woman with a big heart, a strong brain, woman of the North. I rise today to bear witness to your memory, your determination, and your love for our Basse Côte-Nord. Goodbye, Madame Mayor.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Speaker, many Canadians are on bended knees under the weight of crushing debt and a new reality of inflation, the levels of which have not been felt for a generation. The cost of everything has gone up, and it's those who can least afford it who are paying the price. Increases in groceries, gas, carbon taxes, housing, and rental costs are cascading across communities in Canada, including my community of Barrie Innisfil, and it's causing many sleepless nights. Senior Elizabeth recently wrote me, "We now have to pick our food purchases very carefully. Even local produce has taken a large jump. This should not be happening in Canada. We need a government that understands that it will be the power of Canadian businesses, the people they employ, the products they produce in every region and every sector of the economy, so that Canadian businesses can compete here at home and around the world and bring back investor confidence. There's only one party that will secure the future, that will unify Canada and bring back hope and opportunity and prosperity for all Canadians, and that's Canada's Conservatives."
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. To the 1,000 students graduating grade 12 in Winnipeg North this year, I would like to extend my personal congratulations. Class of 2021, you did it. Whether it is of a virtual nature in your living room or a ceremony of some sort, know without a doubt the people that care about you are beaming with pride and are so proud of you. Are you a parent, guardian, family member, teacher, or a close friend of a grad? I offer you my congratulations, as you too have done your job of shaping a very special person. Common quotes that we would have heard at ceremonies to inspire might have been, "Be bold, be courageous, be your best. Follow your fear. If opportunity doesn't knock, build a door. Be the change that you wish to see in the world." I would like to conclude with one of my favorite quotes from no other than Dr. Seuss. "You're off to great places. Today is your day. Your mountain is waiting, so get on your way." Congratulations to all grads across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions.
The Honourable House Leader for the Opposition. Madam Speaker, yesterday the House saw a very rare but very important moment. The House found the Public Health Agency guilty of failing to hand over documents related to the events at the Winnipeg laboratory and ordered the agency to table the documents. We know that on 3 occasions, the Prime Minister disregarded the orders of the House. On Monday, the Prime Minister can choose either to respect our laws and regulations or flout them. What will he do?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, again, on this side of the House, we will not play partisan games with national security. In fact, the Leader of the Opposition yesterday, in his announcement to pull out of NSI COP, was roundly criticized by a number of security experts, including, for example, Steve Saidman, Patterson Chair of the Norman Patterson School of International Affairs. He said the Leader of the Opposition is earning this low level of support with his move of pulling out of NSI COP. Oversight? Why bother when we can grandstand?
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Madam Speaker, it's precisely because we care about national security that we want to know what's happened. And that's why we want to know the truth. So why did the agency grant the highest security clearance possible to a researcher with ties to the Chinese military? Why did they give this security clearance to 2 researchers who were then escorted out by the RCMP? Madam Speaker, we want clear answers. And those answers aren't written on a T-shirt. The answers need to be given by the government. What will the Prime Minister do on Monday? Will he table the documents? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize. Madam Speaker, let me respond again with some of the criticism that we heard from the national security expert community yesterday after the announcement of the Leader of the Opposition's decision to pull out of NSI COP. Let's listen to Stephanie Carvin, Associate Professor at Carleton University. She said this bulldozer approach to national security is misguided, it's dangerous, and it will result in a less transparent system overall. What does the Conservative Party want? A transparent, safe system for Canadians or partisan gain?
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Well, I can't believe that she's saying this with a smile, Madam Speaker. The reality is that Canadians need to be reassured here. Now, parliamentarians who are duly elected here know that she needs to respect the House's the rules of the House. This is an order of the House. The government needs to respect that order. 3 times the Prime Minister refused to do so. Monday is the moment of truth. Will the Prime Minister respect the House of Commons? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, as we have said, those documents were fully provided in an unredacted manner to NSI COP, the appropriate Committee of Parliamentarians to review security documents of this nature. And let's hear what Thomas Juneau, Associate Professor at the University of Ottawa, said. He said, in regards to the opposition's choice to pull out of NSI COP, this is a big setback for the parliamentary oversight of intelligence in Canada and more broadly for efforts to improve transparency and accountability. That speaks for itself, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
The role of Parliament is to hold the government to account. The National Microbiology Lab saw a significant security issue happen earlier this year, and Parliament needs to determine what happened so that it doesn't happen again. In order to do that, we need to see the documents that are related to this incident, and there have been numerous orders for the government to provide it to Parliament, not to a different committee that is not an official parliamentary committee. Will the Minister of Health comply with the House order and send Ian Stewart here with the documents on Monday?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, that member knows full well that the unredacted documents are with NSI COP, fully unredacted for appropriate review that protects national security. Let's hear more from Thomas Juneau, the Associate Professor at University of Ottawa, who said what is going on now is several steps above what is normal. The public criticism of NSI COP and the withdrawal of its members damages the confidence and the trust that are necessary to its operations. What a short-term play. Playing games with national security is never okay.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
The Minister is not accountable to Thomas Juneau. She is accountable to this place. NSI COP is not an official parliamentary committee, and it happens in secret. What's happening here is the government provided documents to that committee so that we couldn't look at it, so that we couldn't fix these issues on behalf of our constituents and the people of Canada, and that's wrong, and that's why this place is supreme. So I'll ask her one more time. Will she comply with the House order and send Ian Stewart here to be admonished with the documents per the motion that was passed yesterday?
Honourable Minister of Health.
You know, Madam Speaker, on this side, we'll never play games with Canadians' national security and privacy concerns. That's why we have a special committee, Madam Speaker, to review documents of this nature that are sensitive in nature. And if the member of the opposition doesn't believe me, let's listen to Steve Saidman, Patterson Chair of the Norman Patterson School of International Affairs. He said the question right now is why the Leader of Opposition is abandoning NSI COP. Its reviews thus far have raised important issues and serve as a basis of comparison for changes down the road. I think it's a short-term stance. Listen, we won't play short-term gains for partisan purposes.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, 3 days ago the government tabled a bill that was supposed to protect the French language. Now, just 3 days later, we've learned that Ottawa wants to appoint a unilingual English-speaking CEO to the Museum of History. This sends quite a message that the federal government is appointing a unilingual English-speaking person to be in charge of how Canada's history is told. The worst part is that we're not talking about a museum in Toronto or Calgary, but in Gatineau, Quebec. Does the minister realize the message that this sends? And will they back down? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her important question. Since I've been in office, and forever, in fact, we've always recognized how important it is to protect French in Quebec, yes, but also elsewhere in Canada. We also know how important it is to protect our official language minority communities. With the bill that we've tabled, we will continue to do this. And I hope that everyone in this House will support the bill. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, 3 days after the federal government made a big show of protecting French, we can see that nothing's changed on the ground. Radio-Canada has revealed that in this job offer, mastery of both official languages would be preferable. Preferable, Madam Speaker. In a museum in Quebec, which serves a high number of Franco-Ontarians and which is supposed to hire employees who speak French. Mastery of French is not preferable, it's a must. After all the debates we've had this year about how French is declining, how is it possible that the federal government is still so negligent? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I want to thank my colleague for her important question. You know, a love for the French language is not something that the Bloc Québécois has a monopoly on. I've always worked in French. I will continue to do so. It's my language, it's my identity, and it's part of our history. We're all very proud of it. The bill tabled by the minister recognizes this. We're the first government to have acknowledged that French is in decline and that we need to be there to promote and protect it. That's what we're doing. And we are doing so within our jurisdiction. I hope that we will have everyone's support.
For Windsor West.
Land border communities and families have been reeling for more than a year as parents, brothers, sisters, loved ones, and even children have been torn apart by restrictions. We all want to keep everyone safe. That is the entire point of family reunification for family and businesses. But at every turn, the Liberals ignore input, fearmonger, and never offer solutions. What is worse is the elite exclusionism and the shroud of secrecy that creates anxiety and depression. The NDP proposed an inclusive safe border task force to find solutions and give stakeholders and public confidence. What is it going to take before the Liberals offer a plan to help Canadians through this ordeal?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Oui, merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Last year, we set up important reciprocal obligations concerning the border in the interest of protecting public health. All of the decisions were based on evidence and the goal of protecting Canadians' health. We make sure that our border control agents have the most up-to-date information possible to make decisions quickly for any citizens who have to cross the border for essential reasons, and we will continue to monitor the situation as it continues to evolve, while, of course, always maintaining the priority of protecting Canadians' health.
North Island Power River.
Madam Speaker, Roy is a veteran with 9 years of service to our country. He left the military with an operational stress injury and applied to VAC for the remedy. But everything went wrong and it kept going wrong. Since 2012, this veteran has been trying to help. Roy cannot sleep. He cannot hold a job. He's been traumatized by the very department that should be helping him. Roy's file requires a simple but meaningful fix, but his MP and the minister have failed him. Will his MP and the minister finally stand up for Roy, or will they continue to ignore him, hoping he will go away?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ensuring that our veterans and their families have the mental health support they need is our absolute top priority. I have directed my department to demonstrate maximum flexibility in addressing the urgent mental health needs for veterans and their families. Budget 2021 provides $140 million to cover mental health costs for veterans while they are waiting for their disability benefits application to be processed. We understand the vital role families play in supporting our veterans, and we will continue to look at ways to provide the best possible support for our veterans and their families. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, last night the majority of the House of Commons voted to censure the Minister of National Defence for his litany of failures. The most egregious thing he's been condemned for is allowing the crisis of sexual misconduct to fester in the military. Referring to the victims of military sexual trauma, Stephanie Carvin, Associate Professor at the Norman Patterson School of International Affairs, said the minister failed utterly to protect them or ensure there's any kind of justice for them for over 6 years of being Defence Minister. Will the Prime Minister fire the Defence Minister today?
The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, yesterday shows that the Conservatives are more focused on waging personal and partisan attacks than supporting the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces. As opposition members themselves admitted, that vote will do nothing to help our women and men in uniform, including those who've experienced misconduct. You know what would help the women and men in uniform? Supporting the nearly $250,000 in Budget 2021 committed to ending sexual misconduct and in the Canadian Armed Forces, but the opposition will not do that. While Conservatives play partisan games, we're focused on creating a lasting and positive culture change.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, if she wants to really help victims of sexual misconduct in the military, she quit obstructing the National Defence Committee's work. There is a growing wave of consensus that the Minister of Defence is ill-suited to implement the changes needed to end sexual misconduct since he's already failed to protect our women and men in uniform. Military sexual assault survivor Stephanie Raymond said the Defence Minister has missed too many opportunities to act, and frankly, he too is part of the problem if he continues to camouflage or to be complicit by omission. The Minister basically, I think, should perhaps leave his functions, end quote. When will the Prime Minister do the right thing and show the Defence Minister the door?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservatives who, while under the Harper government, appointed a Chief of Defence Staff who was under active investigation by the Canadian Forces National Investigative Service. If Conservatives were serious about this issue, they would support Budget 2021 and the $236 million dedicated to combating and eradicating sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. And as for the committee, Liberal members have asked 20 times for the committee to adjourn debate so we can move on to the reports, but the opposition has refused. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, a scathing Toronto Star editorial said, one of the minor mysteries of Ottawa in the spring of 2021 is why on earth the Defence Minister is still Canada's Minister of National Defence. His credibility has been so thoroughly shredded by the sexual misconduct scandals paralyzing the Canadian Forces. Madam Speaker, sexual misconduct expert Megan McKenzie of Simon Fraser University said the Defence Minister has zero credibility on sexual misconduct. So the question is, why won't the Prime Minister fire his Minister of National Defence?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of National Defence is an inspirational trailblazer and ally who we are absolutely proud to have on our team. He has spent his career breaking down barriers to inclusion. The minister has lived a life of service to Canadians, whether that was during his time in the Canadian Armed Forces, member of the Vancouver Police Department, or now as a cabinet minister. This House and Canada are better for the service of the Minister of National Defense.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, here we are in the magic million job month. June was supposed to be the month in which all of the pre-COVID jobs would be recovered, 1 million of them. In Chart 35, it's right there in the minister's budget that all the jobs would be restored this month. Yet we've lost 250,000 jobs in the last 2 months and have the second highest unemployment in the G7. So, will this month be as miraculous as the government claims? Will we have all of those million jobs back when the numbers come out next month?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm glad for a change. It appears the Honourable Member is actually reading some of the government's budget. If he pays close attention to the same chart, he'll see another trend line on that graph that indicates the impact that job numbers would have felt without government supports. The very dangerous game of chicken that the Conservatives are engaging in to prevent supports from helping workers and families is going to preclude the expeditious economic recovery that the private sector is forecasting for Canada. The reality, Madam Speaker, because of the measures we're putting in place, we do expect to see jobs rebound beyond 1 million, and I expect that member will be disappointed when Canadians do so well.
Honourable member for Carleton.
But he didn't answer the question. It was supposed to be this month that all those million Canadians would have their jobs back. He claims that there will be an expeditious recovery, another one of these subjective words that has no timeline, but his chart is very clear. It was supposed to be 1 million jobs by June 2021, and yet we're actually losing jobs. Down 250,000 in 2 months, second highest unemployment in the G7. Yes or no? Will the million Canadians have their jobs back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member is trying to torque statistics to insert a narrative into this debate that simply is not borne out on the facts. We know that the economy is in a volatile position because we need to respond to the continuing public health emergency. But I have good news for the honourable member. If he could only convince his colleagues to get out of the way, stop obstructing the measures included in Budget 2021, so we can extend benefits to help businesses hire more workers, so we can support those who've lost their jobs and encourage more young people to take training opportunities, we will see the economy come roaring back. He doesn't have to believe me. He can look at the private sector economists that have testified to that.
Member for Carleton.
Well, he needn't worry. I don't believe him, because I look at the chart in his government's budget, which says there'd be 1 million jobs back by this month. And now suddenly he's running away from that commitment. He's saying, don't worry, we've got really expensive debt-financed government programs. They're putting it all on the credit card. But he's running away from the central commitment to restore paychecks. Only paychecks will secure our future. So I will give him a third chance. Will he restate the government's commitment in Chart 35 of its budget that 1 million Canadians who lost their jobs during COVID will have them back this month?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let me begin, Madam Speaker, by pointing out how disappointed I am that the honourable member takes such glee in the suffering of Canadians who've lost their job as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. If he's concerned about getting the paychecks back for Canadians who have been impacted negatively, I would point him to the measures that he is obstructing, like the Canada Hiring Recovery Incentive that is specifically designed to help more businesses get paychecks to Canadians. The reality is, Madam Speaker, we need to continue to support Canadians to stabilize the economy so we can absolutely crush the economic rebound and come roaring out of the pandemic recession as strong as any economy in the developed world.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, Gary Kobinger from Laval University is an expert who is already celebrated for his discovery of a vaccine against Ebola and who at the beginning of the pandemic had developed a potential vaccine against COVID-19. But unfortunately, Ottawa denied him the funding he needed for clinical trials. Today, Canada still doesn't have domestic vaccine production capacity. It still doesn't have a modern pharmaceutical industry. And now it doesn't have Dr. Kobinger either. The University of Texas gave him one of the largest biomedical research labs in the world. Why didn't the government do everything possible to develop a local vaccine and keep this expertise in Quebec? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we have invested in research and science. In fact, that was one of the very first things we did when we saw COVID-19 approaching Canada's shores, was stimulate the research and science community by a massive investment of money to ensure that our scientists and researchers were equipped to study COVID-19, potential solutions to COVID-19, treatments, and yes, indeed, vaccines. We'll continue to work with the Canadian research community to ensure that we have domestic capacity for this pandemic and any future ones that arise.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, that's ridiculous, Madam Speaker. Quebec will be receiving 600,000 fewer doses of the Pfizer vaccine this week, but we'll be receiving more Moderna. And if we're still talking about these weekly deliveries, it's because Canada is still 100% dependent on foreign countries for our vaccine imports. Canada still doesn't have the necessary domestic production capacity, but at least it had the expertise. Now we've learned that we're losing one of our most eminent scientists because we're too cheap to fund his research. Why won't the government fund our scientists when we're still dependent on foreign pharmaceutical companies to whom we pay billions of dollars? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais...
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but I would remind him, Madam Speaker, that I spoke to Dr. Coppinger myself. We agreed on the next steps. I understand his personal decision, but we should remind all Quebecers that one of the companies that we did invest in was Medico in the city of Quebec, where we made significant investments to have domestic vaccine production for COVID-19. Madam Speaker, we have made investments, billions of dollars, to have a domestic vaccine. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. A young family that can't buy a house. A father who has to choose which day of the week his children will have a decent meal. François and Martin, who can't see each other because the cost of gas is too high for them to drive between the distance between them. These are the consequences of inflation. 3.6% is the highest inflation rate we've seen in 10 years. Liberals are putting Canadian families at risk. Why doesn't the Prime Minister have a plan to kickstart the economy and create jobs? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, the honourable member's question rests on false pretenses and suffers from a deficit of morals. The reality is, as a matter of fact, the Bank of Canada, not the Government of Canada, is responsible for managing inflation. And in any event, if he would speak to an economist, they would tell him that the increase in prices on some products we're seeing are a result of the supply and demand in the marketplace or the base effects that stem from the massive plunge that we saw when the economy shut down to save lives. As a matter of morals, Madam Speaker, his solution is to pull supports from Canadians when they need it most. It is tasteless and short-sighted, and it's a good thing his party is not in charge.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Moral lessons from this member, Madam Speaker.
If you want to know what's threatening us, well, interest rates that are so high. The $1 trillion in debt that this government has racked up. This Prime Minister's nonchalant attitude when he says that budgets balance themselves. The fact that Liberals are doing absolutely nothing to make life more affordable because they just want to tax, tax, tax. When will we see a credible plan to create jobs, Madam Speaker? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, with great respect, if the honourable member is concerned with getting supports to Canadians who are experiencing financial need as a result of the pandemic, he should get out of the way, stop obstructing the budget that includes supports that are going to help vulnerable Canadians, that's going to put more money in the pockets of affected workers, that's creating incentives for businesses to bring more workers back on the payroll and ensure people can keep a roof over their head and food on the table. The reality is, from the beginning of this pandemic, we have had their backs. The Conservatives have tried to obstruct every step of the way. We won't have it, and we will be there for Canadians no matter what it takes, as long as it takes.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, we were listening closely, and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance actually let it slip that these Liberals are going to crush the economic rebound. They're going to make sure it doesn't come back for sure. And we can see this absolutely in their approach to the oil and gas sector. Biden vetoed Keystone, and now Governor Whitmore's trying to make sure and shut down Line 5. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Finance Minister is, did the Prime Minister even mention Line 5 at his G7 junket last week?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Michigan's response to a routine step of this court process, we are strongly supporting Line 5. Canada's amicus brief clearly and directly expressed the government's legal position that Line 5 is an important and safe piece of infrastructure benefiting both Canada and the United States. A negotiated agreement that respects all parties is the best solution, and we are confident that the solution will be reached. Yes, we are behind Line 5. We have done all that we need to do to make sure that Line 5 continues to operate. We are behind the energy workers, and we will left no Canadians left in.
A member for Regina Louvain.
Oh, I believe that, Madam Speaker. They're so far behind the energy workers that no one can see where they're actually at, Madam Speaker. It's an embarrassment how this government's been treating our oil and gas sector. But one thing about Line 5 and what we should be talking about is, in fact, the treaty that was signed in 1977 to allow free flow of oil across our borders was actually ratified and voted on by then Delaware Senator, none other than Joe Biden. So the Prime Minister has such a great relationship with the President of the United States. I ask again, at their G7 summit, when they were maskless and visiting, did the Prime Minister bring up Line 5?
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I encourage all members of office to actually read the amicus brief to understand the government of Canada's legal position on this issue. It's been endorsed by the Conservative government in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and as well as the government of Quebec, and by Sarnia's Mayor Mike Bradley. And industry, by labor, the Canadian Building Trades and Unifor. The 1977 Transit Pipeline Treaty remains in effect. The state of Michigan proposes measures present, but we are supporting our workers, we are supporting Line 5, and we will do everything that it takes to make.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Madam Speaker, ever since the Liberals announced a significant cut to the Canada Recovery Benefit in their budget, New Democrats have been pushing back against that cut and challenging the government to undo it. The answer they give in the House is completely disingenuous. They pretend there's a choice between voting for their budget and voting for the cuts, or voting against the budget and voting against extending the benefit. They know there's a third option, to extend the benefit and maintain the current benefit level. I'm just looking for some honesty here. Will the government acknowledge that that's an option and finally explain why they're choosing instead to cut the budgets of Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The CRB is part of a comprehensive suite of emergency and recovery measures to support Canadian workers and businesses. Through the CRB, if opposition parties support C30, Canadians could have access to up to 50 weeks of benefits. They could also have access to more flexible EI benefits. Businesses could continue to have access to the wage subsidy, and we could help Canadians re-enter the labour market by creating 500,000 new training and work opportunities and launching the Canada Recovery Hiring Program. We will continue to do whatever it takes, Madam Speaker, but we implore opposition parties to help us and put C30 through. Thank you.
Was the Honourable Minister, not the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
A scathing report from Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International reviews that Canada jails thousands of people fleeing persecution, including those with disabilities. Many are held in maximum security provincial jails and put in solitary confinement without any charges or convictions. There is no legal limit to the length of immigration detention. Black and racialized people are often detained longer. CBSA officials can still put children in detention or separate them from their families, and there is no independent oversight for CBSA. This is happening in Canada under this Prime Minister's watch. Will the government stop this horrific practice?
The Honourable Minister.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Et d'abord, on tient à remercier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to say that we will read the report carefully, but there are some important things to keep in mind. that these provisions are for exceptional circumstances where a person represents a danger to the public, and it's a last resort. Or if a person's identity cannot be confirmed, or if they're unlikely to appear for their date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic hits businesses across Canada hard. And now, as we move into recovery, it is crucial that we support communities through the reopening process. This is particularly important for Indigenous businesses, who often face barriers such as accessing capital or broadband internet. Madam Speaker, could the Minister please provide an update on current supports for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis businesses?
The Honourable Minister. Minister.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. On Wednesday, our government announced $117 million to renew the Indigenous Community Business Fund to support local business and economies. The first round of this initiative helped fund over 1,000 First Nations, Inuit, and Métis-owned businesses. We do recognize that Indigenous businesses, particularly community-owned micro-businesses, such as beaters and craft workers, face unique challenges due to their size and have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. This distinctions-based fund will relieve financial pressure for businesses, sustain jobs, and will keep doors open through the economic recovery.
Honourable Member Kildonan St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, Elder Eliza is a constituent of mine and a residential school survivor. Her and her daughter applied for their status cards and were promised it would take 6 months to review. It's now been nearly 3 years. Every time they call Indigenous Services Canada for an update, they're left on hold for hours and given the runaround time and time again, perhaps because the minister has only 10 people at the call center to process thousands of status card applications. Elder Eliza feels this delay is just another form of mistreatment and disrespect of Indigenous peoples. Will the minister ensure Elder Eliza and her daughter receive their status cards before the 3rd anniversary of their application on July 7th?
The Honourable Minister.
And thank the member for her question. I would ask her to forward that information to my office and to reach out, and we will do our utmost to expedite that process. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, employment, asking her that she immediately address her department's discriminatory policy that's preventing some pregnant women who've lost their jobs because of the pandemic, no fault of their own, from claiming EI maternity benefits. Maternity leave is a sacred right of motherhood in Canada for millions of women. These women have paid into EI for years, and it is unfair that they will be forced back into the job market within weeks of giving birth. I have met with these women. They are real, they are stressed, and they need our help. The minister has the power to fix this. Why hasn't she?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, our government is very committed to supporting new mothers and parents who face unique challenges from the COVID-19 pandemic. We launched the CERB, which provided support to more than 8 million Canadians, introduced a credit of 480 hours to increase access to maternity and parental benefits, and set a minimum benefit rate of $500 a week. In Budget 2021, we're investing $3.9 billion into changes that will make EI more accessible and simpler for Canadians. This includes maintaining uniform access to EI benefits and a 420-hour entrance requirement for EI claims. We've had the backs of new mothers. I'm looking forward to conversations around modernizing EI. And
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, the Defence Minister has been without honour from the start. First, he let the Prime Minister destroy Vice Admiral Norman. Then, he falsely claimed he was the architect of Op Medusa. He took the honour out of the operation to combat sexual misconduct in the military. But now he's put the honour of our country at risk by claiming he didn't know about our soldiers being ordered to train war criminals when a report was sent 3 years ago about it. Why won't the Prime Minister do the honourable thing and fire this minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I am very disappointed at the viciousness of the tone in this House that we saw yesterday and today. Let's review the track record of service to Canada and Canadians of this Minister of National Defence. Over 2 decades of service in the Canadian Armed Forces, 4 tours of duty, including 3 in Afghanistan, for which he was awarded the Order of Military Merit, the Meritorious Service Medal, the NATO Service Medal, and more. over a decade as an officer in the Vancouver Police Department. I thank the Minister of Defence for his service. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, when you as Speaker make a ruling, it is binding on this House. The Speaker is the lawful authority, and the Speaker's rulings carry force of law. Now, the Speaker has clearly ruled that any parliamentary committee has the right to send for unredacted documents. That ruling has force of law. So a simple question for the government. Will they follow the law, or do they think that they don't have to follow the law?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we will never play games with national security. Canadians expect us to be mature and appropriate in the way that we treat documents of this nature. Let me quote Stephanie Carvin, Associate Professor of Carleton University. She said, "This bulldozer approach to national security is misguided, dangerous, and will result in a less transparent system overall." You know who last quoted her, Madam Speaker? The member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman just a few moments ago.
The Honourable
Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, farmers had their federal assistance for quarantining temporary foreign workers cut in half. Ottawa was paying them $1,500 by way of apology for pinning the responsibility for quarantines on them. Now, the feds are cutting that to $750. But farmers are still taking on workers, and quarantines are still mandatory. The public health measures haven't changed. The costs haven't changed either. All that's changed is that Ottawa is no longer doing its part. Will the minister reverse this cut immediately? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We work very closely with our Quebec counterparts on this and many other things. Over 4,000 temporary foreign workers have arrived in Canada for this season, including 1,400 and more to Quebec. The results speak for themselves. We are continuing to provide support for the arrival of these workers that farmers so badly need. The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, when the minister announced this $1,500 assistance for worker quarantines, she gave her word to farmers. She said, quote, "This program will be available as long as the Quarantine Act is in force." Well, the quarantines are still a requirement, Madam Speaker. There's no logical reason for the funding to be cut in half. Will the minister keep her promise to farmers and stop the cuts as long as quarantines are mandatory? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our government has doubled the number of temporary foreign workers in Quebec from 11,000 in 2015 to twice that now. And last year we received the largest number ever, and this year we will receive even more. And many skilled workers have been admitted. We are continuing to work with the Government of Quebec to support their economic recovery. Thank you.
Housing market is the latest victim of Liberal incompetence. Their first-time homebuyer program has only allocated $178 million since its creation. That's just 14% of its budget. The minister's program has only helped 9,800 applicants in 2 years. Madam Speaker, this is a national crisis affecting millions of Canadians with the highest price increase since 2006. When will the minister realize and admit that his program is not working?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for that question. I would point out to the Conservatives that every single measure we've put in place to fix the housing crisis in this country has been opposed by their party, including the measures to help first-time buyers access the homes of their choice. For example, the tax on vacant properties and offshore speculation, the disclosure requirements under beneficial ownership, the first-time home buyers plan itself, even the modifications to make more people qualified. Every single step of the way, the Conservatives say no, no, no. That leaves us with the status quo, a status quo they created. They are the problem, not our government. Our government has invested $72 billion in addressing the situation. Change is happening, and change will be.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
StatsCan released a new housing price index for May. New home prices have increased 11.3% year over year, and this is the largest increase since November 2006. Prices for lumber and other products increased 17.9% from the previous month. It's more than doubled year over year. Madam Speaker, can the Prime Minister explain why he's implemented such incredibly poor economic policies, leading to increased inflation and higher home prices, effectively crushing the dreams of young Canadian families looking to buy their first home?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Unfortunately, we are not able to hear the Honourable Member. He needs to have his mic on.
I apologize, it double-clicked. The reality is this, is that our government is the first government in a generation to address the housing crisis in this country, not only from the question of affordable housing, but housing affordability. The investments we've made in the National Housing Strategy, now $72 billion, include supports to broaden the supports to rental housing market being built in this country, as well as creating clear access and bridges to home ownership if that's the choice that Canadians make. Inflation is presenting a serious challenge. We are working to make sure that we achieve on our housing goals because Canadians expect us to deliver on the right to housing, expect us to deliver a budget that supports this. The question is, why do the Conservatives oppose all these changes?
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Madam Speaker, last week Conservatives brought forward a motion that called on this government to address Canada's housing affordability crisis. We laid out common sense solutions to help Canadians achieve their dreams of home ownership, but the Liberals voted against it. Today, Stats Canada is reporting the largest increase in new home prices in 15 years. Increasing inflation, out-of-control Liberal deficits are only exacerbating the situation. Why are the Liberals pushing home ownership further out of reach for young Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
I have to say that listening to the Conservatives talk about housing is really quite astonishing, considering they didn't do it the entire time they were in office. But I'll tell you this, the measures we're taking to create and sustain housing affordability are critically important to Canadians. But the pamphlet or the postcard they produced last week as a budget proposal, for example, to collapse the entire national housing strategy overnight, made no sense whatsoever. And when they said temporarily suspend ownership opportunities that I think are too generous for foreign offshore owners, they didn't even put a time limit on that. Is it a day, a month, a week? It was a pamphlet with slogans. I live in a province that's governed by a Conservative government that uses slogans. It doesn't work. You need real policies.
The Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unlike the Harper Conservatives who defunded scientific inquiry, our government understands how essential it is to have a strong and resilient research and science ecosystem. Canadians are at the forefront of cutting-edge research into scientific issues. Would the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry update the House about recent investments that the government has made to help scientists conduct their research and spur innovation during this pandemic?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Markham-Stouffville for her excellent question on a very important issue. As she said earlier this week, I was proud to announce on behalf of Canadians an historic investment of over $635 million to foster a stronger and more vibrant research and science ecosystem in Canada. Through these investments, we have supported innovative, world-class research to better address and overcome some of the most pressing challenges. These investments, Madam Speaker, will create prosperity for all Canadians. Thank you.
Member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, Oshawa is home to Ontario Tech University, an institution designed to be a key economic driver in my community. A 2018 study found that 65% of software engineers and 30% of other STEM graduates leave Canada for opportunities abroad. The global tech race is on, and with the expiry of the American H-1B visa ban in March, American tech companies are free to again start poaching our youngest and brightest. Madam Speaker, when will Canadian students see a targeted plan to keep them and their futures in Canada?
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the member for a very important question, Madam Speaker. We know that investment in science, technology, and innovation are crucial. We know that we need to invest more in trainings and make sure that the people have the skills. I would agree with the member. We need to do everything we can to retain our bright talent here in Canada, because we know that talent attract investments. And that's why in the last budget we presented, Madam Speaker, there's a number of measures to make sure that Canada remain the most attractive place for talent around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister's misleading and blind partisan rhetoric over the last week is quite something. It was recently pointed out to me that their attitude is like that of an irresponsible student who only when faced with a deadline and possible failure in a class realizes their actions have consequences. But instead of taking responsibility, they are simply blaming others, blaming the system, and screaming it's simply not fair. Their condescending attitude abdicates the responsibility they have to serve Canadians. It's time to end the excuses and grow up. Will these Liberals take responsibility for their failures?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I find it bizarre the honourable member is pointing the finger on blind partisan arguments when he seems to ask a question without a real subject other than a generic allegation about the government's failures. Let me tell him about the government's work. We launched one of the most ambitious pandemic responses, both from a public health and economic point of view. We are leading the world when it comes to the number of Canadians who have received their first dose, and we have protected millions of Canadians' jobs. We have 9 million families keep food on the table and a roof over their heads with CERB. We've had about 5 million Canadians being kept on payroll as a result of the wage subsidy. We have a plan that's going to kickstart this recovery if only the Conservatives would stop.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
21 years ago, a little girl named Heather was playing in her front yard in Cloverdale. Her neighbor, 24-year-old violent pedophile Shane Ertmoot, sexually assaulted and brutally murdered her, stuffed her in his hockey bag, and dumped her in the lake. Shane was sentenced to life in prison, and recently the parole board approved his early day release. Even though he admits that he continues to experience disturbing sexual urges, he plans to work in public parks, which are visited by many Victoria families. Will this government commit to review this release immediately and overturn the board's decision?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very worrisome case the member raises. The parole board acts at arm's length according to established processes, but I will be interested in looking for more information about this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, my community in Brampton North was hit hard by COVID-19 earlier this year, and we've worked tirelessly to get cases down and vaccinations up. I'm proud to say that over 75% of adults in Peel region have received at least one dose, but we know there's more work to do and to make sure we're all protected from COVID-19. To the Minister of Health, what actions can Canadians take right now to help us all have a safer summer?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, to the member from Brampton North for her ongoing and continued advocacy for her constituents. Her work is tremendous, and I am so grateful to have her as a partner in that work. What Canadians can do is continue to show up to get vaccinated. You know, we are the #1 vaccinator in the G7, and that speaks to the hard work of the immunizers, but it also speaks to the willingness of Canadians to do the right thing and get vaccinated to protect themselves and their communities. And while we're getting that job done, Madam Speaker, let's continue to do the other things that we know that will keep ourselves safe. Follow our local public health measures, wear a mask, protect our community.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, recent policy changes to the Canada Summer Jobs Program are hurting university students who need that program the most. Employers have been told that the longest a single job can last is 8 weeks. Well, university students need at least 12 to 16 weeks to make enough money for next year's studies, and so they won't apply for these jobs. So will the minister bring back flexibility to the program so jobs can be created that meet the needs of both university students and employers? Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we are very excited that this year we've offered more jobs to Canada Summer Jobs than ever before. Up to 150,000 opportunities are available. Madam Speaker, we Prior to project approvals, of course, the member opposite had the opportunity to provide feedback on all the recommended projects, and I encourage students to go to Job Bank and apply for a job, take advantage of this wonderful opportunity to contribute to your community and to get work experience as you head back into university in the fall.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox Addington.
Madam Speaker, I've been troubled to see the suspension of Canadians' ability to travel domestically and internationally as guaranteed by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We've seen Manitoba close their borders, keeping one half of the country from the other. How many family vacations will be ruined by these measures? Just yesterday, CBC reported from an anonymous government source that a vaccine passport program will be implemented for travelers entering Canada soon. Why is the government at liberty to discuss with CBC something that has never been presented or debated in the House of Commons?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you know what will inevitably ruin Canadians' vacation plans is any member of their family becoming sick with COVID-19. Every step of the way, we've relied on science and evidence to protect Canadians, to ensure that our communities are safe and increasingly free of COVID-19. We've done a great job together. It's really due to Canadians' hard work at protecting each other and the many sacrifices that they have made to do that. And I want to thank all Canadians for stepping up, because of a country that has COVID banished from our communities is the safest one. Thank you very much.
And that brings us this Friday to end of question period. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwananook-Askey.
Madam Speaker, there have been consultations amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I hope that you will find consent for the following motion: that in light of the uncovering of unmarked graves at residential schools, the House call on the government to establish an independent commission with the resources to establish standards and provide oversight in the searches of records, in ground searches, and investigations in accordance with the wishes of communities, as well as invite international experts, including the International Commission on Missing Persons, to work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities to bring their children home.
Having heard the honourable member, I will ask all those opposed. We need unanimous consent to pass this motion. So therefore, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. There is dissent, and therefore it cannot be adopted. Point of order. I do have 1 point of order, 2 points of order, so I'll go to the first one that came up. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Immediately following the conclusion of my SO31, I received a message from AV Services and Translation saying that unfortunately the sound of my mic at the time made it so that they were unable to properly translate my SO31, which was done in half French and half in English. Madam Speaker, I'm therefore requesting kindly that I be able to redo my SO31.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Point of order. A point of order. The honourable member for, well, I actually got a nay on that. So the House says, so therefore it is not approved. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby also has a point of order. Sorry, I had the honourable member for Timmins James Bay that had a point of order.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify, Madam Speaker, I didn't quite hear it, but it was the Liberal Party that turned down the support for Indigenous people in finding the bodies of them.
On a point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby has a point of order as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The precedent was set, as you'll recall, a few years ago. We had unanimous consent to put the motion. That was accepted. Then you asked for unanimous consent to adopt the motion. That was declined. What that means is because the motion was accepted, we now have to have a parliamentary vote on that. You can check the precedents back to 2015, Madam Speaker, but that is indeed the case. When the House allows the presentation of a motion, then subsequent to that, if unanimous consent for adoption of the motion is denied, it does mean that we then go to a vote. And so the member moving from Churchill Kiwatanuk Aski, having had the House accept the presentation of the motion, we would normally go to a vote. I would suggest, though, Madam Speaker, you might want to ask for unanimous consent to adopt again, because I think that would very clearly, the second time around, avoiding a vote, I think you would probably find unanimous consent. But if unanimous consent is not given for adoption, we have to proceed to a vote on it.
Est-ce que tu penses que... So just on the point of order from the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby, I just want to remind him on the procedure that is before the House on when tabling these types of motion under a point of order. So my first intervention was asking whether someone was against the Honourable Member moving the motion. To please say nay, and there was no nays on moving the motion. And then when the following step is that asking the House has heard the terms of the motion and whether or not they agree with the motion, which is all those opposed to the motion will please say nay, and it was not carried. Therefore, it is not a point of debate at this point. Sorry. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby has another point of order.
Just on this, Madam Speaker, I would ask the table to very clearly check the precedents from 2015. The Speaker ruled at that time, that is the precedents and the jurisprudence, that when the motion is allowed to be moved unanimously and then the adoption of the motion is denied, then the House proceeds to a vote on adoption of the motion. That is the clear precedence. I'll give the table time to look at the precedents, but it's been clearly set, Madam Speaker, and I would ask you through the table to look at that precedence and then come back with an ulterior ruling.
I appreciate the additional information the Honourable Member has provided. We will certainly do a bit more, look into this some more, and we'll get back to the House briefly if need be. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, also has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as we've known with the virtual Parliament, when a member from technical reasons was not able to complete their SO31, the Speaker himself has had the ability to indicate to the member to start again. When that doesn't occur, for whatever reasons, members have stood up, explain themselves. This is something that's beyond the member's control. And I think there might have been some confusion. He wasn't asking to repeat because of something that he had said. He was asking to repeat the SO31 because there was a technical problem. And in the past, we've always granted leave for that. So I just want to make sure members understood it wasn't the member, it was a technical problem from the system. The Honourable Member is correct, and
after reviewing the request, I will grant the honourable member to redo his SO30. The honourable member sorry, I have the parliamentary secretary, but c'était quoi, Fraser? Okay. L'honorable député de Vaudreuil-Soulanges, non? Okay. Order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance first.
Madam Speaker, I rose to speak to the same point of order. You seem to have granted what I think is an appropriate remedy. I would only point out that it may actually impinge points of privilege if, due to problems with translation, a member is unable to give their statement, but I believe you've granted the appropriate remedy, so thank you.
I see that the Honourable Member for Parliamentary Secretary seems to have another point of order, so I'll have him go up. His hand is still up, or is that an error? Okay. So we will have him remove, lower his hand. And I think there was a technical issue with the Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges again, and so I'm just going to double check that he is online so that he can redo his SO31.
I am indeed online.
Okay, the Honourable Member?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am online.
He can go ahead with his SO31.
Madame la Présidente, une chose qui unit les Canadiens.
Madam Speaker, something that brings Canadians together throughout Canada is our love of hockey. Yes, it's June, and the outdoor skating rinks in Vaudreuil-Soulanges have melted and been replaced. Skates have been replaced by swimsuits, but, Madam Speaker, it is the NHL playoffs, so none of that matters. What matters is that a Canadian team is now fighting for the Stanley Cup, and we are all standing with them.
Hockey's most storied franchise are in the conference finals against the Vegas Golden Knights. And while those in Vegas may be going all in supporting their team, we know that going all in Vegas can come with a price. What kind of price, you ask, Madam Speaker? Well, a big price. And if they haven't factored in that price, well, that price may just be too much to handle. Madam Speaker, after every game, it feels more like 1993, and the only thing left to do is to bring that cup back to Montreal. Au nom de toute cette chambre.
On behalf of this House and all Canadians, I say, allons-y les boys, go Habs go.
And that brings us to tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36 bracket 8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 16 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have the honor today to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade entitled Reform of the World Trade Organization, Some Canadian Views and Priorities. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee also requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have a supplementary opinion from Kelowna, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm standing on behalf of the Conservative Committee members on the Trade Committee to present our supplementary opinion, which is attached with the report on WTO reform. As this is likely to be the final report tabled by the committee before we return in September, I'd like to thank the clerk, analysts, and technical staff of the committee for all their hard work in ensuring our meetings ran smoothly during this extraordinary time. I also want to thank the Chair and all committee members for their work and contributions over the session. In our supplementary opinion, we highlight the important role the WTO has when it comes to free and fair trade globally. The pandemic has shown some gaps for where the WTO could be reformed or better utilized, including in recent cases such as the dispute settlement process via the WTO's appellate body, as well as when it comes to finding a common ground solution via the TRIPS Council on intellectual property rights around COVID-19 vaccines. Madam Speaker, Conservative Committee members also highlight an observation we heard from Global Affairs Canada officials on the definition of developed and developing countries at the WTO, with each country getting to define themselves as they choose, with both of these salutations having different rights. We believe that the Government of Canada's work on the Ottawa Group on WTO reform could also look into this definition to help standardize it to improve fairer trade globally. We have also included recommendations in this supplementary opinion, which we hope the government will take into account. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs entitled Report on the Government's Report to Parliament, August 2020, Prorogation COVID-19 Pandemic. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
And we do have supplementary opinions. The Honourable Member Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The official opposition generally agrees with the committee's findings and recommendations of the government's claims for why it prorogued Parliament last August. It was clear to Conservatives that the Liberals shut down Parliament last summer to cancel 4 committee investigations into the WE scandal and to prevent the Ethics Committee from learning how profitable the Trudeau family name has been for the Prime Minister's mother and brother. We deeply regret that the Liberals mounted a filibuster for over 100 days, preventing the committee from hearing from the Prime Minister and anyone else who had his decision to shut down Parliament. With the help of the New Democrats, the Liberals managed to avoid any further scrutiny in committee. Where Conservatives part company with the committee's report is that we think the committee should actually finish this study by hearing from the Prime Minister. We think the committee should be empowered to order the Prime Minister to give testimony and for the committee to see the private PMO's emails and text messages about the plan to shut down Parliament. The committee report and the Liberal filibuster add another chapter of this government's record. More scandals, more corruption, and more cover-ups. That is just what Canadians can expect from this Prime Minister and these Liberals. There is only one choice to end this corruption and secure accountability in Ottawa. It's Canada's Conservatives. Thank you so much.
Presenting reports from committee, l'honorable député de la...
The Honourable Member for Lexington.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development entitled The Volkswagen Defeat Device Case and Enforcement of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member, Mr. Albus, seconded by Ms. Dancho, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Assistance for Repayment of Student Loans. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I rise in my place to table a bill that proposes a new way that we can help support students who are struggling with student debt. My bill proposes to amend the Income Tax Act so that employers can voluntarily enter into an arrangement in which part of the employee's remuneration would go towards student loan repayments as a tax-free benefit. What this changes currently, Madam Speaker, if an employer wanted to help an employee pay off their apprenticeship or their student loan, that help would be taxed as regular income. That doesn't provide the needed and necessary help to students struggling with student debt. Student loan balances are often listed by young adults as a major reason for suffering from economic anxiety. allowing employers and employees to voluntarily enter into an agreement in which part of the employee's remuneration would go towards an apprenticeship loan or student loan repayment as a tax-free benefit would help young people to pay down debt and start saving for the future by encouraging good financial management habits. I want to thank all of my constituents, particularly those young students that have shared with me the pressure that they're under, and that I am hopeful that all members of this place, Madam Speaker, will help support this initiative. Thank you.
Mr. Alba, seconded by Ms. Stancho, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier sur ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Before I go to presenting petitions, I do want to, I know that we did get notice that there are quite a few petitions, so I'm just wondering if individuals can stand up so that we can gauge the amounts. Okay, and same thing online, virtually. So I do see that there is quite a few, and I would then remind members to keep their intervention short in order to ensure that as many individuals as possible can table petitions. If there's not enough time, those petitions will have to be taken up the next time that we do petitions before the House. Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petition.
Honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm honored to rise today to present two petitions. The first one, whereas the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, or the Magnitsky Law, sanctions foreign officials responsible for gross human rights violations or acts of corruption. For over 21 years, China's Communist Party officials have orchestrated the torture and killing of large numbers of people who practice Falun Gong, a spiritual discipline promoting the principles of truth, compassion, and tolerance, including the killing of practitioners on a mass scale for their vital organs to fuel the communist regime's organ transplant trade. We, the undersigned, citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to deploy all legal sanctions, including the freezing of assets and barring of entry into Canada, against but not limited to, and there are many that are listed in this petition. The second one, and I'll make it quick, we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, draw the attention of the House of Commons to the following. Whereas Ethiopia has experienced alarming bouts of unrest and violence in the last year. Conflict has engulfed the Tigray region of Ethiopia, leading to egregious human rights abuses and a humanitarian crisis. Humanitarian actors and independent journalists and researchers have almost no access to the affected regions. They are being shut out from human rights, and many human rights violations have been going on, and there are many other things listed on this petition. Thank you so much.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present two petitions. The first petition was sent to me by Lynn Cockburn and the Canadians for Peace in Cameroon, which addresses the continuing violence in the northwest and southwest regions of Cameroon and reports that the Canadian-made technology from L3 Westcam has reportedly been used by the Cameroonian government to carry out reconnaissance and surveillance missions to suppress peaceful protests and provide information to government security forces who are accused of committing human rights violations and war crimes. The petition calls on the government to ensure that no further Westcam systems, spare parts, or training support services are exported to Cameroon, and that no other Canadian-made military or dual-use technology are exported to Cameroon until there is a peaceful resolution to the Anglophone crisis. The second petition, E3122, is concerning the ongoing humanitarian tragedy in Yemen. The civil war has killed hundreds of thousands of people and has left an estimated 24 million people and nearly 80% of the population in desperate need of humanitarian support. The petitioners call on the government to immediately halt arms to Saudi Arabia and participate in international efforts to immediately end Saudi-led attacks on Yemen civilians and support international partners in lifting the siege on Santa Airport and Hudnia Port in order to ensure humanitarian assistance can be delivered.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to present petition E3312, which has been signed by nearly 5,000 people across Canada. The petitioners note that the protection of the rights of children around the world is a priority of the government, and they note that all signatories to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Children have the obligation to ensure basic due process rights for children in accordance with international juvenile justice standards. They point to the 2019 United Nations report on children and armed conflict, which they say raised concerns about the detention of children in Israel's justice system, and they call on the House of Commons to urge the Subcommittee on International Human Rights to urgently study this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member presenting petitions, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in Pefferlaw, we believe in rolling up our sleeves to help each other and the power of our voices. And I'm happy today to rise on behalf of the residents of Pefferlaw. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to rehabilitate the historic Pefferlaw Dam and ensure the Pefferlaw River flows again. Built in the 1820s, the Pefferlaw Dam has a cultural, historical, environmental, economic, recreational significance to the visitors and residents of Pefferlaw. And I would like to thank the petitioners. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present these petitions and appreciate the fact that they continue to come into the House. These individuals have indicated that sex selection abortion is legal in Canada because we have no restrictions to date, and in spite of the fact that 84% of Canadians believe it should be illegal to have an abortion simply when the sex of the child is not favored. International organizations, including the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women and the United Nations Children's Fund, have identified unequal sex ratios at birth as a growing problem internationally, and our medical associations have indicated that in Canada as well. So they're calling on this government to bring forward a criminal code prohibition of sex-selective abortion. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to stand here to present a petition from 165 Canadians who point out that the opioid crisis is the most deadly, one of the most deadly public health emergencies of our lifetime. And they ask this government to take steps to end overdose deaths and injuries, to immediately collaborate with the provinces and territories to develop a comprehensive action plan, and ensure that any plan considers reforms that other countries have used, such as legal regulations of drugs to ensure safe supply, decriminalization for personal use, and changes to flawed drug policy and policing, and ensure that this emergency is taken seriously with adequately funded programming and supports. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present this petition today. This is part of a large stack that I have with over 15,000 signatures now. People are really concerned about the trashing of the last remaining old-growth forests in British Columbia, less than 3% left, and they are calling on the government to act, to work with the province and First Nations to follow through on our international commitments to protect biodiversity and to save these forests as part of our climate action plan and reconciliation with First Nations, to get a refocus on second and third growth forests, value-added logging, stop the export of raw logs, stop the grinding up of whole trees for biofuel pellets, and protect our old-growth forests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three petitions that I'm pleased to present today from concerned Canadians from this great country. The first petitioners are deeply concerned about the devastating impact the pandemic has had on the travel industry and independent travel agents in particular. These petitioners are calling on the government to ensure that any financial aid that is afforded to the airlines is conditional on the payment of commissions to travel agents who are being left out of any discussions. They also want to ensure that any commissions clawed back by the airlines are returned in a timely fashion to the travel agents who have already performed the work. Mr. Speaker, my second petition also from Canada's independent travel agents, specifically those from Airdrie, Innisfail, and Calgary, Alberta. Like those in the last petition, they worked hard early in the pandemic, rebooking flights and canceling flights only to have their commissions clawed back. They were not paid for their work. These petitioners are asking the government to continue the Canada Recovery Benefit for an additional 6 months following the lifting of pandemic travel advisories. They also want to see the benefits maintained at $2,000 per month for the hardest hit sectors of the economy. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I have a third petition from independent travel agents who are also struggling with the current travel and quarantine requirements in effect. These petitioners are also calling for specific sector funding for independent travel advisors. This sector was the first to see disruption and likely will be the last to return to normal. The petitioners are also calling on the government to extend the qualifications for the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund in urban areas to include sole proprietors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. No, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor and privilege to table this petition on behalf of petitioners from Parksville and Qualicum, Hilliers, Coombs, and Arrington. And it's timely given that there was a massive fire on Highway 4 yesterday at the Whiskey Creek gas station. They're calling in support of volunteer firefighters, and they cite that 83% of Canada's total firefighting essential needs are supported by first responders and volunteer firefighters. Mr. Speaker, this works out. They get about a $3,000 tax credit for 200 volunteer hours that were completed in a calendar year. This works out to a mere $450 per year, which we allow these essential volunteers to keep of their own income from their regular jobs or small businesses. It's about $2.25 an hour. Mr. Speaker, they're calling on the government to increase this tax credit, which would allow these essential volunteers to keep more of their hard-earned money likely to be spent in their communities in which they live, and also that these essential volunteers, like I cited yesterday, not only put their lives on the line and give their time, training, and efforts to Canadians, but they also allow cities and municipalities to keep property taxes lower. They're calling for the increase of the tax exemption to go from $3,000 to $10,000, which I think would be the honorable thing to do, Mr. Speaker, given that approximately 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidents every year.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of hundreds of Canadians joining their voices to thousands of other Canadians from coast to coast to coast, all of them petitioning Parliament to adopt Motion 1, the Green New Deal. Mr. Speaker, these petitioners say that Canada has to address the climate emergency with the ambition and urgency required. And so on behalf of present and future generations, they are calling on the government to support by Motion M1, a Made in Canada Green New Deal, which calls on Canada to take bold and rapid action to adopt climate action to tackle the climate emergency while ending fossil fuel subsidies, closing offshore tax havens, and supporting workers impacted by the transition in the shift to a clean and renewable energy economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. The first petition I have to present today, it comes from Canadians from across the country. They were very much concerned when the allegations came out in the New York Times article called "The Children of Pornhub." One of the stories that we heard about there was a 15-year-old girl who had been missing for over a year was found when 58 such videos of her rape and sexual assault were discovered on Pornhub. Pornhub has no reliable system to verify the people in the videos are not being trafficked or minors being sexually exploited. Whereas over 100 survivors and 500 NGOs have written a letter calling for a full criminal investigation on MindGeek, and the Justice Committee heard shocking testimony from Pornhub executives. They are calling on the Government of Canada to investigate and prosecute companies in Canada that host content featuring sex trafficking and child sexual abuse to the fullest extent of the law. and they're calling for a review of the legislative and regulatory frameworks to ensure that Canada's laws fully prohibit online sexual explicit content featuring minors, torture, violence, cruelty, and coercion. And finally, they're asking for the introduction of legislation that would require companies to possess reliable systems to verify people in sexually explicit images are of age and not being trafficked. The next petition I have to present, Mr. Speaker, are from Canadians from across Canada. In Canada, almost a quarter of the people who leave our correctional system reoffend within 2 years of being released. They're calling for a new system to ensure that victims are at the heart of our justice system, and that we would have a system to prevent recidivism and reoffending. Therefore, they're calling on the Government of Canada to support and quickly pass Bill C-228, an act to establish the federal framework to reduce recidivism and helping to ensure our society is safer, more peaceful, and prosperous and just, and to support local communities and organizations that require that help people leaving correctional facilities to become reintegrated in society. The next petition I have to present today, Mr. Speaker, are from Canadians from across the country. They are concerned around coercion or intimidation and other forms of pressures intended to force physicians and health institutions to become parties in assisted suicide or euthanasia in the violation of their freedom of conscience. They are calling on the Government of Canada to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience supported by the passing of Bill C-268, the Protection of Freedom of Conscience Act, and to protect the charter rights of medical professionals who have not chosen to not take part directly or indirectly in euthanasia or medical assistance in dying, ensuring that all medical practitioners and healthcare institutions are free from coercion and intimidation related to providing these services. The next petition I have to present comes from.
I'm going to have to interrupt the honourable member there. The time allowed for presentation of petitions has been reached at 15 minutes. I know in some cases members have considered proposing a unanimous consent motion to extend the period. I note that this member still has, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock has more to say. There is one other member of Parliament who has petitions to present that we're aware of today. So I'd invite honourable members if they wish to proceed in that way. Otherwise, members who didn't finish today will have to consider getting back to the House at the next day of the sitting.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to finish presenting petitions today.
Is it the wish of the House, unanimous consent of the House, that, or any opposed to honourable members having the opportunity to finish their petitions? No. Okay, there is no consent. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following question will be answered today, question 733. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response to questions number 725 to 732 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the question? Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and they be tabled immediately? Any opposition to that? Hearing none, agreed and so ordered.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time also, please.
And is that also agreed? Any opposition? Hearing none, agreed and so ordered. And we'll now go to the honourable member for Timmins James Bay, I believe on a question of privilege.
Point of order.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby on a point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I too await with great interest the point of privilege from my colleague from Timmins James Bay. But I believe we have not yet resolved the issue that was raised earlier, Mr. Speaker, by the motion that was moved by the member from Churchill, Quantico-Caskey. You'll recall, Mr. Speaker, that she sought and received unanimous consent to move her motion. And then when the Speaker asked whether that motion could be adopted, the request was denied. I cited at the time, Mr. Speaker, a precedence dating back and asked the table to look into this. I have found the precedent. It's a ruling by former Deputy Speaker Comartin on June 12, 2014. On June 12, 2014, the member for Gaspésie, Île-la-Madeleine, Philip Toon, moved a similar motion, and there was unanimous consent to present the motion. Then when the speaker asked if there was unanimous consent to adopt the motion, that was denied. And so at that time, Mr. Speaker, there was a series of procedural questions that I won't go into, but essentially Deputy Speaker Comartin ruled very clearly. In a case when consent is provided for moving the motion, then consent is denied for adoption of the motion. The member then has the right to move the motion. Debate is not precluded, and ultimately the House is called upon to vote on that question. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think the government member that denied adoption may have done that by mistake, and certainly I think the first opportunity should be to allow the motion to be adopted by unanimous consent. But if it is not adopted by unanimous consent, the precedent is very clear. This is a rare occurrence, and the last jurisprudence that we have, the last speaker ruling that we have, is very clear. That because consent was given for moving the motion is now on the floor, and adoption can either be done by unanimous consent or for a vote. And I think all members would probably agree it's much simpler just to adopt it by unanimous consent. But the ruling, the precedence is very clear, and I would ask you to uphold that ruling, Mr. Speaker.
To the same point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, on the same point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue and the problem that I would have with what's being suggested is that when the Speaker made the original ruling, we have no idea in terms of if the member who said no is still in the chamber. There was a ruling. I would be very reluctant to ask once again for unanimous consent, given that the time and the dynamic has changed considerably since then. And there was already a ruling.
Well, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his additional comments, and to the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby, who always frames his arguments in a well-informed way, and the utmost of appreciation to my predecessor as well, Mr. Comartin, who I greatly admired in the House, and he was a great chair occupant. Just for the familiarity of the House, the two-step process for a unanimous consent motion, the first part is indeed consent for the member to move the motion, thereby waiving the usual notice requirement to put the motion before the House. And then, as members all know, if that waiving of the notice is accepted, the member can then propose said motion for the consideration of the House. The unanimous consent motion process, though, was only ever intended to be an immediate decision that could be taken by the House and can in no way interrupt the daily proceedings of the House. So, and this is why exactly all of the rules are such that for members to properly consider business and debate and take votes on these questions, they are put before the House in an orderly manner. The unanimous consent process is an immediate reflection of the House. It's an up or down, yay or nay. It's two steps. And if the second step does not succeed, in other words, if it's a no on the second time around, no, we don't want to accept this motion that's been proposed, then that is the end of it. And we have had several, well, admittedly, the Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby New Westminster, has certainly found a precedent, an absolutely valid one. There have been 3 other occasions where that same decision has been put before the Speaker, and we've decided, in keeping with the comments that I just reflected upon. So the UC is an immediate decision to be taken, and if there's a no on either of those 2 steps, the matter is finished. until such time as another member may wish to propose it in a different way, or indeed use other rubrics of the House to bring those matters before the House. So that's where we'll be on that. And now we'll go to the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a question of privilege, an issue that I think goes beyond merely the procedural wranglings that often happen in the House, but actually speak to issues that are confronting us as a nation and goes very much to the heart of the question of what are our obligations as parliamentarians and what do we need to do as a nation to address historic wrongs. As I walked to Parliament Hill this morning, Mr. Speaker, I noticed that the national flag continues to fly at half-mast. That's an extraordinary move, that the flags across this nation are at half-mast. And they're there, of course, to pay respect to the 215 children at the former Catholic residential school in Kamloops, whose bodies have been found. And since then, we've now know the children found in Manitoba, and we know that we will find many, many other children who never got to go home. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you took the time to stop at the Eternal Flame to see that extraordinary outpouring of sadness and respect for the children who've been taken. It shows that Canadians from all walks of life are not only shocked and saddened by what has happened to Indigenous children, but are looking to these institutions to correct it. Because the deaths of these children was not accidental. These children died through deliberate policies that were made in the chamber of the House of Commons. The taking of Indigenous children from their families, Mr. Speaker, was done to destroy Indigenous identity in Canada, and it meets one of the tests, the international tests of genocide, of the destruction of a people, is the taking of the children. And I say this in leading up to my point of privilege, because if you do, and I encourage my colleagues and citizens to go see the memorial that's at the Flame right now, because for the Indigenous people of this country, these are not historic wrongs, as the government always uses that term. It is a present-day attack through the broken social welfare system of the taking of children that has continued without pause since Confederation, and we have more children in the broken child welfare system today than ever were taken in the residential schools. So the background to this, of course, is that in response to the revelations in Kamloops and the shock on the part of Canadians and the demand for action, that we brought to this House on June 7th a motion that was voted unanimously, that given the discovery of the grave of 215 children at Kamloops Indian Residential School has led to an outpouring of grief and anger across Canada, that the vast majority of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action have remained uncompleted despite the clear path to justice and reconciliation that the Commission provides, that survivors, families, and nations are demanding concrete action to advance reconciliation as opposed to just more words and symbolic gestures, that this House calls on the government to A, cease its belligerent and litigious approach to justice for Indigenous children by immediately dropping its appeal before the federal court in file numbers T 1621-19 on compensation and T 1559-20, the Jordan's Principle for Non-Status First Nation Children recognized by their nations, and to recognize the government's legal obligation to fully comply with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal orders in this regard. B, that the government agreed to sit down with the St. Anne's Residential School Survivors Association, Petebec-Kiwewin Association, to find a just solution to the fact that survivors' access to justice has been denied as a consequence of the actions of government lawyers in suppressing evidence at the independent assessment process. C, accelerate the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, including by providing immediate further funding for further investigation into the deaths and disappearances of children at residential schools in compliance with calls to action 71 to 76. D, provide survivors, their families, and their communities with the appropriate resources to assist with the emotional, physical, spiritual, mental, and cultural trauma resulting from the residential schools. And E, within 10 days, table a progress report on the actions taken in compliance with paragraphs A through D of the present motion, and that this report be deemed to have been referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs for consideration upon tabling. I want to just stress, Mr. Speaker, the call that within 10 days to table a progress report on the actions taken in compliance with paragraphs A to D in the motion that was voted on unanimously in the House of Commons, and that report be referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Well, late last night, the Liberal government presented a report at the 11th hour. But this report in no way addresses the seriousness and specificity of what was laid out in the motion. In fact, it looks like some staffer did a cut and paste job and looked some stuff up on Google and has had the temerity to present this to Parliament. I mean, what we see are Liberal electoral claims and claims from the previous budget announcements, but they in no way meet the test of what was laid out in a very serious motion about reconciliation and justice, particularly the call to end the federal court case in files T162119, T155920, and to recognize that the government's legal obligation to fully comply with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal rulings. So that report did not respect the right of members of this House to receive the documents and the information that they can see whether or not the government has respected the will of Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that within a mere days after Parliament instructed this Prime Minister to end his belligerent and toxic legal war against Indigenous children, the Prime Minister opted instead to instruct the Minister for Indigenous Services and the Attorney General to return to federal court to try and quash the 2 federal cases specifically referenced in this motion. And once again, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the memorials to the dead children that have risen across this country, wherever you look, they will show you pictures and stories of the children still being taken today. The Human Rights Tribunal found in 2016 that this government was guilty of systemic discrimination through, quote, willful and reckless policies that they knew was harmful to the children. And Parliament called on this government to end those court cases and negotiate a just solution. And this motion is not something that could be considered unfair by government or not giving them enough time, because we know that the Assembly of First Nations has an offer on the table for the government to get out of court and to settle. The government was instructed to do that. This motion was timely, and the issue of the 10 days was important because we knew that they were getting set to return to federal court. And so instead, they've opted to hold a House in contempt. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, if you listen to the explanations of the government about why they ignored Parliament, the Indigenous Service Minister said, because we know that the Prime Minister and the Indigenous Service Minister, all the key people on this file, didn't even bother to show up to vote. And they said they didn't vote because they didn't want to show contempt for the courts. But they were more than willing to show contempt for the Indigenous people of this country. And they were more than willing to show contempt for Parliament. Mr. Speaker, if we have it as a fundamental principle that it's okay for Cabinet to absolve themselves of the obligation to respect the will of Parliament and to show contempt for Parliament, we are, I think, in very dangerous terrain. And I would also say, Mr. Speaker, that we are at a historical moment in this country. And this is why I bring this to you with such urgency. I've brought motions of privilege in the past about government doing this or not doing that, but we are talking about the policies that led to the widespread death and damage to generations of Indigenous children, and that the government says these are historic harms have been proven not to be true. It is ongoing. And what is incredibly cynical, Mr. Speaker, is that in ignoring the order of Parliament, we see what's actually in the legal case by the federal government, because this Minister of Indigenous Services has misled this House time and time and time again. He claims that, well, we're just trying to clarify jurisdictional questions. No, they're not. They're trying to quash the ruling. He claims that, quote, the tribunal failed to give due consideration to Canada's right to procedural fairness through this process, and that when Canada raised concerns about the lack of procedural process of fairness, the tribunal stated that any procedural unfairness to Canada is outweighed by the prejudice borne by the victims of discrimination. And yet, the minister took that statement that clearly says that the harms that have been done to children far outweigh the procedural fairness to the government, and are using that to attack the tribunal at federal court. And I raise this, Mr. Speaker, because in the motion it speaks about St. Anne's residential school survivors, where the federal government took the exact opposite position and said that St. Anne's survivors were not entitled to the basic principle of procedural fairness. But when it comes to denying basic services and rights to Indigenous people, the government will flip its argument. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm getting to the point of the issue of contempt. The House of Commons procedure and practices says that while contempt can be hard to define, quote, the United Kingdom Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege attempted to provide a list of some types of contempt in its 1990 report, including without reasonable excuse refusing to answer a question or provide information or produce papers formally required by the House or a committee, and without reasonable excuse disobeying a lawful order of the House or committee. And contempt is not limited to specific circumstances, but is intentionally meant to be wide-ranging and to provide the ability of the House to determine when that bar has been reached. In this case, the government has been ordered by Parliament to end its toxic legal war that has cost over $10 million in legal fees, resulted in 19 non-compliance orders, have seen obstruction after obstruction after obstruction. They've been ordered to end this legal war and to sit down and negotiate when we know that there's a negotiating table waiting for them. And they have misled the House continually. Just the other day, the Minister for Indigenous Services claimed that just because he hasn't put a 6-year-old on the witness stand means that technically he's not fighting these children in court, when in fact their legal argument rests on the dubious case that since these children were found to have suffered systemic discrimination, that the tribunal refers to as willful and reckless discrimination, that since they suffered mass discrimination, none of them are individually eligible for compensation. How can that be? And the government has also said that there has to be a test. So that means that, unless these 6 and 12 and 15-year-olds are brought before a government body to be tested for how much suffering they endured, they will fight the tribunal. Mr. Speaker, the reason that the government was hit with the $40,000 of compensation per child has to be understood very clearly. It's because when the ruling came down in 2016 and the Prime Minister said he would not contest the order, he had an opportunity then to work with Cindy Blackstock, the First Nations Family, Child and Caring Society, and the Assembly of First Nations and the other players to sit down and negotiate a way to end these harms. Instead, they didn't. They fought, they obstructed, they continually ran on the principle that they were not accountable for the lives of children. And in the end, the tribunal was so frustrated they gave the maximum penalty of $40,000 per person, per child in this case, because they said it was the worst case of indifference that the Human Rights Tribunal has ever seen, which happened under this government. And the fact that this government has continued with these actions are contrary to the will of the House and is therefore an affront to the House. And it is now up to the House to determine the action that is needed. And I say this again, Mr. Speaker, because we are at a historic crossroads. People are looking, and Indigenous people are looking whether we take this seriously, because Canada's argument all along has been that no evidence of children having been harmed through systemic and willful and reckless discrimination. They say there's no evidence that children have been harmed, when we know that we lose a child every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday in those broken systems. 3 children a week, and no one over there seems to even notice. And now they're saying they've clarified, they've changed after all these losing time and time and time again. I mean, my God, they've had more failures than the Ford Pinto when it comes to fighting Indigenous kids in court. They've lost every single decision. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time the government has failed to comply with a motion on this exact issue. On December 13th, 2019, the member for New Westminster Burnaby raised the question of privilege, alleging that the government had not complied with a motion that I had presented and was adopted unanimously in the House, calling on the government to abide by a decision made by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal on the compensation of residential school survivors. And in the Speaker's ruling of January 27, 2020, which was the Speaker's very first ruling, he said, well, for a motion to constitute an order of the House, it would have to pertain to those matters where the House, acting alone, possesses the power to compel an action. Now, this is true, for example, he says, when the House sends for persons, papers, or records, or when it regulates its own internal proceedings. Only in such circumstances will the chair determine whether disregard for the order in question constitutes a prima facie case in contempt. We were unsuccessful at that time, but today's case is substantially different, because the motion put forward was a substantive, debatable motion placed on the order paper, and that motion was subject to a recorded division. Therefore, it carries more weight because of than the unanimous consent that was expressed in 2019. In this case, it was clearly the will of the House that a document be produced and referred to the appropriate standing committee, and that document was specific to the issues related to the court cases and whether or not the government was going to respect the will of the House. And earlier this week, I will remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the government was found to having breached privilege on some issues that are very pertinent to this. And it was argued by the official opposition House leader this week in May 2019 report on the power to send for papers. The United Kingdom House of Commons Procedure Committee concluded at paragraph 16, the power of the House of Commons to require the production of papers is in theory absolute. It is binding on ministers, and its exercise has consistently been complied by the government, has been consistently been complied with by the government. The Speaker was very wise on that ruling and that matter when he stated, while they're not being challenged, it is still worth recalling that at the heart of the parliamentary system and firmly anchored in our Constitution, there are rights and privileges that are indispensable to the performance of the members' duties. And for this, we need to receive the documents that treat matters as urgent as the lives of Indigenous children and the issue of the finding of systemic discrimination to be treated with the seriousness and respect. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to conclude, but I want to mention 2 children, Jolyn Winter and Chantal Fox, age 12 years old, who died in Wapakika Reserve, and I keep their photos with me in my office. People of Wapakika begged this government during the Human Rights Tribunal to get help to children in Wapakika, and the government claimed that it was their right to decide whether or not these children got services. And those 2 12-year-old children died, and they were loved, and they are mourned. And they're mourned like so many other children have died. And this government was found guilty in the Human Rights Tribunal in one of the many, many non-compliance orders of being complicit in their deaths for their attitude that the government of Canada is not accountable to the Human Rights Tribunal. And Parliament, in paying tribute to the deaths of those children and the other children who suffered, has called on this government to change track, and they're refusing. The vote, Mr. Speaker, was a vote for reconciliation. It was a vote for recognizing the role that this institution played in policies that deliberately attempted to destroy children and destroy the Indigenous people. And it was a vote that told the government that these issues are not historic wrongs, but ongoing policies that have caused and continue to do serious damage to the Indigenous families of this nation. From the residential schools, to the 60s scoop, to the millennial scoop, to the children being taken today, there is an unbroken line of intent and damage and systemic abuse. Mr. Speaker, I urge you, we are standing at a historic moment of reckoning. And I'd like to quote and finish on this. The member for Nunavut, who just spoke this week. She said, "This place was built on the oppression of Indigenous peoples. Our history is stained with blood, children, youth, adults, and elders' blood. It is time to face the scale of justice. On one side, we have a mountain of suffering, and whenever the government gives us a grain of sand of support, they seem to think that the trauma of our past has been rectified and that somehow they deserve a pat on the back. But it will take more than a mountain of support to even begin the healing process, because as long as these halls echo with empty promises instead of real action," she says, "I will not belong here." Mr. Speaker, I urge you, in your role representing the Parliament and all our members, to hold this government to account for their contempt, their breach of privilege, and their ongoing attack on the Indigenous families and children of this nation. Thank you, Merci Miigwech.
I'll take under advisement the words of the honourable member for Timmins James Bay and take this into consideration in the time ahead and get back to the House in due course. I have the notice of privilege, the honourable member for Carleton. Je vois la députée de Saint-Jean.
I see the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Is it about the question of privilege or point of order? The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, regarding the question of privilege that was just raised, I would like to reserve the Black Québécois' right to reply. Yes, indeed. It is the right of members to add their observations regarding these questions of privilege before the House. Now, concerning a question of privilege, a continuation, I believe, the honourable member for Carleton.
Could defer my continuation, Mr.
Just ask the honourable member for Carleton for a moment. I have another point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Mr. Chair, I had my hand raised. I wanted to offer comment with respect to the question of privilege from the member for Timmins James Bay. So with respect to my colleague from Carleton, is now the appropriate time to do that?
I would say not. Ideally, certainly it's members' right to sort of add some additional comments on these matters. It would be in the normal course for add a notice to the chair around the interventions respecting questions of privileges are helpful. So I'd ask the honourable member to consider that as I explained to the honourable member for Saint-Jean. The same thing, but the member's interest is noted. And I will now go to the member for Carleton for his comments. And I ask the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan to think about perhaps doing that at another time. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will continue the point of privilege that I began earlier. As I have demonstrated, the government's decision to use printed money to pay its bills has driven up the cost of living for Canadians and increased inflation of key essentials, effectively creating the exact same conditions as a tax would on the population. Now, I will, before we hear responses from the government claiming that this money printing is for some purpose other than generating government funds for spending, let me quickly address the pretext, the false pretexts that the Bank of Canada and the government have ostensibly used to justify this money printing bonanza. First, the Bank of Canada told the Finance Committee in the spring of 2020 that the program of purchasing government debt was designed to restore order in credit and capital markets. In fairness to the bank, there was disorder in the markets at that narrow period of time in March of 2020 as the world was responding to the sudden shock of the COVID closures. The bank noted at the time that there were large gaps, there was a large what's called buy-ask spread in bond markets, which effectively means that sellers of bonds were asking significantly more than buyers were willing to pay, and as a result, these markets were seizing up, threatening the ability of governments to raise cash and for markets to function. That was the case in late March of 2020, but it only lasted about 10 days. That bid-ask spread vanished by early April, at which point bond prices not only began trading freely on public markets, but also began increasing at extraordinary paces. The bond prices began to inflate as central banks in general, but our central bank in particular, began buying them at an unprecedented pace. Furthermore, capital markets, while they did take a sudden drop in late March of that same year, had more than recovered by summer. And in fact, today, our capital markets are higher than they've ever been. In fact, the Standard & Poor's TSX, which is the largest index of Canadian stocks, rose in market value above the size of our entire GDP for the first time in Canadian history, and now I think stands somewhere around 125% of GDP, reaching record heights. Furthermore, as I have demonstrated, mortgage issuances have reached records, and they rose faster than ever before in our history. The amount of cash in people's and businesses' bank accounts has increased by $200 billion. In other words, the absence of liquidity or the seizing up of capital and credit markets can no longer be used as a justification to continue printing money and pumping it into the financial system. Now we have more cash circulating in markets, both credit and capital, than ever before, and more liquidity in the hands of businesses and households than ever before. Therefore, the claim that money printing is just designed in order to protect the liquidity of capital and credit markets is demonstrably false. Further evidence that it is false is the fact that the central bank has since changed its explanation for why it needed to continue printing money. It claimed then that it wanted to avoid disinflation or deflation. Apparently, this was the great risk they told us would result from COVID. However, as the evidence I've already presented demonstrates, there is no disinflation or deflation anywhere except perhaps in movie theaters and airplane tickets, because people are banned from effectively buying either of them. So aside from those areas of the economy for which purchases are actually banned by local authorities for public health purposes, everything is actually increasing in prices.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member has been on the same point of order now for about 50 minutes if we include the 45 minutes prior to today. If you listen to the content of what he's discussing, is nothing to do with a point of privilege, which is what he originally raised at that time. But more importantly, and I think if you would consider it in your ruling, if you consider the fact that the earliest opportunity that he had to continue this point of privilege was yesterday, and he chose not to do it yesterday, and that should give some indication, being that it was an opposition day, why he chose not to do it yesterday. So I think it's clear that what's going on here is filibustering in order to prevent discussion on government legislation. And indeed, what the member is not contributing is a point of privilege, which is what is to be discussed right now. I understand you've given him latitude. I think that's fair, but he really has never come to discuss what the actual issue of privilege is. Maybe you want to give him 2 or 3 more minutes to do exactly that, but then I think it's fair to use your power as the Speaker to cut him off and to say you've heard what you've heard and you have what you need and that you will come back with a ruling later.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent on the same point of order.
Speaker, on that point of order, 3 elements to remind when you will make your decision. First of all, the member for Carleton respects rules by rules, the rules that we have here in this House of Commons when he raised his question of privilege 2 days ago, and when he's raised again, he will make conclusion of his point of privilege today, first of all. Secondly, the decision belongs to you, Mr. Speaker, to no one else. And I know that you will make your decision, and I will respect your decision for sure, because you're the Speaker of the House, and you have no lesson to receive from both sides of the House, you will have the decision to make. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague from Kingston, the Island, raised the issue of filibuster, I remind him that his party is super efficient when we talk about filibuster, because in 5 parliamentary committees, they spend 177 hours of filibuster. We are peewee compared to them.
So I thank honourable members for their additional comments. And before I go back to the honourable member for Carleton, I'll just let him know. Indeed, the members who bring questions of privilege before the House should take the appropriate time to explain the reasons to which they believe a breach of privilege has occurred. But in fact, the convention that we take as chair occupants on these matters is to listen sufficiently long to have an appropriate comprehension of the matters, the members' proposition, and their concern about a breach of privilege sufficient to render a decision upon it. So it really is an individual member making a case to the Speaker that in fact a prima facie case of privilege exists, and that is why it generally follows with the opportunity to, if the Speaker should wish, that the member put the motion, after which then a debate on the matter can ensue. But initially, it's really an individual member making their arguments to the Speaker. I will listen to the honourable member. I recognize the honourable member for Carleton has been diligent in already presenting uninterrupted more than 30 minutes on this particular point. It is a complex point. I will listen to him further, but I will ask him also to bring his presentation around to the specific area that he believes there has been a breach of his privileges. We'll go back to the honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Bank of Canada and the government have then claimed that the reason why they must continue to expand the money supply, print cash, and provide it to the government is to avoid deflation or disinflation, which they identified as a great threat from COVID. But as I was saying, there is no evidence that either of these threats have manifested themselves. Outside of sectors for which consumers are banned to spend their money, like airlines and movie theaters, effectively, there is inflation everywhere, inflation. And in fact, as I said, inflation has now exceeded not only the 2% target of the Bank of Canada, but the 1 to 3% acceptable range for inflation. So we are well out of the woods of any concern that we're going to plunge this year or any time in the immediate future into a deflationary spiral. So that cannot be the justification. And finally, the Bank of Canada has claimed that it is continuing to print money because unemployment remains high. Now, it is true that unemployment is high. We are the second highest employment region in the G7, but there is absolutely no evidence, historical or present, that printing money will do anything about that at all. Money printing has never created jobs, and in fact, if the Bank of Canada were to look upon its own history in the 1970s, when it began a similar program of money creation, the result was higher unemployment that reached 12%, inflation that also reached 12%, and then later interest rates to quell that inflation reaching 20%. That was the stagnation crisis of the early 80s that, I might add, left us with not just the worst economic situation since the Depression, but also the highest suicide rate among Canadians. In other words, fighting unemployment cannot be the justification for printing money. In quite the contrary, it makes no sense. So that leaves one explanation for the ongoing money printing, and that is that it is intended to fund government operations. Now, it is standard and customary, Mr. Chair, for a member making claims of a breach of privilege of this type to rely on expert witness evidence. That is to say, to rely on the scientists and others who know the facts, the way that they would testify as expert witnesses in a court of law. And so I will bring to your attention the views on this specific matter of the inflation tax of the most renowned economic scientists in the history of the world. I will start with a 1978 lecture from Nobel laureate economic scientist.
Member, I see he's going into another segment of his presentation. Ask him if he has a thought as to how many more minutes he needs to frame these arguments.
About 30 minutes.
I asked the honourable member, we're really at a point where I've heard enough. We've had enough information presented that we're able to make a determination as to the prima facie case. I'm going to give him another 2 or 3 minutes to bring his comments to a close, after which point we're going to be in an appropriate position. I will be in an appropriate position to make the decision on the question of privilege, and when we get back to the House, depending on what that decision is, we'll have the opportunity to proceed from there. And so I'm going to go back to the honourable member for Carleton and ask him to wrap up.
Will I then address the third and final characteristic of a tax, which is that it is compulsory. This inflation tax is obviously compulsory. If you do not pay the inflation tax, you can't buy food, which has gone up in price. You cannot buy housing, which has gone up in price. You cannot buy clothing, which has gone up in price. You cannot buy any of the essentials. The only way to avoid paying this inflation tax is to freeze, starve, and go without fuel to power your life. In other words, other than to die, you have to pay the costs that are applied. And the only alternative to that would be to violate a federal statute in the criminal code that bans people from stealing. Because that is, again, the only way to get around paying the inflated prices that governments have imposed upon people. So this inflation has all of the three defining characteristics of a tax as provided in the Oxford Dictionary. One, basically that it raises money, a levy for the government. Two, that it is paid by the people. And three, that it is compulsory. It is all three of those things. Now, the tradition of requiring every tax increase that is imposed on the population come before Parliament is one that dates back 800 years to the Magna Carta. It is probably the reason we have Parliament, Mr. Chair. The number one point of tension between the commoner and the king has been on the king's insatiable appetite for tax revenue and the commoner's desire to resist that appetite and protect his or the fruits of his or her labor. If you are to rule that governments are allowed to do indirectly what they cannot do directly, that is to say, print money to fund their spending and pass on the costs through higher inflation to the population, you will effectively be setting a staggering precedent whereby governments can violate the principle of no taxation without representation by simply going around the parliamentary legislation and raising taxes through the creation of cash. I finally point out that the reason for this rule, Mr. Chair, is not just to stop government from taking too much, but to stop it from taking from the wrong places. This is a tax we would never approve because it falls heaviest on those with the least and in a roundabout way, by inflating their assets, improves the fortunes of those with the most. If you were to put before, in conclusion, if you were to put before this House a proposition to raise taxes on the poorest people in the land in order to increase the wealth of the most affluent people in the land and provide government with unlimited ability to spend, that would be voted down nearly unanimously, because there's not a person in this chamber that would have the guts to go back to their constituents and defend such a voting decision. That is precisely why we have this precedent. It is why we have the privilege and the duty to vote on every single tax increase. I ask you to uphold these ancient English liberties that make Parliament relevant and that make this country a place of the commoners, not of the crown. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member for Carleton for his comments on this matter, and we'll take it under advisement and get back to the House in due course. It now being 1:30 p.m., the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Mr. Speaker. Private members' business. Second reading of Bill S-204, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, standing in the name of Mr. Genius.
I do see the honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, wanting to get in on a point of order. I will get to him. Let me just read the order and we'll get underway with debate, and then I'll get to the Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Genis, seconded by Mr. Brunel Duceppe, moves that Bill S-204, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. And we'll now, before we go to debate, I'm just going to go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I do believe and would ask, and I rise on a matter of privilege, and please allow me the time. It will be brief. It'll only be 2 or 3 minutes, hopefully. But I think it's important that I emphasize what I believe the Speaker needs to look into. The issue is, what is a breach of privilege? And I would like to get a clearer understanding that goes beyond what our standing orders is saying. And I say that because I believe at a time when Canadians need Parliament to work, to help them through this pandemic, that we're seeing an opposition tactic that's being used that is very toxic in terms of partisanship. The issue, Mr. Speaker, is that of privileges and points of orders, and to what degree they can be used as a tool to be an actual filibuster. So without me contributing beyond that, I would be very much interested in a ruling coming from the Speaker's chair as to, is there a limit? How far is too far? I'm concerned about the limited amount of time and how privileges are actually being used. And I would very much, from a parliamentarian, very much interested in this issue. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on the face of what he has suggested. It does refer back to my earlier comments. Typically, when a member is posing a question of privilege for the consideration of the chair, it is on them to present their arguments so that the chair, the Speaker, may decide whether indeed a breach of privilege has occurred. And if it's a yes to that, then a motion is moved and the debate can be taken. To the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary's question, the amount of time is completely at the discretion of the Speaker. Once he or she has heard enough, if they're convinced that they have enough information with which to render a decision on that proposition, as has just been seen here today, this afternoon. Once enough information has been provided, the limit has been reached, and we move on to other business. The opportunities to raise questions of privilege are an important privilege of honourable members, but they can only interrupt the process of debate and the day's business to the extent that conventions and practices permit, and ultimately the chair occupant, the Speaker who hears the intervention, decides what that is. Okay? So I think we'll leave it at that. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I do completely agree with you, and I would submit further that, like you said, it is a right of members to present their point of privilege, and it is indeed a sacred and very important right. But it is also the responsibility of all members not to abuse that right. And from time to time, it would be your job to determine if such abuse is occurring.
That is indeed correct. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
In that vein, Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering whether the parliamentary secretary actually gave you the requisite notification that he was going to raise that point of privilege. That's a concern as well.
It's a good question. When the honourable parliamentary secretary initially raised his point of order, I wasn't too sure whether it was a new question of privilege. Indeed, I think what I received it as is a, if you will, almost a follow-up intervention with respect to two earlier questions of privilege that the House has been involved with today. But it is, I think, a good reminder for honourable members, if they do wish to bring something like that before the House, 1 hour's notice is required, and I urge honourable members to do that. I see we're 6 minutes into our time for private members' business, and we're going to start debate on that now, and we're going to start first with the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill S-204 would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ without consent. It fights the horrific practice of forced organ harvesting and trafficking. I'm not going to speak much about the bill because everyone already knows that this bill should pass. This bill has already passed the Senate twice and the House once unanimously. This bill started out as a Liberal bill under Boris Yashnevsky and Erwin Kotler. The question today is not about the substance of the bill. The question is about whether the government is committed to doing what they know to be the right thing and allowing this bill to pass, or whether they will prevent the bill from passing. If this bill passes now, then the House can immediately resume consideration of the government's budget. So they can either support that to happen, or they can spend the hour talking, both delaying this bill and delaying their own budget. Therefore, I would like to seek the consent of the House that, notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at the conclusion of today's debate on Bill S-204, the bill be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in a committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. Thank you.
Therefore, Katusaki suppose.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving this motion will please say nay.
No?
No, we do not have unanimous consent. We will now continue with the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was disappointing to hear the no from...
Just a moment. Point of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I believe after somebody puts forward a motion in the middle of their speech, they don't get to continue on speaking after that. I think the proper rule would be to go to the next speaker, wouldn't it? The member is, in the normal context, yes, given that the motion was proposed in such a way that would be acted upon at the end of today's debate, the expectation is that it would go the full hour, and members that are scheduled for debate would participate in it. So because the motion actually proposed, not as in the usual course, often a motion at the end of one speech, would be proposed, for example, an amendment. If the amendment carries at that point, the debate would then continue on the amendment, and you're right, there would be no further, the member would have used all their time to do that. In this particular case, because the proposition was to essentially take effect at the end of the hour, we'll accept that the members will normally have their space for their remarks. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, wanted to add to that point of order, or does he just want to pick it up from here?
Mr. Speaker, it's somewhat of a moot point. I am very disappointed the member for Kingston and the Islands chose to say no to this unanimous consent motion, given that the House has unanimously supported this bill in the past. But I'm done my speech. I'm going to sign off now and hope that we'll speed things along.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands on a point of order.
If the member is able to confirm that I am the individual that said no, I would love for him to be able to do that. But in the meantime, perhaps he shouldn't be suggesting that until he is somehow able to confirm that, Mr. Speaker.
as members have kind of reflected on. I think we heard that earlier today, though, when yeas and nays are provided in the House, they are, general in nature and not necessarily assigned to individual members. I'm going to go back to the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan, to finish up his remarks. He has 13 minutes remaining if he wishes to use all of that, and then we'll continue in the usual way. All right, okay. Thank you for the clarification. The honourable member is finished. We will now go to questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member is related to the request he's asked of the House. And I'm wondering if he might believe that at times what he was attempting to do is best done through House leadership teams where they can actually try to see if it's possible to do what it is that he's requested. So, for example, would the member support the quick passage of C30, which is the budget bill, given the implications for the pandemic and supports for Canadian? Would he support such a measure for C30, C6, C10, and C12?
It seems that we've lost the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan's signal. We're not sure what happened there, but given that we're partway into this, we're going to have to wait to see if he can get reconnected, and we will pick it up at a later time under debate for the motion that's before the House. But now I think we'll have to go to the next scheduled member on the list, and that's the honourable member for Humber River Black Creek, and we'll go to her now in debate. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this important issue today. It's an issue I've cared about for a very long time, as do many of the members of the House. But before I do that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say what a pleasure it has been to serve with you. You've been kind, pleasant, constantly, whether we were on opposite sides of a discussion. You were always very polite to everyone in the House, and I think you're in your role as Deputy Speaker, you've done a fine job, and I wish you and your lovely wife much happiness in the future as you go into what they call retirement, but I have a feeling it's not really retirement for you. So, Mr. Speaker, as I rise today for what will most likely be my last opportunity to speak before we recess for the summer break, I look forward to the opportunity of being back in my riding of Humber River Black Creek full-time this summer. It seems like it's been ages since I've seen my constituents, and especially being able to give them a hug and play bingo with them. I cannot wait to visit the local community parks, my various seniors groups, but most importantly, to spend some more time with all of my family, not just my husband. It's been quite some time since I've had the opportunity to hug my grandchildren, and I know for you it's a similar thing. And after recently receiving my second dose, this is something that will mean the world to me. But before that happens, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the team, the clerks, all of the people in the team that kept us going forward in this diligent management of this year's House proceedings. It certainly was an extremely difficult time and a real learning experience for many of us, but we could not have done our job if all of you in the Centre had not done such an incredible job. It's amazing what we've accomplished in such difficult times. So thank you again. And I'd also like to thank the House of Commons support staff for their tireless effort assisting members to operate virtual Parliament. The number for the IT area is front and center in my home by my computer, because it's a question, like all of my colleagues, very often not able to get things to work and having to call the wonderful people in IT. So thank you to all of them. But it wasn't an easy job, but we all managed to get through it. So it's my hope that we will soon see some normalcy in all of our lives.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Jean has a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think the topic we're supposed to be discussing is S204. I understand that the Liberals don't want this passed quickly, but taking this opportunity to thank everyone for everything is great. That's cute. That's really nice, but I don't think it's relevant.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands on a point of order.
Well, just on that same point of order, Mr. Speaker, especially when we come towards the end of a session like this, it's not uncharacteristic for us to allow members a brief opportunity. I mean, she spent half the time thanking you for the incredible work that you've done before you depart on your retirement, and she just was thanking a few members of her staff. I think she literally was just getting started when the member interrupted. I think it was entirely appropriate, and I think that we should allow the member to continue now so that she can get on with her speech.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands and for Lac Saint Jean for this question about obviously relevance applies to all debate in the House, but at the same time, other members will allow certain thoughts about other topics. I'd like to ask the member for Humber River Black Creek. There's another 7 minutes of her 10 minutes for her comments, and I'm sure that the member for Humber River Black Creek will continue in a fashion that is fully relevant to the topic at hand. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've been following the debates all week, and many of my colleagues use their time for interventions to acknowledge the wonderful work that various people have done. So, Mr. Speaker, I will continue on because I'm getting to the very important point for a piece of legislation, this S204, that I very much support. But as you all know, we had a late night last night. We were voting on the main estimates, which should approve the necessary programs that are going to make a difference in all Canadians' lives, programs that are going to help get people back on their feet after surviving this global pandemic. And it's not been easy, but we've been there for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and it's my hope that in the coming days, when we deal with things like S204, we will see the swift passage of bills like C30 and other important pieces of legislation still remaining to be addressed so that we can ensure that the supports needed to help Canadians through the final stages of this pandemic are in place. Because really, Mr. Speaker, that is why we are all here in this place. We don't need to be told by other colleagues that if we want to get C30 passed, we have to turn around and get this passed. That's not the way democracy works. To represent our constituents and to make a positive difference, and I believe S204 is going to make a big, big difference in the lives of many people. Bill S204, as we know, was formerly known as Bill S240, which passed in both here in the House and in the other place in 2019. And I was very proud to be one of the persons, along with my colleagues, that passed this important bill. And I appreciate the fact that my colleague has raised this issue, brought it back, and continues to move it forward, because I believe it is a very important bill. But unfortunately, S240 never became law due to the dissolution of the House before the federal election. And I believe that happened to many good pieces of legislation. But, Mr. Speaker, it is far overdue that this Parliament pass legislation like S204, something that we all are appalled to know that continues on in spite of many of us calling out for the abolition of such a practice. We know that it continues on many, many days in many countries. Similar bills have been sitting in Parliament, though, for over 12 years, during which time many innocent lives have perished due to organ transplant trade, something that all of us find completely appalling. 2 previous private members' bills were tabled by my former colleague, the former member from Etobicoke, and my lifelong friend, of course, someone that we all love and respect, the Honourable Irwin Cotler. But, Mr. Speaker, I am the chair of the Falun Gong, Falun Dafa Parliamentary Friendship Group, and I am all too familiar with the issue of organ harvesting and how this bill could help put an end to this horrific practice. I have seen many, many pictures and talked to people who have had their family have to go through this terrible process. Now, Bill S-204 proposes to amend the criminal code to create new offenses in relation to trafficking in human organs. The bill also would amend the criminal code to enable Canada to assume extraterritorial jurisdiction to prosecute. Now, that's very important. There's no sense having legislation if you don't put teeth in it. And you need that ability to be able to prosecute in Canada Canadian citizens or permanent residents who commit any of the proposed offenses abroad. I was recently told of the amount of Canadians that are going abroad, specifically to China, and getting kidney transplants and different things done. I'd like to ask them before they do that, if they think about where those particular organs came from. But this would make it an offense abroad for any Canadian to take advantage of that system. It would also amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to provide that a permanent resident or foreign national is inadmissible to Canada if the responsible person is of the opinion that they have engaged in any of these activities relating to trafficking in human organs. We can't even imagine as Canadians the fact that, for $5,000 you can get a transplant and you pay the $5,000, never asking where did that particular organ come from. Our government is committed to ensuring that our criminal justice system keeps communities safe, protects victims, and holds offenders to account. We condemn the illegal and exploitative trade of human organs in the strongest of terms, and I believe that's shown in the previous votes on the 240 and this one here as well. We continue to have very strong feelings on things like this, as I believe all Canadians do. Organ trafficking, the practice of extracting organs through coercive means to sell them for profit, is absolutely reprehensible. And it is a global challenge, not just a challenge that we're talking about today, which frequently involves the exploitation of vulnerable individuals. It is a complex issue that requires both legislative and policy responses. Our government is proud to support this important bill with targeted amendments that make it better to achieve its objectives. I very much look forward to seeing its passage by Parliament, contrary to what my colleagues seemed to indicate earlier. I think this is a bill that we all want to see pass, and then we want to see very strong enforcement to end the whole issue of human trafficking in organ transplants. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity today, and if I don't get another opportunity, have a blessed summer, and we'll see you back in September. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill would make it a crime for a person to travel abroad to get an organ transplant without the donor's consent, and it aims to fight against horrible practices that are currently occurring with the traffic in organs. And I won't say much about it because everyone seems to agree it should be passed. This has already been passed by the House and the Senate, and it was originally proposed by Irwin Cotler. So the question today is just whether the government will do the right thing here and allow this bill to be passed. If passed, the House will move immediately to examining the budget legislation. And as a result, I would call for the House's consent to table the following motion that despite any practice or rule of the House. When S24 comes to an end today, when the debate comes, the bill should be deemed referred to committee, deemed studied in committee of the whole, deemed reported back without amendment, and deemed adopted at report stage, read a third time, and passed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable...
All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay.
Non, il n'y a pas consentement unanime.
No, there's no unanimous consent. Does the honourable member wish to continue his speech? No, I think it's clear enough what the Liberals are doing, unfortunately. They accuse us of being partisan, and actually it's quite the opposite. This is really disappointing.
The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, first, it's an honor to rise in support of Bill 240. This bill would prevent the illegal harvesting and trafficking of human organs and would penalize those Canadians who participate or facilitate in the illegal black market for organ harvesting and deter people from getting involved in this immoral, unregulated industry, loaded with illegal businesses. This illicit and illegal organ harvesting industry is hurting vulnerable people across the world. A global shortage of organs has driven this illegal industry, relying on low-income populations to be donors and wealthy foreigners to be recipients. It's illegal, it's immoral, it's an industry that preys on some of the most vulnerable people across the world. And we have to recognize that this demand is fed by wealthier nations and individuals. The illicit organ trafficking black market has grown exponentially, according to experts, and as demand has grown and supply has become more limited. And so who are the victims of this illicit trade? Well, like in the case of most organ trafficking, they tend to be poor and vulnerable that are exposed to exploitation, and they're commonly refugees living in terrible and unsafe conditions. They're often told that they will get large sums of money or release from debt, specifically in the case of kidneys, the most commonly harvested organ from living donors. Recruiters will even tell victims that the kidneys will grow back. These victims are desperate and are seen as easy prey for exploitation. The perpetrators who are often implicit in organ trafficking include a wide array of people, from the recruiters who identify the vulnerable victims, the transporters, the staff working at the clinic or hospital, the medical professionals who carry out the surgery, and the generally wealthier Westerners who buy these organs. And there's a whole chain of people who end up profiting from this horrific crime. And just over the border in the United States, over 114,000 people are on the organ wait list, with a new person added every 10 minutes. The World Health Organization estimates that 10,000 kidneys are traded on the black market worldwide annually, and that's more than one every hour. We just can't go on like this. It's completely unacceptable, and we as members of Parliament have to do something about it. So this is the fourth.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to interrupt the honourable member there. I do have a point of order. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and I'm sorry to interrupt my colleague, but we were just wondering, because of the numerous points of orders that have been talked about during the private members' hour, I was wondering, will that time be added to the end of the hour according to Standing Order number 30, subsection 7, where it says, in the beginning of the private members' hour is delayed for any reason, or if the hour is interrupted for any reason, a period of time corresponding to the time of delay or interruption shall be added to the end of the hour, suspending as much of the business set out in Section 6 of the Standing Order as necessary. So I'm just wondering, because of the numerous points of orders, how much time will be added to private members' hour at the end?
To the honourable member's point, the points of order that were done at the beginning were not counted as part of the hour of debate on this year. Does that clarify the honourable member's point of order? Perfect. The honourable member for Courtenay Albany can continue.
Madam Speaker, this is the fourth time that this issue has been brought before Parliament. The situation is urgent, especially those that are being preyed upon, and it's clearly it shouldn't be a partisan issue. Here today, sadly, I know it's June. I know it's a difficult time, but partisanship is now playing in on this bill that could be saving lives of those that are being preyed upon in developing countries. So we need to stop waiting around and get this done. And I'm really disappointed to see how things are playing out today, Madam Speaker. This is the exact sort of bill that should get cross-party support, and all sides of the House should be able to agree that we and can agree that we have to do more about this, and that this has to be stopped. Not some distant time in the future, but right now. And there's been opportunities today to advance that. So it's been very disappointing, and the victims of this just can't simply wait any longer, Madam Speaker. And, I think here in Canada, we're way behind in dealing with this issue on organ trafficking. We look at other countries such as Spain and Norway and Taiwan who've passed similar pieces of legislation to tackle this issue. Europeans have a convention entitled, quote, Council of Europe Convention Against Trafficking in Human Organs, end quote. We have to start catching up with the rest of the world by acknowledging the problem and taking action to fix it. The international community must come together on this issue. Canada needs to be a leader and establish clear conditions that will cut off the organ trafficking industry's profits and these businesses, these illegal businesses. While most organ trafficking occurs abroad, measures must and can be implemented to ensure Canadians on long organ donation lists are not perpetuating this brutality by purchasing trafficking of organs out of desperation. Now, Madam Speaker, while we debate this bill to stop international organ trafficking, I do want to take time today to commend my colleague and good friend from Calgary Confederation for taking great action here at home and in this House that I know will address many domestic needs for organs. I'm aware it just received royal assent. His Bill 316 would deal with information from tax records being used for an organ donor registry. It's a highly commendable proposal that can be part of the solution to increase the supply of safe, legal, and consensual organ donations in an ethical way that respects human rights. This will have a real impact on people's lives here in Canada, and I'm honored to continue to work with my colleague and to be part of supporting his proposal from both the last Parliament and his bill then and the bill that just passed. And Madam Speaker, the NDP just really wants to ensure that this bill is passed swiftly, and for those who've been harmed by this illicit trade are given the justice that they deserve. To support this, we must do more domestically to, again, encourage ethical, safe organ donations, including giving Canadians more options to be able to sign up to the organ donation registry. Organ harvesting and trafficking abroad are a horrific crime against humanity. It must be stopped. Canada can and must begin the process of fixing this injustice by passing this safely passage of this bill. Again, I'm disappointed today, Madam Speaker, that partisan politics have come into play, and again, we support dealing with this horrific crime of organ harvesting and trafficking abroad.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been actually listening very closely in terms of what has been said. And in good part, I agree when the members talk about the partisanship that we're actually seeing on the floor. But I take it from a different perspective, a perspective where over the last while, there's been a great deal of partisanship on the floor of the House of Commons. I know that there's a good number of people that are watching and very much interested in this piece of legislation ultimately passing and receiving royal assent. As there was a great sense of disappointment when it passed the House of Commons, but the Senate wasn't able to get it through ultimately to get its royal assent. There's no doubt that a vast majority of Canadians recognize that it should be a crime to travel abroad without the donor's consent in order to get an organ transplant. But to try to give a false impression You know, and I referred to it yesterday, and more we're seeing it. This unholy alliance of opposition parties coming together to try to, in every way possible, as partisan as possible, to try to make the Prime Minister and members of the Liberal caucus look bad. Seriously, I'm not aware of any Liberal member of Parliament that would want to prevent this from becoming law. I'm not. There is a process of procedures that need to take place. Each political entity has a House leadership team in which the issue could be addressed. So I say to individuals like the Irwin Kotlers, the David Matises, Maria, and so many others that have been very strong advocates on this issue, that what you're witnessing today, I would ultimately argue, is a partisanship that is not coming from the government. The government is doing what it can to ensure that there is a series of pieces of legislation that are there. You know, I could cite specific examples, as examples have been provided to me. We know that we could pass this with unanimous consent, as we could do for a number of pieces of legislation. Where was this empathy for the people that legislation would benefit? For example, when we dealt with Bill C-3. Bill C-3 was about the judicial appointments and training. Madam Speaker, you'll recall that it too passed the House of Commons in the last Parliament, and the government reintroduced it as Bill C-3. How many hours and hours and hours of debate took place on that bill, even though it went through the full process the previous time? Hours and hours, days. But the Conservatives didn't want it passed. For what reasons? Well, I'll let people follow the debate. Members will say, well, the issue has been debated already. Well, I remember opposition members, when the shoe was on the other foot, what they would say is, well, that was the previous Parliament. There's new members of Parliament that were just elected back in 2019. Should they not be afforded the opportunity if, in fact, they wanted to be able to contribute to the debate? Madam Speaker, I understand the rules and the process and how things operate, legislation. We now have an offer saying, well, look, if we will pass this bill unanimously right now, we'll allow you to debate Bill C-30. Imagine the hypocrisy. We just, and that's the reason I raised the matter of privilege that I raised earlier today. Last Friday, this Friday, the NDP and the Conservatives working together through privileges to prevent government from being able to deal with legislation. Is not this legislation also important? What about other private...
I do have to interrupt the honourable member. I do have a point of order. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Well, Madam Speaker, the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre has talked about how much he knows about the parliamentary practices and procedures of this House. And I've been listening intently, and he really hasn't talked about human trafficking.
I'm sorry, that is a point of debate and not a point of order. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and shame on the member for the interruption. I have debated this issue. I supported this issue in terms of its advancement, and I suspect that it will get through second reading at some point, as other private members' bills will. And if, in fact, there's the keen interest that I've seen today on the floor of the House from all members, I would suggest that they raise the issue with the respective House leadership teams. And maybe there is a way in which it can be accommodated. Is this select group going to now prioritize all the other areas and bills that are before us and say these ones too should be rushed through the House of Commons without debate, let alone having some debate? Madam Speaker, I could list off C6, conversion therapy. I could talk about C30. It's going to help millions of Canadians that are in desperate situations, many of them. C12, net zero, our environment. C10, and that doesn't even go into the many private members' bills. Many of our colleagues that are very much interested in advancing their ideas, resolutions, and bills. It doesn't take away from the importance of the debate on this bill. I suspect when it comes to a vote, every member will likely be voting for it as it did previously, Madam Speaker. But the ones that are trying to score the political cheap shots today are the opposition parties. In the dying days going into a summer, this is brought to the table. And if they really wanted to do service to the people that are, to the audience, the people that are really pushing for this legislation, there's a better way of doing it. And I suspect some of them know that, Madam Speaker. But they've chosen to do this so that they can take their partisanship and say, see, look, it's the Liberals. It's the government that's preventing it. Madam Speaker, out of respect for some of those individuals that I've referenced, I will work within my caucus. As I know the member from Toronto, the member that spoke prior to me, will work within the caucus. We understand what it is that the bill and the legislation will do, but we also understand after today, there's 3 days left of session before we break for summer. There is still opportunities to try to shame one political entity into unanimous consent for your personal political, or to try to make other members look bad, especially on an issue and the manner in which it's being dealt with today, I believe is just wrong. I've been on House leadership teams for 30 years. And yes, it would be nice to see this bill pass all stages. And if it's possible to do it, Madam Speaker, then I would really recommend that the same passion that the members that are watching or participating talk to their respective House leaderships. And there might even be some other members that have other ideas on legislation that is very important to them and to Canadians, and could allow us to set a good example around the world. Canada taking an action can, in fact, have a positive outcome for other nations. I recognize that. But I also recognize that at the end of the day, in order for us to accomplish, we have a process. And if we're respectful of the process and work in collaboration as parties, we could probably achieve a lot more, as we did for the private members bill, the first and second go around, Madam Speaker. I would hope that members that, and I would invite those that are following the debate to participate in a possible discussion afterwards in regards to how I feel, using my expertise, as to what could be done with regards to this legislation. And I suggest it as an open gesture of goodwill, because I, like the former Liberal Speaker, do support the legislation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am very pleased to rise to speak to this bill today. Before I do that, though, I do just want to address some of the observations that I've had from the debate so far today. The member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, took the floor, introduced the subject, talked a little bit about it, and then said, now I want to move that we vote on it. Well, can you imagine if a minister had brought forward a bill, even a bill that he or she knew the House would definitely support, and it has happened on a number of occasions, that all members would support. Can you imagine if a minister had done that? How the outrage that would have come from the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan in particular? And so, that's what this is about. This is about letting all members have the opportunity to speak to these very important pieces of legislation. To my good friend, my colleague from the block, I can't remember what riding he's in, but I'm pretty sure when he was speaking, his famous father was actually in the background of his shot at one point, which I thought was pretty cool, by the way. I would say to him the same thing. The block had an opportunity to speak to this. He had an opportunity to speak to this, and then he tried to move the same motion again. So I'm more concerned about why opposition parties seem to not want to allow government members or Liberal members to speak to this. The member from Courtenay, Alberni, with all due respect, he spoke for almost a full 10 minutes and then shamed other people for wanting to speak. His party has 24 seats in the House, and he occupied a full 10 minutes of the 60 minutes of debate. I find it very troubling when, especially on the actual motion that we're talking about, somebody can actually come forward and say, here are all my thoughts on it, and now let's vote on it. And, to the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, the manner in which he clearly went about doing this and getting this legislation to be voted on very quickly, well, perhaps the opposition could have picked somebody to run that exercise that perhaps would have shown more diligence or respect for the process, to work with parties, talk to the parties beforehand, say, this is what we want to do. Could you consider asking your members to very much limit how much they speak so that we could do this? Is that a possibility? And if it's not, is there other concessions we can make? Have a discussion, try to negotiate. I literally found out as, I have my speech ready to go here that I'm might not have the opportunity to speak to this. And so I just think that if the opposition was genuine, that they really wanted this to pass, and we've seen it before, they would have used more. It's almost as though they wanted this reaction from the government so that they could say, see, this is such a great bill and nobody else wants it to pass. But I am very happy that this bill, the work that it's gone through in both this House and the other place, is back before this House. If we don't specifically wrap it up now, we'll have an opportunity to continue it in the fall. But it's important because, and I want to turn to my prepared notes because I know I'll run out of time if I don't. And that's because Bill S-204 proposes a number of reforms that would target trafficking in human organs. And we know that trafficking in human organs is a transnational and global challenge. This heinous crime involves the exploitation of the poor and vulnerable living in under-resourced developing countries. International estimates, Madam Speaker, indicate that organ trafficking nets between $600 million and $1.2 billion US annually in illegal profits. Generally, wealthier individuals, often from developed countries, drive demand for organs, and the supply for organs usually comes from from developing regions, including South America, Asia, Africa, India, and China. And Bill S-204 seeks to end organ trafficking by creating organ trafficking-specific indictable criminal code offenses. The bill's proposed offenses would prohibit obtaining an organ or otherwise taking part in the removal of an organ without the informed consent of the person for whom it is being removed from. These offenses criminalize organ trafficking-related conduct where there's evidence that organs were extracted through this coercive process. The bill would also create an indictable criminal code offense that would prohibit obtaining an organ or otherwise taking part in the removal of an organ that is obtained for consideration. This financial transaction offense would criminalize organ trafficking-related conduct where there is evidence that organs were purchased. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the bill would ensure that Canadians and permanent residents of Canada are not able to escape criminal liability by going abroad to commit these offenses. And we've heard why it is so important that that be part of this, given, you know, and I listened to what the member from Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan said at the beginning, what he's, based on his comments, you know, this is why that's so important. The bill would achieve this goal by enabling Canadian prosecutions of Canadian citizens and permanent residents of Canada who commit any of the proposed offences abroad. This reform, this reform, together with the bill's financial transactions offences, criminalizes transplant tourism, which involves in buying organs abroad. The bill would also create a new category of inadmissibility to Canada for foreign nationals and permanent residents who engage in organ trafficking conduct. Specifically, would amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to make those who engage in the conduct prohibited by the bill inadmissible under the provisions that applies where foreign nationals and permanent residents have violated human or international rights. For example, by committing war crimes or crimes against humanity. Madam Speaker, vulnerable people who have organs extracted coercively or who sell their organs out of financial desperation deserve the protection of the criminal law. As I've explained, these are reforms that would achieve that goal by creating organ trafficking specific criminal code offenses that apply extraterritorially. Currently, the criminal code prohibits conduct related to coercive organ removal through its human trafficking offenses, which apply extraterritorially, or its assault offenses, which do not apply extraterritorially. But it can be difficult to prove, particularly when a person is coerced into doing this overseas, or led overseas to do it. The bill's financial transaction offense would provide extra protection for the vulnerability by criminalizing anyone engaged in the conduct that involves commercialization of organs, including those who extract organs for profit, those who facilitate the extraction of organs for profit, and those who buy organs for their own use, regardless of where there is evidence of these practices taking place. The offense would address the demand that fuels organ trafficking. There is no doubt that organ trafficking is a serious global problem, Madam Speaker, that harms the most vulnerable, a problem that requires a comprehensive and effective response. In Canada, organ transplantation is governed by a legislative framework that encompasses both health and criminal law. Provincial and territorial human tissue gift statutes regulate organ donation and contain regulatory offenses that prohibit the sale, purchase, and dealing in any human tissues or organs outside the applicable framework that is regulated. The applicable provincial and territorial legal framework has never allowed for the commercialization of organs, but these are regulatory offenses that do not apply extraterritorially. Ongoing efforts to increase legitimate organ donation in Canada complement these reforms. I am aware that since 2018, Health Canada has been leading an initiative called the Organ Donation and Transplantation Collaborative with provinces and territories, Canadian Blood Services, patients, families, clinical and administrative stakeholders, and researchers. The collaborative's goal is to achieve organ donation improvements that result in better patient outcomes and an increase in the number of quality and successful transplantations. So as I've indicated, Madam Speaker, we need to protect against those who are engaging in criminal activity, protect the vulnerable in particular who are subject to that criminal activity, protect those who are doing things out of financial hardship where they might be interested in selling an organ. And a motion like this coming through both houses, both here and the other place, truly will assist in making this activity much more challenging for those who want to do it illegally.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, thank you, and thank you for giving the opportunity to address this very important issue. My riding, as named as Spadina and Fort York, Spadina and Dundas, the intersection of Spadina and Dundas, is the scene of virtually a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week protest of this very single issue. And during the last campaign, and even as I do my constituency work out of the office, my constituency office, which is located at Spadina and Dundas, the people who protest this issue stop to talk to the public, stop to talk to me. They see my face, my name on the billboard at the office building where their protests are staged. And one of the questions that was asked to me in the last Parliament was, well, we know how you voted on this issue. They asked me why I didn't speak to it. Because clearly the people leading the campaign to prevent this horrendous practice want to see people not only support their cause, but to advocate, and they want to see how and why that advocacy will be effective, and where and how that advocacy will be used to advance the issue that you're speaking to. When I have to go back to the protesters and the organizations that are leading this debate, and if I were to go back and say that I just decided to vote and not speak to it, not honor my commitment to speak to it, I would disappoint them. And so I'm thankful that a number of members of the House have created this debate and this space to forward the work that was started by my cherished colleague Erwin Collar and Boris, member for Etobicoke Centre, because not all of us get the opportunity because of our parliamentary duties to speak to every issue that comes in front of the House. And if we did, every debate would take days and days and days and weeks and weeks and weeks. And so we try to prioritize. But in this situation, I made a commitment to the residents that I represent, and in particular to the organizers and the protesters that stand guard on this issue, that I would speak to this issue. And I'm thankful to my colleagues for affording me this opportunity. And I hope the members opposite understand that for those of us who represent communities where this issue is most poignant, affording us a chance to speak to it is part of our responsibility and our duty to this House, but also to the people we represent, and I hope that it's not seen in any other light. When we look at this issue, there are a number of different dynamics that drive it. But there's also great disappointment in the inability of our houses of Parliament, both the Senate, the other place, and the House of Commons here, to get this legislation through in the last term. And we know why that happened. It didn't happen because this bill was filibustered. It happened because several other critically important bills were filibustered, including the work on the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People. It was, in fact, that filibuster in the House that prevented the Senate from getting to this bill. Thankfully, all sides have now seemed to have seen a way forward on the United Nations Declaration of Persons of Indigenous Descent, and thankfully that bill will hopefully get royal assent on Monday. But it's a little rich for the sort of back and forth over filibustering to be raised in this context when the party opposite, and particularly the Conservative Party opposite, knows that they filibustered this one in the last House. For them suddenly now to be demanding immediate action on this file, they could have achieved immediate action on this file years ago if they had cooperated. But instead, their obstructionist tactics, they take no responsibility or accountability for that, but their obstruction, even in a majority parliament, had an impact on the legislation that we're posed and talking about here today. So let's not talk about the strategies and the inside baseball of House affairs and the various tactics various House leaders use to try to achieve progress on parts of the agenda which are priority to their party. That's politics. That's the House. That's what happens in Parliament. But to pretend that there's some sort of ideological purity on that or partisanship that's independent of ulterior motives is a little rich, especially coming from a party that has been filibustering, in particular, the legislation on conversion therapy, which impacts Canadians' civil liberties, Canadians' human rights now and as we speak. For the Conservatives in particular to stand on a high horse in this one only makes me wonder if they've ever seen a horse.
Unfortunately, I have a point of order at the moment, so I'll have to interrupt the member. The honourable member for Carleton.
The member asks if we've ever seen a horse. Well, we have seen part of one, but my point of order is different than that, Madam Chair. The government members are now filibustering this private members bill. They've done so for a half an hour now, which is pushing back debate on the budget. We were anxious to get working on the budget. Had Liberal members not been filibustering this particular bill, would that have allowed us to get through the time allocated portion of the debate on the budget? That's my question.
Unfortunately, that is not a point of order. Therefore, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary may continue his speech.
That was an excellent impression of the horse's end I think he was speaking to. At any rate, the issue that I'm talking about now is this issue of organ harvesting that happens primarily because our own organ donation system is not working. In fact, the City of Toronto has the lowest roll of enrollment in organ donors of any other municipality in the country. We've worked very hard as city councillors, very hard as elected federal politicians and provincial politicians to reverse that. It's a public education campaign. It's a change in the system by which people register. It's a whole series of processes that must be addressed to take away the demand for this unspeakable activity, which we hope to make illegal through this bill. But we have to do better on organ donations in this country if we're going to contribute to the eradication and the ending of this horrible practice that sees people leaving the country to attain organs in a way that is unbelievably horrendous and hard to describe in civil terms. So part of this bill also requires us as politicians to think about the public education campaign part of this, to relieve the anxiety and the desperation of Canadians across the country who are seeking to achieve full health through the miracles of modern medicine. But we also have to make sure that we remove barriers to people that do want to donate, to make sure that those that have signed up to give the gift of life, in fact, are made. That process becomes easier, and that process is facilitated in a way that alleviates the pressure to go looking in the dark corners of the globe to do what they have to do. I'll also say this: that the research and the work done by many different community activists and leaders to highlight where the source of some of these terrible practices emanate from also has to be broadened. We tend to focus in because of the work of a particular organization on one particular part of the world, but it's a global phenomena, and it's a global phenomena that requires us to both understand it in a more complex way, to do the research and to do the public education, so that Canadians and others don't unwittingly take part in what they think is a legitimate operation and end up contributing to the harm that's being done to so many people around the world. This is also part of the work that has to be done. It's not spoken to in this bill. Perhaps there's ways through committee that it can be enhanced and developed, and perhaps it can be tied in this country and make them more efficient and more humane. And I think that's part of the process and part of the reason why many of us want to speak to this bill and talk to it in a way that generates a much stronger and a much more important piece of legislation. But I'll also say this: if we pass this on to the other house, if this goes through the parliamentary process and gets voted on, and I believe all parties have indicated support for it, we also need those parties that sit in this house who have caucus members who sit in that other place. We need that other house to also prioritize this bill in a way that's been spoken to today by several opposition members. It's not good enough just for political parties to stand in one chamber and say they want speedy passage if they know in the back of their mind in the other chamber their colleagues, their caucus members, their political movement will do everything they can to frustrate every other piece of legislation that's coming through the parliamentary process. So we need some consistency out of the Conservatives on this bill, and we need some cooperation. And I think that's the last point I'd like to bring to this debate today. You know, all of the processes, all of the legislative agendas that collide in the House of Commons, that are brought forth, measures brought forth by the government, by private members, by political parties in this House, going down legislation, but how little they contribute to speeding up legislation. We've had some good examples when there's been consensus on some critical pieces of legislation. I think the situation around UNDRIP is a perfect example where quite clearly the tenor of the House changed, and I think as people thought more deeply about information and circumstance, they realized that some of the good legislation proposed by our government required immediate passage, and I think we saw some progress on bills like that. But I also think back to last week where an opposition motion designed to blow up the national housing strategy was presented, and all opposition parties sided against the government. And I find it ironic that as they sought to destroy the national housing strategy, including the Rapid Housing Initiative, including the right to housing, including the work on the co-investment fund, including work that was being done in building housing in every riding in every part of this country from coast to coast to coast, no sooner had members of the opposition voted to destroy the national housing strategy, they call up the parliamentary secretary to the minister in charge of CMHC and asked if we can fast track some of the projects that are in their riding because they want to get the work done because they know how critical the job is. You know, if you're going to talk out of both sides of your mouth, try to be consistent. Don't try to destroy the program and try to acquire access to the program simultaneously. Be honest about your approach here, and I think that's incumbent upon all of us to try to do that, to find a cooperative way forward, to work across party lines to achieve on issues that need to be achieved on, and not to play these sorts of games where you deflect and present false arguments when things are clearly in need of speedy passage. So I look forward.
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up. So I will go to the resuming debate, the honourable member Surrey Centre, and I will advise him he only has about 2 minutes to begin his speech. The debate. The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to seek the consent of the House for a motion that would allow every member who wishes to speak and still expedite passage of this bill. So I'd like to seek the consent of the House for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House shall sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment to consider and dispose of Bill S-204 as follows. The member currently speaking, as well as all members of the government caucus, may speak for not more than 10 minutes on the second reading motion, and when every member of the government has spoken, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, S-204 shall be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. When S-204 has been read a third time and passed, the House shall adjourn to the next sitting day.
The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, also has a point of order. Oh, sorry, I'm going to take care of this one. Okay. So, okay, I will need to go through this one first. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. We do not have unanimous consent. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, does he still have a point of order? No? Okay. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Right, Madam Speaker. Normally when somebody seeks unanimous consent, it implies, and quite often it's why we start off that unanimous consent statement by saying that discussions have happened amongst the parties. Discussions did not happen amongst the parties before we heard this motion. So on the point of order, we need to, the member needs to have those discussions, and I would encourage him to do that.
Pardon me? Okay. So I'm going to allow, I mean, on that point of order, I would say that was just a point of clarification on the point of order. That is something I would normally say if there was debate on the point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan has another point of order on the same point of order because we've already taken care of that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, perfect. Therefore, the honourable member for Surrey Centre has 2 minutes, and then I will interrupt the proceedings to move on to the orders of the day.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to join the second reading debate on Bill S-204, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Act, trafficking in human organs, which came to us on May 10th after having passed in the other place. This important bill proposes to protect vulnerable persons who have organs extracted through exploitation of their vulnerabilities by creating new criminal code offenses targeting organ trafficking related conduct that would apply extraterritorially, including a financial transaction offense that would criminalize transplant tourism, a practice that involves purchasing organs abroad, usually in under-resourced countries.
and amending the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to make foreign nationals or permanent residents of Canada who engage in conduct that would constitute an offense under one of the bill's proposed organ trafficking offenses be inadmissible to Canada for having violated human or international rights. International research indicates that traffickers may coerce vulnerable victims into giving up an organ, that organ donors often come from less wealthy nations. That is why organ trafficking affects certain populations disproportionately. Patients from wealthy countries travel abroad to obtain organs from donors in impoverished countries who may suffer from desperate poverty and may feel the need to sell their organs out of financial desperation. Donors may also be deceived by traffickers into trading their organs for money that may not be paid at the end of the surgery. This exploitation of extreme poverty in certain parts of the world, for example, North Africa, South and Southeast Asia, and Central America, drives organ trafficking. In addition to the abuses I've just noted, the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime reports that in cases of trafficking in persons for organ removal, victims may be recruited through deception and may not be fully informed as to the nature of the procedure, the recovery, and the impact.
I'm sorry. The honourable member will have 8 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. The time provided, la période prévue.
The time providing for private members' business is deemed to be expired. The order is sent to the bottom of the priority list.
Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate on motion number 2 at three-part stage of Bill C-30, Budget Implementation Act 2021.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-30, an act to establish certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 19, 2021, and other measures. Madam Speaker, Canadians have been hit very hard over the past year and a half, and due to the global pandemic, many have lost jobs or had hours reduced. Some have had time off work to care for loved ones. Sectors like tourism and retail have been hit especially hard. Madam Speaker, after going years since the last budget, Canadians were hoping to see some leadership from this Liberal government, perhaps a clear direction and a path forward as we move closer to putting the pandemic behind us. Instead, Canadians were presented with a budget that was big on promises and very low on substance. Instead of a concrete plan of investment, increased economic activity, and a pathway towards economic recovery and reopening, Canadians were presented with a collection of the greatest hits of past Liberal promises and have never seen them delivered upon to this day. It has been high on rhetoric and lower on results. Canada has a great story to tell, Madam Speaker, and we should have a government who is willing to do the work to put Canada in a position to prosper as we transition out of the pandemic. In the early weeks of the pandemic, when Canadians were facing all of this tremendous uncertainty, I remember and recall taking a drive through the beautiful riding of Tobic-Mactaquac in western New Brunswick. I remember how I was reflecting during that drive what a difficult time all of us as Canadians were facing, and some even more than others, and how many sectors were affected by the devastating effects of the pandemic. Some were fully shut down. Others were facing tremendous uncertainty. The headwinds of that unprecedented circumstance were truly overwhelming for many parts of the world, and Canada was no exception. But as I was driving through my riding that day in the spring of last year, something caught my eye, and it left a deep impression upon me, and still I reflect upon it to this day on occasion. You see, I come from a large rural riding, a farming riding, an agricultural riding that plays a tremendous role in our local economy. And particularly, we come from potato growing country. In fact, we're even known, as part of my riding, is known as the French fry capital of the world, and I must confess my physique sometimes portrays that, and I confess it's a bit of a weakness. We do have great potatoes and meat and beef in my riding. This in turn drives obviously many other sectors in our region, such as trucking and manufacturing and processing facilities. And while much of our lives were shut down through, and despite this great uncertainty, fear, and anxiety, there was some sectors that kept going, even in the face of great uncertainty. They kept doing what they needed to do in the face of unprecedented obstacles. In fact, what I observed that day left an imprint on me, because I saw the farmers once again in the spring going out into their fields to plant seed in the ground. They did not know what the market would be. They were not sure what the demand would be, but they got up and they went and sowed seed into the soil, saying, we're going to keep doing what we know we can do and entrust those things that we're not sure about to what will come and who is trustworthy ultimately to take care of those things. So through faith and through hard work and through pure tenacity, I saw many farmers in my region face the headwinds of uncertainty head on, and I drew inspiration from that. I thought, if the farmers kept doing what they knew was right to do in the face of uncertainty, I think all of us as Canadians can draw inspiration from that and keep doing the things that we know is right to do, even though we're not sure what the ultimate outcome may be. And I'm glad to report to you that in my region, I saw several sectors keep going. Truckers kept moving their goods, farmers kept planting their seeds, and the processors kept processing, and the demand for food remained. But it taught us all, I think, a significant lesson that we need to reflect upon, is that now is the time for Canada to be positioned to take advantage of a post-COVID world. Now is the time for Canada to make the decisions that state clearly that we believe in ourselves and believe in our potential as a country to move past COVID-19. This is a time where we can show the strength and the fortitude that I saw in the producers of my region, in the truckers of my region, in the first responders of my region, and we saw throughout this entire country. Now is the time to say, let's build with the future in mind. Rather than continually speaking to the perils and the overwhelming challenges that we face, let us as parliamentarians and as a collective body in this House speak to our potential as a country. The world wants to do business with Canada. The world likes Canada. And the world sees our potential, I think, oftentimes more than what we may see in ourselves. What we need is the leadership here at home to say Canada can become even more than what it's ever been. Canada can be positioned to thrive and prosper for generations to come if we will make the decisions to prioritize Canadian industry, Canadian entrepreneurship, Canadian technology, Canadian resources, and Canadian know-how. Our greatest asset are our people. And the more we can empower our people and allow them to do what they do best, the more Canada will be positioned to thrive, grow, and prosper on the other side of this pandemic. Madam Speaker, I speak with faith and optimism because of what I've witnessed both at home and what I've heard from across the country, that Canadians rose to the occasion in the face of great uncertainty. What we need now is a government that will respond in kind and say we trust Canadians to do what only Canadians can do in a way that only Canadians can do it, and that is rise to face the challenges of this moment. So today I stand before this House with, yes, I think a great deal of gratitude in my heart for what I witnessed in people, what I saw in Canadians, but I also stand before this House with a challenge for each of us that we can draw inspiration from those that we've worked with, those that we've witnessed on the front lines, those who've kept doing tremendous things when they were faced with overwhelming odds and obstacles. Madam Speaker, I feel we can draw inspiration even from our very own coat of arms that said they desired a better country. That's in our coat of arms. Why not in this time of post-COVID, moving beyond it, getting to the other side of it, we desire an even better country to hand on to future generations by making the decisions to invest into our people and entrust our people and make the decisions that we need to secure our future in a way that will make Canada sustainable for generations to come. And how do we do that? By maximizing our areas that we do and know so well, whether it's in agriculture, where we grow some of the best and finest food in the world, whether it's in our energy, where we have the most environmentally regulated and sustainable energy resources in the world, where we treat people ethically who produce and work in those sectors, whether it be in our technological fields that are advanced, we have amazing potential, and I speak to that today, and I welcome any questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, I don't want to get in the way of the optimism of the member opposite, and I think we all believe that is critically important. But yesterday, our family buried an uncle who passed away from COVID this week. His wife, who was even more frail, is still in hospital, has been told she's lost her husband. The contract tracing shows it came through the healthcare workers in the family as they continue to battle on the front lines. And even though the vaccination rates are brilliant and we're leading the G7 and the G20 in first dose and closing in on second dose, and all these circumstances have to be dealt with, I would really caution the member opposite to speak as if the crisis is over, because in many, many communities, it quite frankly is not. It is not over. But as he speaks to the future and speaks to the budget, I have one question for him. They say, invest in the people, invest in the sector, invest in the economy, invest, invest, invest. Yet all we hear from the Conservative is cut, 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 cut. How do you invest and cut at the same time?
The member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his insight and perspective. But I must say that being wise and being good stewards and planning ahead and seeing around corners is the essence of leadership and good governance. We cannot just speak to where we are currently. We must be able to speak to where we're heading. And I find way too much emphasis by the current government is put on what is behind, what we've gone through already. We need to have the vision to see where we're going in order to traverse the uncertain waters that we're in now. And that takes away nothing from the horrific challenges that COVID has presented to this country and is still having its effect on, but we must speak to the future.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his presentation. I appreciate that he talked about agriculture. I understand that we have to look forward, but let us talk about the actual COVID period that we've just been through. Why has support for mandatory quarantine been cut by 50%? The war is not over against COVID. Our farmers still need support. And so I'd like to hear what he has to say about support given to the agricultural world during the COVID crisis by the government. Was it enough?
The honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for his very good question as it relates to the inadequate support that we have found for those who literally grow our food and keep our land. Our agriculture producers are the backbone of our economy and essential to our food security. And if anything this pandemic has revealed is the absolute need to prioritize our agriculture and food supply chains. This current government has not. In fact, it put priorities on so many other things, but the one sector that has seemed to have been overlooked in many cases are those who actually grow and supply and literally keep our land in this time, that being our farmers and our agricultural sectors. So I agree with the honourable member. This must be an ongoing priority for the government, and we must do everything we can to ensure that our food supply chains are secure and proper investment is made into agriculture.
A brief question, the honourable member for North Island, Power River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. It's very clear to me that he represents a rural riding like I do. I'm just wondering if the member could speak to a motion that I tabled in the House, Motion 53, that just talks about an equitable and fair future, talks about making sure there's resources that are going out to rural and remote communities, especially as we know the climate is changing and the economy is changing, and our resource-based economies need support to transition and change. And I'm wondering if the member has any thoughts on that and if he would support the motion that I've tabled.
A brief answer from the member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and her passion for rural Canadians. I share that passion, and we need to make sure that rural Canada remains and actually becomes a much greater priority for our governments. It's our rural areas that literally grow and produce so much of the food that we enjoy and require. It's our rural areas that oftentimes are the key manufacturers and developers of our natural resources. They're the ones that oftentimes house those who truck and ship our goods all over the world and throughout our continent. It is our rural areas that I believe will be key in getting us to the other side of COVID-19. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to begin my remarks on Bill C-30, the Budget Implementation Act, with a solemn reflection of my time here in this House. When I first began, I had the opportunity to reply to the speech from the throne, and we were, I think at that point in time, all hopeful that in a minority government we could find our way to work through this term in a way that would be of the greatest benefit for Canadians. And then again, when the next speech from the throne after prorogation, I believe I rose in this very spot and I talked about the regret that I had, that we could have done better by Canadians in this time of crisis. I want to take this moment of solemn reflection and center the conversation back on the 25,000 people who have died from COVID in this country. We've heard the remarks from the previous speaker about our agricultural sector. I want to note just recently the passing of a migrant farm worker, someone who was left without the basic protections that most Canadians seem to take for granted. I want to think about the key question and what a Budget Implementation Act is meant to do in a time of crisis, in a time of COVID. We've heard the term unprecedented time and time again. And I believe the last time I rose in this House, and I talked about the opportunity we had before us, that as New Democrats we could fight for what could be in Canada, not what was. I wish I could say that I could rise here today and suggest that somehow we found that way, that we found that dream deferred, that I continue to point to the Liberal government in terms of the promises made but not kept to the working class people of this country. Because we know that this was not experienced equally, this crisis, that during the pandemic, inequalities have actually increased, that there has not been an all-hands-on-deck approach, that this has not been a Team Canada approach, that the ultra-wealthy among us, while everybody else was $200 away from insolvency, the ultra-wealthy among us acquired close to $80 billion in wealth. Well, 25,000 people perished. many of them connected to deplorable conditions in long-term care facilities, ones that had been privatized and carved out of our so-called universal health care. I think about that. And we've learned a lot about the Liberal government over the last few years, that they talk a really good game and they really, they chase those headlines, but they have no intention of delivering. There's even elements of their own budget announcement that they've left out of this Budget Implementation Act. There's no wealth tax. There's no excess profits tax. What do? They talk about consultations. They talking about having consultations so they can report back to this House at a future date, all the while the ultra-wealthy of this country continue to profit from the misery. There's a choice to be made each and every time a budget is presented. It's a choice of whose side are you on ultimately in this country, the ultra-wealthy 1% or the rest of us. And at the end of the day, since the beginning, people in my community in Hamilton Centre, noting the chuckles in the House from the Liberal side, the people in my city, Hamilton Centre, they're worried about whether or not they're going to be able to keep their job, whether or not they're going to be able to pay rent. Forget about being first-time homeowners. That dream is long gone for people in my city. Because all the while, the working class wages have been suppressed while the ultra wealthy have gained incredibly obscene amounts of money here. This crisis has revealed the fragility of the social safety nets that we tout and have so much pride in this country. The things that are supposed to distinguish us from the rest of the world. The whole system has been set up on the backs of working class people, because we only have to look at the way that the EI program, which had been raided by previous Liberal governments to balance the budget, completely fell apart, completely left out part-time workers, people who were self-employed. And during this crisis, it was the workers who experienced the direct consequences of years of austerity and underfunding from successive Conservative and Liberal governments. And that in this moment of time, this historic crisis, when I stood here and we were fighting for greater benefits for workers and we were pushing to ensure that people had some kind of security, that we heard people in this House bemoan the fact that the average everyday Canadian may have gotten a meager $2,000 a month. When all of the programs and social spending combined at about $100 billion pales in comparison to the $750 billion that was transferred to Bay Street and the big banks. And I can remember in our call when we were talking about a guaranteed livable income, when we were talking about increasing CERB supports for people. I remember the honourable member from Winnipeg North standing up and saying, well, what are we going to do, click our heels to support Canadians? They certainly did that for Bay Street. This represents the largest transfer of wealth from the general public, the working class people, to the ultra wealthy in this country. Main Street got absolutely mugged by Bay Street. And we were fighting for workers, and we tried to find that balance. And, I would say that one of the mistakes that were made over the course of COVID was the fact that rather than ensure the direct supports for wage subsidies went directly to workers, we allowed it to go to businesses. And they did it in such a way that they knew had significant holes and gaps, loopholes almost as big as their tax haven scams. And what did that result in? $18 billion went to oil and gas in 2020. Imperial Oil took $120 million in the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy while paying out $324 million to their shareholders. Chartwell, they received $3 million, paid out 11 times that, $33 million to their shareholders. And I recall yesterday in debate, one of the honourable members from the Liberal side stood up and tried to challenge the honourable member from Burnaby, suggesting that somehow he wasn't doing enough as an individual to contribute to his community. But I put this question to the House. to all the members who are watching in the Canadian public, when I talk about the theft of corporate Canada from taxpayers in this country, the question is, cui bono? Who profited from that crime? Who in this House of Members of Parliament hold stocks and shares that may have been paid off the dividends and off the backs of our Canadian emergency wage subsidy? You look at the $6 billion that was given to Air Canada, and yet Greyhound leaves, and this government doesn't see fit to support northern and rural communities by expanding government as a service, a national passenger bus transit strategy that would have ensured that people had the ability to move around the country. You look at the close to $1 billion that was given to pharmaceutical companies. We have no preferable procurement. We're giving money away to the private sector. We're getting nothing in return. Why don't we have in this moment, in this Budget Implementation Act, the ability for us as a nation to procure our own life-saving vaccines? Why? Because this government would rather kowtow to pharmaceutical companies, to allow them to set the agenda and the prices and the market, the global market. Madam Speaker, nobody is safe in this country until the entire world is safe, and we have a government on the other side who continues to tout how many vaccines they've taken in, while simultaneously taking from the COVAX facility, and at the very same time, with absolutely zero moral authority, block the patent waivers that the international world is calling for. My city this week was just named a Delta variant hotspot. This budget does not deliver on the ability for us to adequately respond to how this could potentially have mutations that could potentially make all of our vaccination efforts useless, Madam Speaker. So in close, I want this government to reflect on the things that they've said over the last 2 years versus what they've actually delivered. And I want them to be able to, at the end of the day, be accountable for all the people that they've actually left out in this Implementation Act. And I look forward to their questions to come.
Comments? The Honourable Member Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listening to the member's speech, it would appear as though he's not going to be supporting this budget and voting in favour of it. Can he confirm if he and the NDP are opposed and will be voting against?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
This is the cute game that Liberals like to play. They know that we are here to fight for Canadians, and we know that the Melba Toast efforts that they have, if we don't support this bill, we know that the meager supports that Canadians have will be cut in July, and they'd like to play those games of half measures, right? They'd like the Canadians to believe that they've been there fighting for them when at the end of the day, I have people calling my office every single day concerned about what happens when CRA begins to claw back on some of the benefits that they're now being told they weren't accountable for, that they weren't successfully applied for. And when they cut back on those critical services, Madam Speaker, that's going to have a ripple effect on OAS, on the Guaranteed Income Supplement. Mark my words to MPs all around this House, when your lower income seniors start calling you because on their headline, they told everybody just to go ahead and apply. On the good word of the government and senior members of government, they did so, and now it's going to be clawed back, and they're going to be left with a tab sometimes in the tens of thousands of dollars.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable member's intervention this afternoon. One of the things that Bill C-30 doesn't address, and it is a wide chasm, is the issue of those who fell through the cracks under previous iterations of some of the benefits. And I speak specifically about travel advisors, businesses that were started in 2020 who didn't have access to many of the benefits that other businesses or other individuals, Canadians, have. So the fact that the Implementation Act neglects to address those issues and causes severe problems for those Canadians who otherwise did not qualify for these types of benefits, just wondering if you could comment on that as well.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, you think about all the businesses that this honourable member just listed. They're small mom and pop entrepreneurs, people who are just struggling to get by. And yeah, by design, these programs left them out. They absolutely left them out. And yet, when I took it to the government's attention that they needed to close the loopholes for the ultra-wealthy, the big corporations who were soaking this country and then paying out CEO bonuses and dividends, I think that every single person on Main Street who's struggling to get by in the small business sector, when it's said and done, they're going to hold this government in account in the next election.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Hamilton Centre for his speech. He talked a lot about wage subsidy programs. I would like to hear his comments on the political parties who got wage subsidy benefits. What does he think about that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hamilton Centre.
Yeah, in a moment of candor, I personally don't think it was appropriate. I'll say that on the record. And at the same time, I think that particularly the parties who were well in the flush have a significant accounting for. But I think that all of our efforts in this House should have been directed at everyday working class Canadians.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the member for his very important and powerful speech in the House today. I know that in my office, I'm getting a lot of calls from constituents who are hardworking people who cannot go back to work. Their jobs are simply not there, and they don't know what they're going to do when the CRB goes down to $300 a week from $500 a week. And I think what is most shameful is how they're apologizing to the people that work in my office. We're not trying to be a burden. Please tell MP Blaney. What does this do to people who work hard for our country?
Brief answer from the member for Hamilton Centre.
It was glaringly obvious from the outset that this government really only valued people who they deemed were contributing directly to the economy in ways that left out people with disabilities, people who continue to fall through the cracks. And that's apparent each and every day by the calls we get. And if there's an MP in this House who's going to deny the fact they're getting those calls, then that's something they're going to have to answer to their constituents in the next election.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today, the debate that we're having is on C30. But for C30 doesn't mean much for most people. It's actually a budget implementation bill. It's interesting to talk about a budget and a budget implementation bill. This is because we are in 2021 at present, Madam Speaker. The government was elected in 2019. This means that it has taken 2 years, even a bit longer than 2 years, before it finally came forward with a budget. It's problematic. We know that in the beginning of 2020, the COVID-19 crisis began. We're still in it. And it's our impression that the government took advantage of the situation not to table a budget, and instead to say, well, it was a minority government. Normally, it would have had to have been more accountable. The government should have tried to work with the other parties under those circumstances because it got less than the opposition parties, fewer votes than the opposition parties. And it should have thought, well, after an election like that, it's a bit of a slap in the face. I think that's a wake-up call for them, and that for them to say that they should hold out their hand to others and be careful of what they're doing. The interpreter regrets, but there is a problem, a technical issue.
Madame la Présidente, je pense que mon son.
I think my sound was cut. Was it not, Madam Speaker? I don't know if there is a technical issue. Your sound is working right now. It seems to be okay. Can you hear me? We can hear you as required, but I do not know what is happening. Can you hear me now? It seems that perhaps it seems that the technical issue is on your end. We're trying to resolve the issue as we speak. Let me know when you can hear me. Okay. We can hear you and have been able to hear you as far as I know. You may continue. Thank you. It seems that I was interrupted at one point. I think there was a member who must have had their mic open, and I believe that the conference manager muted everyone in order to cut off the member, and it probably cut my sound off as well as the chair's. I might be mistaken. I'm not an expert, but that is the explanation that I would give for this issue. That's my hypothesis anyway. So what I was saying, Madam Speaker, is this, and that what we saw essentially was a government who, after being elected as a minority government, thought that, well, we would have thought that it would have negotiated with the party, made concessions, and tabled a budget. Instead, it took advantage of a pandemic in order not to table a budget, not to be accountable, and to do as if it had a blank check in operating. And once the pandemic hit, it has come forward with things piecemeal. It's an emergency, let's vote on this. Another emergency, let's vote on that. There's lots of problems, lots of holes. So it seems like now we're in June 2021, and there are rumors right and left and center that there'll be an election coming up, and we're still talking about the first budget of this government. Can you imagine? It's not a good record if you want to talk about it. It's not so impressive. And we can talk a little bit about what happened. How did they manage the crisis? And how did we as parliamentarians experience this crisis? And I think that the public has seen this. The Liberals have posed as the great champions. But when we look at the situation, we see that they really took advantage of the crisis to give contracts to their friends. They had the wage subsidy, and there was a special line to say, well, we can fund the political parties with the wage subsidy. That's pretty much what happened. And no one was aware of it. And then we realized and said, hey, wait, how is it that the Liberals are taking advantage of the wage subsidy when they have enough funding? It's the same for the other parties, too. I think we're the only party who refused to take advantage of that program. And political parties like the Liberals and the Conservatives are far from not having any money. They took advantage of the pandemic to fill their coffers at the expense of people who needed help from the government. So we can agree that we haven't stopped saying it, Madam Speaker, saying it in the House, even if perhaps the government doesn't want to hear it, but we're going to repeat it. Because we know that when time comes to vote, people will also have to make a decision about what has happened. There is a company that the day after got contracts from the government, the day after it incorporated, and there are people working in that company, and it was making equipment. And the people working there were former Liberals. We saw the We Charity program. This was put in place once again hastily. Apparently there wasn't the expertise and the public servants to do this. And the group, this charity, had some questionable practices. And we saw there were lots of things that happened, and people in the organization who were very close to the Liberals, and they almost got $1 billion to manage by a group, and there was no tender call, no consultations, in order to manage volunteer grants. So it's paid volunteer positions that we're talking about. It's a weird story. I think people have trouble following the government's logic here. It's quite difficult to explain. We still can't explain it today, and it was canceled when the parliamentary committee started to investigate this program. It seemed to have been custom made to help a group that was close to the Liberals. We can also think of other failures, perhaps. It is not of great concern in the rest of Canada and Quebec. A lot of people were concerned, and that is about products in a health crisis where people are concerned and stressed, and they're wondering if we can get all the things that we need. We're talking about products that can be dangerous, and there were no instructions in French. There were no labels in French. There was no data, because during a health crisis, generally that's where you see what people are really like. So during the crisis, we saw the real nature of the Canadian system. French was as if it's great, it's cute. We'll just put a little bit here to make the Francophones happy when they complain, but ultimately, when it's important and it really counts, it just goes by the wayside, like in product labeling. We can think also, we saw how the federal government managed its medical equipment, because when we opened the storage facilities for health crisis, we saw that the masks were expired. There were lots of equipment that was no longer able to be used in the Federal Reserves. People panicked. People around the world found equipment. And the same thing for vaccine capacity. We realized that there was no possibility almost to manufacture vaccines here. There was the possibility, but it was quite reduced. And why? That's because of the abandoning of manufacturing. We saw there were lots of holes, as I mentioned earlier, like the emergency benefit. Lots of people decided to stay home instead of working. We saw the government decided not to close the borders when we knew that the virus was coming from abroad. That's how it happened, that people were going on holidays and doing their quarantine. Other people didn't get help. The airlines needed help, so they got some. But other people who had paid for tickets weren't getting their tickets refunded. And we saw a government that gave Quebec a lesson on how it managed the crisis. So everything that I've said is the worst. The worst, Madam Speaker, to see a government that has said to Quebec, told Quebec what to do in its own areas of jurisdiction and given lessons on Quebec's healthcare system when it's not even able to manage its own. I think I'll conclude on that note. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtney Albany.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech and certainly for raising concerns related to the gaps in the programs for small business. And one thing that I want to ask him about is about seniors. And we saw many Canadians were outraged that the government left out seniors from the ages of 65 to 74 in its plan for a long overdue increase to old age security payments. We saw seniors struggle through COVID-19, and as our colleague from Hamilton Mountain so eloquently articulated when he called it that the Liberals have now created junior seniors and senior seniors. It sounds absurd because it is absurd, but that is what we will now have in our country if this government doesn't fix this in its budget bill. We'll have a two-tiered senior system. Does my colleague agree that the Prime Minister and the Minister for Seniors needs to fix this and do what's right so we don't have a two-tiered system for seniors and give them the support they need so they're not using their savings and they're not, basically getting by on very little, and they need this help right now.
L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher des Patriotes Berchères.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my colleague's question is an excellent one. I received so many calls in my office. A ton of calls, a ton of Facebook messages, a ton of emails. It's been years that people mention it to me when I'm on the ground. Young retirees, even older retirees, who say this makes no sense. To get an increase, a small increase, it's as though they're mocking us. There's deep frustration from seniors who feel they're not being respected by the Liberal government after they've contributed their entire lives. And then to be essentially assaulted by this government, who are getting basically a 50% increase. What are they going to buy with a 50-cent increase? All seniors need support, and this government needs to remain attentive to that. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was an interesting speech, and it demonstrated the differences between Quebec and the provinces within Canada. The issue of agriculture has come up, especially succession. Quebec's model is different from the model used in the rest of the provinces. How could the budget have provided more support when it comes to supporting agriculture and succession on the farms? The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. However, I must admit that I think she might have needed to be a bit more specific in her question. I'm not sure how to respond to it. Unfortunately, it's hard for me to answer at this point. But what I can say about agriculture is, in general, we've been very disappointed with the federal government that constantly sacrificed Quebec at the international trade table at every opportunity. I think that Quebec's agricultural sector performs well. With COVID-19, perhaps we should have emphasized family farms, local agriculture, and put forward a new vision for agriculture so that we can eat good food grown by the people around us.
Question, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the issues that people in my province have been speaking a lot about is the need for reforms to equalization as well as to the fiscal stabilization program. And views may not be uniform across the country on that, but one thing on which there's agreement on, and that all the premiers, in fact, have called for, is lifting the cap on the fiscal stabilization program. Provinces agree that it is not reasonable to have a cap on the fiscal stabilization program in light of the nature and objectives of this program. This is a call, of course, supported by premiers in the West, also supported by Premier Legault. So I would like to just hear if the Bloc supports this call from the premiers, including Premier Legault, to eliminate that cap as a basic fairness measure for the provinces.
L'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères, une brève réponse, s'il vous plaît.
A brief answer, please.
Je remercie mon collègue pour sa question.
Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which is a rather technical one. But I can give a more general overall answer. There are provinces who have expressed a great deal of frustrations when it comes to the problems with the equalization program. On that, I would say that the provinces would have fewer problems if they received the taxation amounts that they needed to meet their own needs. They're not able to pay their own services, so maybe that's part of the answer. Resuming debate.
Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to rise to speak on Bill C-30, the Budget Implementation Act. The Liberals, after failing to deliver a budget for 2 years, finally got around to delivering one a few months ago. And I've got to say, the budget delivers. The only problem is it delivers in all the wrong ways. The Liberals have delivered a historic deficit of $354 billion. The largest deficit in Canadian history. The Liberals have delivered a mountain of debt, with the national debt projected to reach $1.4 trillion by the end of this year. And to put that staggering figure in some context, the Liberals have managed to nearly double the national debt in the span of less than 2 years. This Liberal budget delivers yet another near historic deficit for this year of $154.7 billion, with deficit after deficit after deficit projected year after year after year, with no plan whatsoever to see a return to a balanced budget. Now, Madam Speaker, this government says, as one of the excuses that they peddle for the massive deficits and massive debt, is that it's all about COVID, that COVID has necessitated all of the spending. Except, Madam Speaker, that simply isn't true. Indeed, when one looks at program spending for 2021-22 of $475.6 billion, only a little more than 10% of that is attributable to COVID. And speaking of $475.6 billion in program spending, that represents a 40.5% increase in spending from 2019-2020 levels. That's right, Madam Speaker, a 40.5% increase in spending in 2 years under these Liberals. In the face of this massive, reckless spending, to paraphrase the great, late U.S. former President Ronald Reagan, one could accuse this government of spending like drunken sailors. But as President Reagan would say, at least the drunken sailors were spending their own money. The same cannot be said for this government, because, Mr. Speaker, whose money are they spending? Well, it turns out, Madam Speaker, that a lot of what they're doing is printing money in an unprecedented manner. The Bank of Canada is buying the government's debt. $354 billion deficit last year. Of that, the Bank of Canada bought over $300 billion, or over 80%. And, Madam Speaker, we have seen, in terms of the supply of money, an increase of some 20% over this past year alone. That represents an increase in the supply of money that we have not seen in this country since 1974, nearly 50 years ago. And, Madam Speaker, there is a price to be paid for all of this borrowing and all of the spending. I mean, we hear the excuses from the government, their justification to say that now is a better time than ever to borrow and spend because interest rates are low. Well, Madam Speaker, interest rates will not always be low, and it must be said that this government doesn't have control entirely what interest rates will be, that market forces also help determine what interest rates will be. But putting that aside, there is a cost being borne by everyday middle-class Canadians today in the way of inflation. Indeed, when one looks at the consumer price index for April, we saw an increase of 3.4%. That represented the highest recording since September of 2011, a 10-year record in terms of the consumer price index, only to be broken 1 month later when the consumer price index rose by 3.6%. Madam Speaker, that has hit Canadians in the wallet and hit Canadians hard in the wallet. We have seen the cost of just about everything go up in terms of homeowners' replacement costs, an 11.3% increase from last year, representing the largest annual increase since 1987. We have seen, of course, housing prices skyrocket 42% in the span of 1 year. We have seen gasoline increase by about 50% from last year. When we talk about essentials like groceries, the Canada Food Price Report projects that the average family of four will pay $695 more in groceries this year from last year. And that, Madam Speaker, represents the largest projected increase in the cost of groceries since the report was first published more than 10 years ago. Now, I know for our silver spoon Prime Minister and other Liberal elites, $695 is chump change. It means nothing to them. But Madam Speaker, for everyday Canadians, at a time when 53% of Canadians are $200 away from insolvency, $695 can make the difference between putting food on the table and being able to stay in one's home. Madam Speaker, for a budget in which we've heard the Finance Minister talk so much about stimulus that, by the way, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said was totally miscalibrated, for all the talk about recovery, I say, Madam Speaker, where are the jobs? Where are they? 200,000 jobs lost in April, 68,000 jobs lost in May. Madam Speaker, Canada has the second highest unemployment rate in the G7, the sixth highest unemployment rate out of 37 countries in the OECD. Madam Speaker, for a government that has spent so much, they have failed to deliver as Canadians fall further and further behind. This is a failed budget from a failed Liberal government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, I find it very interesting. First, I must say, let me thank the official opposition and their partners for allowing us to debate this particular bill. It is an important piece of legislation, so I do appreciate the opportunity to speak to it and ask questions today. My question to my member and friend across the way is, would he not see the hypocrisy when you have Conservative members saying we need to spend more money in certain areas, in particular support packages, which will cost additional hundreds of millions of dollars. And then on the other hand, you get the conservative right saying, we don't want you to be spending as much money. How does he balance what appears to many to be hypocrisy?
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, and let me say that what we have on the part of this government is a government that has spent a lot of money but hasn't targeted the dollars to help Canadians. The member for Barrie Innisfil posed a question earlier today about new businesses who have been completely shut out of the government's COVID supports. While small businesses and new businesses are struggling, however, this government had no trouble rewarding Liberal insiders like the Kielburger brothers and the WE organization, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I just reject the premise of the honourable member's question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. You know, I agree. There's a lot of folks across this country that are really worried about their future. My concern is that during this time, Canada's richest folks, the ultra-rich, have increased their wealth substantially. And I'm very concerned that neither the Conservatives nor the Liberals seem to be interested in making sure that the richest Canadians pay their fair share. Not more, their fair share, because they are paying significantly less in their taxes than everyday hardworking Canadians. I'm just wondering if the member could explain why his party refuses to make sure that the richest pay their fair share.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, with respect to the honourable member for North Island Powell River, we on this side of the House have been fighting for everyday Canadians. Unlike this Liberal government, that its policies have benefited some of the very wealthiest of Canadians. But I will say this, that what I entirely reject is the efforts on the part of the NDP to redistribute wealth and to increase taxes massively and to undermine Canada's competitiveness at a time when we're already lagging.
Comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I too would like to reiterate that we need to help businesses that are starting up that need help, that didn't get help. There's lots of Canadians that didn't get help in this situation, but we've also seen CEOs take advantage of this situation and shareholders get paid huge bonuses. And I would like to ask the honourable member, does he think that this is fair, that we have pandemic profiteering from the big banks, from large corporations, when so many small businesses and so many working people are struggling?
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton has just less than a minute to respond.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member, and I would say in response that no, I don't believe it is fair. We saw one example of that with Air Canada. What we need to do is help Canadians get through this very difficult time, and the best way to do that right now is to move forward with a plan to reopen the economy so that Canadians can get working again and Canada can recover again, and that was something entirely lacking from this budget.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's with joy to enter the debate this afternoon here on a Friday afternoon talking about Bill C-30. And there's lots in this budget, this over 700-page budget that we can go over. But one of the things we noticed in the 700-page budget document, and it didn't mention the word balanced budgets once. Out of 700 pages, there's no plan to return to balance. There's no plan to actually stop stockpiling debt onto the future generations of Canadians. And that's where I want to start with my presentation today, is talking about the next generations of Canadians and what this budget actually does and how it sets up their life. So from a column in the National Post written by Franco Terrazzano of the Canadian Tax Federation and Chris Ronaldo, who's is the executive director of Generation Screwed. Because, Madam Speaker, that's how the next generation is starting to feel right now. So babies born on federal budget day 2021 had more than $28,000 of debt the moment they opened their eyes. So I saw today my friend and colleague from Battle River Crowfoot had his 7-day-old son, Winston, on the screen today. So Winston, I'm sorry to tell you, you already owe this government $28,000 as of today. And you wonder what that might look like in a couple years. So by the time these little ones are blowing out their candles on their 5th birthday, Ottawa projects their share of the federal debt will be $35,000 for every baby that was born on budget day this year. Madam Speaker, I think that's something we need to really start taking into consideration when we talk about budgeting and this Bill C-30 and talk about what we're doing to the next generation of Canadians. And it's important to know why the debt is soaring. The pandemic caused government revenues to drop by 11% in 2020. But here's the bigger story, Madam Speaker. Ottawa's spending, remember, revenue dropped by 11%. Ottawa's spending has increased 75%. Take that in consideration, Madam Speaker. 75% increase in Ottawa spending. Even worse, the Prime Minister and Finance Minister, they're using COVID as a cover to increase government spending for the years to come. By 2006, this federal government is planning to hike permanent government spending by $100 billion pre-pandemic. Madam Speaker, where do you get that revenue from? I've said often to the people in Regina and Louvain is government doesn't make money. Government only has the ability to take money from businesses and Canadians that have made it through taxes. So that means in 2026, the Government of Canada will be spending over $100 billion more than pre-pandemic levels. And that money has to come from somewhere, Madam Speaker. And we all know where this government's looking to take some of that money out of Canadians' pockets again, whether it be a $170 carbon tax, whether it be actually putting income tax or a tax on permanent residents. We know that the CMHC has been looking at that, and we talked about it in the 2019 campaign, and everyone said, oh, that's ridiculous, that'll never happen. But this government has spent a lot of money looking at how they can take some money from the sale of permanent residents of Canadians. Madam Speaker, just to go on with a few more of these numbers, the feds, on a year-to-year basis, Madam Speaker, the feds spend $20 billion on debt interest charges each year, and the provinces spend nearly $30 billion. By 2026, annual interest charges on the federal debt will nearly double to $39 billion. To put that in perspective, the Fed said, and this was the Finance Minister's big announcement, was looking at a national child care program. So they're planning to spend $30 billion for daycare over the next 5 years. So $30 billion for a national child care program. Do you know how much they're going to spend on debt payment in the next 5 years? $153 billion in debt interest. Madam Speaker, that's with a B. This government's going to spend $30 billion on child care, and that was their big trumpeted platform and policy, and something they're finally getting it done. So for over 5 years, $30 billion in daycare and $153 billion on debt. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of spending in this budget. It's 700 pages, and there's programs that are going to have to be rolled out. But what we question is not this Liberal government's ability to spend money. I'm sure the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister are very good at spending money. What we question are their priorities of where they're spending this money. Like my colleague said that was up before me, where is the job creation in this? Where are people going back to work? Where is the plan for people to start earning paychecks instead of government checks? That's what we're asking on this side. Because despite the volume and the long, long wait, remember, we waited 2 years for this budget. So despite the very long wait in the size of this budget, there's still no plan for Canadians to return to normal life. And that's what I hear. I've had some time in the riding, and we were able to do a lot of Zoom calls, and I talked with Tracy Fallman and the Regina Hotels Association, and that's what they're asking is, we know that we need some help to get by, but when are we going to be able to welcome clients back in the door? When are her stakeholder groups and the members of the Hotels Association going to be able to have those clients come in the door and start making their own money again? They don't want to be on government programs for years to come. They want to start living their lives, earning their money, having their employees come back to work and start getting back and start getting their businesses up and running again. That's what Canadians were looking for in this budget. And that's one of the things that is sorely missing, is the lack of a plan to create jobs for Canadians. Another thing that we're talking about in this budget is the ability to secure the future for the next generation. We're really looking forward to having this conversation because, in my belief, Madam Speaker, I think the government's really firing up and getting ready for a campaign this fall. So we're looking forward to contrasting their lack of a vision with our 5-point plan to secure the future for Canadians, to recover those million jobs that were lost. The member from Carleton brings it up very often in question period. By the end of this month, in their detailed department plan, they're supposed to recover all jobs lost because of the pandemic. No one on that side wants to answer if they're actually going to fulfill that promise they made to recover the million jobs lost because of COVID-19. That's the question that Canadians want to have answered. I don't think it's very, it's right in their government plan for the Minister of Finance, right in their detailed department plan. So why can't they tell us if they're going to reach that goal or not? It's a simple question, simple answer, yes or no. And no one on that side wanted to answer that question, again, in question period today. Another thing that we've talked about often, and I've been able to stand and talk about, is the travel agents, the independent travel agents that have really been forgotten by this government. I was able to table a petition with travel agents across Regina Louvain in my area, and they said, you got enough money for big bailouts for Air Canada, and they can give $10 million to their executives, but why wouldn't you have that money contingent also on being paid to the independent travel agents who have been out money and haven't been able to collect revenues for almost a year, Madam Speaker? Those are the people that this government is failing. The average everyday Canadian that's been left behind by this government's plan, this government's budget. Another thing that we're also looking at through this budget is where is any mention? I don't think pipelines are mentioned in this budget at all. Maybe not in regards to the oil and gas sector, that's for sure, Madam Speaker. So I've brought it up several times. I know that we really need to have some support and make sure that we're fighting to make sure Line 5 doesn't get shut down. They gave up on Keystone XL because we know that the members on that side of the House, Madam Speaker, we know they don't like the energy sector. The Prime Minister said it himself. He wants to phase out the oil sector across Western Canada. Ironically, Madam Speaker, that might be the only promise that this Prime Minister ends up keeping for Western Canadians, is to continue to phase out the oil sector where hardworking men and women work every day in my riding and across Western Canada. But Madam Speaker, I'm happy to put these on the record. The people of Regina Louvain didn't vote for a Liberal government, and that's why I won't be supporting this Liberal government's budget.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his presentation. Often we disagree on many things, but my colleague is... it's always a pleasure to work with this colleague at committee. In particular, I would like to have his opinion on a question. I agree with the Conservatives when it comes to certain points. Big businesses that asked for bailouts, like travel agents and other small companies as well. I would like to hear more about the wage subsidy. Why did political parties benefit from this when small companies didn't receive it at all? What is his opinion on the fact that his party received some of this wage subsidy? Should this wage subsidy be reimbursed by political parties?
I appreciate the member's question. He's correct. I do enjoy working with him on the Agriculture Committee, and that's why I was very proud of our leader when he said we would stop receiving the wage subsidy immediately when he became leader, and we would pay it back slowly. So that's what Conservatives do believe in. We put our money where our mouth is. I'm not sure if the Liberal Party is going to buck up and pay the money back that they got in the wage subsidy, but Conservatives believe that that money is going to get paid back, and that's why I was proud to support the member from Durham when he made that announcement during his leadership race.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member in his intervention spoke quite a bit about debt and deficit in this country's position with respect to that. If he is so incredibly passionate about ensuring that the deficit is eliminated, can he explain to this House why his own party in their platform says that they're only committing to balancing the budget within 10 years? They're saying they'll take 10 years to balance it. Why is that, Madam Speaker? If he's so committed to it, well, I mean, obviously they don't like me saying that because I'm getting a lot of heckles coming across the way, Madam Speaker. So maybe it, is why the member should, address this head on. Why 10 years if you're so concerned about it?
Member for Regina Louvain.
Madam Speaker, I can tell why this member is a little bit sheepish right now, because he didn't realize that during the debate of Bill S-204 is they were filibustering their own budget bill. Because if they actually had knowledge of the parliamentary process, they would realize that if they would have passed that bill unanimously, we would have actually been able to vote on their budget bill this afternoon. But they're so incompetent that they didn't realize they're filibustering their own budget bill, Madam Speaker. It's really unbelievable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot. The honourable member would need to put his mic on if he wants to be heard.
My apologies, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend and colleague for the shout out, and how troubling it is, the debt level that exists for new Canadians, and very happy to have celebrated the birth of my third son Winston. So I appreciate that context for what we're debating here today. But I want to ask specifically about how troubling the rhetoric coming from the Liberal side is, and we saw an example of that here just a moment ago, that somehow Liberals are blaming Conservatives for their unbelievable mismanagement of COVID, the economy, and now the legislative agenda. I wonder if the member from Regina Louvain has further comments on that.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
That's a very tough but fair question, Madam Speaker. I really think I think that everyone in this chamber is honourable, but the government may be angling for a fall election. So what they're going to try and say is that we're uncooperative and they can't get their budget passed, which is their own fault because we could have voted on it this afternoon if they were really good at handling their legislative agenda. But Madam Speaker, sometimes don't contribute to malice, but sometimes can be contributed to incompetence.
Reprise de débat.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent presentation. It's my turn to stand up on Bill C-30, the Budget Implementation Act. After all, this is an unprecedented budget in Canada's history, Madam Speaker. But before I enter into C-30 in particular, I would like to talk to you about an unacceptable situation that was fomented by this government in my riding. For years, federal and provincial governments have been benefiting from asbestos mining in the Appalachians. This Liberal government pulled the alarm, or sounded the alarm, with regards to asbestos, which is all fair enough. This extraction has been going on for 100 years, and we can live with that. We can also live with the fact that we've been able to diversify our economy. And honestly, Madam Speaker, I am truly proud by the entrepreneurial spirit of my constituents, transforming our mining town into a strong and booming SME town. We can live with the fact that asbestos is still around us. Asbestos is a natural fiber that comes from the ground, and closing mines has not changed our local geology. Asbestos was here far before we were, and it will be here once we're all gone. But what I cannot accept, Madam Speaker, is the fear-mongering from Environment Canada. ECCC published an advertisement in our local newspaper. If you use mining residue that uses asbestos in your landscaping projects, you can compromise your safety and the safety of your family and the safety of your neighbours. The big title is, Did you know asbestos can lead to deadly diseases? Madam Speaker, well, the answer is yes. If it's misused, asbestos can cause deadly diseases. But when the government tells people, well, watch out, because all around you are dangers, this has no logic. The government can't simply just turn around and tell us, well, your life is in danger, and then do nothing about it. In 2018, I asked the Prime Minister to help our population to rehabilitate our mining lands in order to rectify errors from over a century of mineral exploitation. And the only answer I got was, well, your demand has been forwarded to the Minister of Natural Resources. And since then, nothing. Absolutely nothing from the government until this advertisement, this inappropriate advertisement, inexcusable and unacceptable advertisement on our local newspaper. The government is asking our constituents to do what is necessary after 100 years of asbestos exploitation. They've been asked to do so rapidly, otherwise their life is in peril.
What is there in this budget to help people from my region? What is there in the budget to help people to ensure that our economic diversification will continue? What is in the budget to protect people in asbestos-producing regions? Nothing. It's an advertising budget without providing real solutions. It seems like nothing. It's a small town in Quebec. It has history trying to do its best to get out of that time of development of asbestos, and it is full of people who are proud of the way they live. But, Madam Speaker, the government has given no solutions. It's serious. I wrote to the Prime Minister, the Minister of the Environment, to many cabinet ministers last week. No response. Governments are responsible for the 100 years of asbestos production. I expect the Liberal government to assume its responsibilities and provide people in my region the way to ensure their security and prosperity. Thetford Mines, for people who have already come through there, it's like a town in a mine. It's an oasis in a desert. This government cannot close its eyes to this reality, and it must immediately stop the fear campaign that has been undertaken by Environment Canada. It must respond to my request for a revitalization fund. It must assume its responsibilities for the 100 years of asbestos mining that occurred in Thetford's mine, asbestos, and all the mining towns where there have been asbestos mining. It seems, unfortunately, that this government is completely disconnected from reality, disconnected from the regions like mine, disconnected from the reality of the majority of Canadians. This budget is historic, but for all the wrong reasons. We saw this week one of those reasons, and the negative impact of a budget like this from the Liberals, the inflation rate. A historic record we haven't seen for a decade. 3.6%. Stats Canada recognized that costs were rising in every sector: housing, cars, energy, consumer goods, housing costs, which are increasing by 4.2%. to May, the most rapid increase since 2008. The cost of gas, a 43% increase. An increase in the cost by 3.2% in a few months alone. The cost of cars has gone up by 5%. Housing, travel, furniture. In short, Madam Speaker, everything, the cost of everything is rising, and Canadians don't have any more money. The leader of the official opposition, the member for Durham, had a good summary this week in his speech, and he said, inflation shows the damage that the deficit by the Prime Minister and the debt of billions of dollars is causing Canadians. It's hurting post-secondary education, transportation, etc. Life has become more expensive for Canadians. They're exhausted and they want life to go back to normal. Madam Speaker, it's clear that the government spending habits are only making life more difficult, more costly for Canadians. What does this debt look like, Madam Speaker? Well, once everything has been said and done, there are $363 billion. We've seen massive deficits of hundreds of billions of dollars. Once we get through all of these promises of spending, the national debt will reach $1.5 trillion. Figure that we're using in this House increasingly that we've never talked about before, but the figure is one that we'll have to use on a more regular basis. Madam Speaker, Canadians will pay for that debt for years to come. My children, my children's children, the children of my children's children. In short, everything will continue with the risk of inflation and the increase in interest rates. This means that this budget is, for all generations of Canadians, a real problem. Madam Speaker, two things about this completely unacceptable budget that I must stress before I conclude. The will of this government to divide seniors into two groups, so the young seniors and the older seniors. The young seniors from 65 to 75 who have completely been forgotten by this budget, and the other seniors who are 75 years and up who are going to get $500 a few weeks before a possible fall election. If they hit 75 before sometime next year. Can you believe it? You have to really be bold to do that and accept that kind of a situation and give money to some seniors and ignore other seniors who will nonetheless have to pay higher costs for food, gas, etc., as I mentioned, because of the rising cost of inflation. The government accepts this, and it puts itself as the government defending seniors. Boggles the mind. Another subject, the extension of EI sickness benefits from 15 to 20 some weeks. The House wanted these benefits to go up to a minimum of 50 weeks. We're asking for 52 weeks even. The government's not listening. It wants to move from 15 to 26 weeks, but not right away. It'll start next year, Madam Speaker. What about all the cases of cancer that are going to happen by then? All these people who will get sick and won't have the time. They'll get sick before the date, and they won't therefore have money because this government has decided that it'll just start next year. It's illogical. The government is completely disconnected. I would ask it to put its feet firmly on the ground. It's not surprising that I'll be voting against this budget. A budget like this, it's divisive. It pits generations against other generations and will be lasting for years. Questions and comments?
Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development. And no, you know what? He doesn't have his headset on, so we're going to go to the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague who I have great respect for his speech this morning. One of the things that hasn't come up with Bill C-30 is the fact that it is in fact an omnibus bill, and it makes actually consequential changes to other acts, including the Judges Act and the Elections Act. And this is coming from a government who ran in 2015, among others. There are many other changes as well. But this is coming from a government who ran in 2015 on the premise and the promise to Canadians that they weren't going to impose omnibus bills. So I'm just wondering if the honourable member can comment on that and the other pattern of lies or deceit on the part of this government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, my colleague is quite right. It's not the first time that this government has not kept its promise. It seems to have become their way of governing, that is, of saying one thing but not doing it. I remember in 2015, Madam Speaker, the first time that I was elected, and I remember this very well. The Prime Minister said, you know, interest rates are low. We're going to make or have very, 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 very small deficits. 10 billion, then we'll come back to balanced budgets. It wasn't long, one budget after the other, before we found ourselves not with very, very, very small deficits. This was pre-pandemic, but huge, huge, huge. The camera can't even go up as high as I'm pointing. And it goes even further than that, because now we're talking about $1.5 trillion. No, I don't longer believe a single word of what comes out of this government's mouth when it talks about forecasts and budgets.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and you're doing an excellent job as always. I just want to thank the member. He always speaks very well. I have to correct the last intervention, though. The omnibus bills, the Budget Implementation Act is an exception. It is always an omnibus bill because it always deals with a whole bunch of departments. But I'd like to ask the member, it was interesting how he used parts of his speech to ask for all sorts more expenditures, and then the other half complaining about all the expenditures. And I wonder if he could tell us what things, significant amounts of money to reduce that, the debt he's talking about, the expenditures he's complaining about. And the second item I'd like to ask him is the recovery benefit, the wage benefit, and the rent subsidy are all running out in 12 days. A lot of businesses in Quebec are going to be hurt. Will he vote for the budget to support them? Thank you.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, we asked on a number of occasions for the government to take action for small businesses in the tourism industry, small businesses that had completely been forgotten. They didn't do it. This government now claims that we are objecting to measures that should have been in place long ago. This government is controlling the legislative agenda. And yet we find ourselves at the last minute, after almost 2 years after the election, to pass the first budget bill of this government since that election. It's completely unacceptable. They can't manage their finance, nor the House, Madam Speaker. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll try to be brief. I want to thank my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable, a colleague with whom I share the region of the Estrie. He talked in his speech about natural resources. I'd like to hear him. You know, there is a new project that will go through part of this Eastern Township. Does he think that the pipeline should go through this green area? Yeah, is it a good idea? Yes or no? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable, 48 seconds to respond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I salute my colleague from Shefford. I would like to remind her that she's asking a question like this to a member that represents the people from Lac-Mégantic, which has had a tragedy occur with the transportation of oil. 47 people lost their lives. We need a more secure way to transport oil and gas. So I would say yes, there are all kinds of ways that we can ensure that we don't take dangerous goods by train. So yes, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
Are you tired of working hard and getting nowhere while watching others who contribute next to nothing get fabulously wealthy? Well, then stop whatever you're doing. I'm about to tell you 5 easy tricks that will allow you to get fabulously rich in today's liberal economy while contributing less than everyone else. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're skeptical that in today's modern, progressive, altruistic, state-controlled era, there is no such thing as greed and profit anymore. Let me quote the liberal luminary Mark Carney, who recently said, "The state embodies collective ideals such as equality of opportunity, liberty, fairness, solidarity, and sustainability." So in this collective state, of course there's no greed, and of course no one wants to get rich, and no one can, except for these 5 tricks that I'm about to tell you. So tune in and listen up carefully. Quick trick number 1. Apply for a grant claiming you're going to use it to pay workers, when in fact you use it to fund your CEO bonuses, dividends, and share buybacks. The Air Canada, for example, used this trick to pay $10 million to its executives. And if I can quote the Globe and Mail about the wage subsidy. Remember the wage subsidy was supposed to be for companies that were so poor they can't pay their wages? Well, here's what the Globe and Mail said about that. In some cases, companies still laid off workers, increased shareholder dividends, and doled out bonuses despite collecting hundreds of millions of dollars in government money. In the wealth management sector, the Globe found at least 80 asset managers, including some of the top-performing hedge funds of 2020, received the subsidy. End quote. The rich are always very good at getting money. In fact, remember all those cash payments that were supposed to be for families in needs? Well, the top fifth of households got on average $6,700. The poorest households got $4,000. So the rich got almost 2/3 more than the poor, even though the poor are the ones that lost their jobs. So be rich and apply for government money and use your connections and your consultants and accountants to maximize your take. That's trick number 1. Trick number 2, offer the Prime Minister's cabinet and family fees, expenses, and luxurious trips. For example, the Kielburger brothers gave vacations, expenses, and fees to the Prime Minister's team about $500,000. For that, they got a $500 million grant. And then the Aga Khan gave the Prime Minister a $250,000 vacation, and he got a $15 million grant. These are the kinds of returns on investment that would make Warren Buffett blush. But pro tip, you must have connections in the RCMP because, of course, much of this is illegal and even criminal, and you might get charged if you do not have friends in law enforcement. Get quick rich trick number 3. When central banks are throwing money out the window, stand next to the window. That's what the financial institutions have been doing, is the bank has created $300 billion, and they've used it to buy government debt. This is debt that the government sold to the banks on a Monday, and the Bank of Canada buys back from them on a Tuesday, only at a higher price and at a profit to the financial institution. Not only that, the trick here is to own a mansion, gold, land, stocks, or bonds, all of which will be inflated in value, increasing your net worth. This trick worked for Canada's 20 wealthiest Canadians, who in the first 6 months of this money printing scheme saw their net worth rise by a staggering 32%, while our waitresses, airline stewardesses, and small businesses got clobbered and $100 billion vanished from our economy. Somehow, the very rich, with all their assets, managed to get richer still. So the lesson is, next time the government is printing money, start off by being rich, because then you can be richer still. When the Bank of Canada is printing money and throwing it out the window, stand next to the window. Get rich quick trick number 4. Get into one of the fastest growing industries in Canada. Yes, the economy is collapsing, but there are 2 industries that are on fire. I'm going to tell you about the first one here. Become a consultant for the government. Yes. Now, since this Prime Minister took office, the federal government consulting budget has grown from $8 billion to $16 billion. And for those liberals over there who are missing their calculators, that is a 100% increase. You could get in on some of that cash. Imagine, this is the kind of job you can do these days, working from your living room, in your pajamas, on Zoom, consulting, writing, for example, presentations that nobody ever sees, making up buzzwords that nobody even understands, doing PowerPoint presentations that no one will ever look at. 100% growth. You could get in on some of that $16 billion too. Get rich quick trick number 5. This is the fastest growing industry in Canada. In fact, faster than the consultants. And this industry is lobbying. Lobbying in Canada went from, under the previous Harper government, there were 9,300 lobbying interactions in 2015. Last year, 28,000, a 200% increase in paid lobbying interactions. What is a lobbyist? Well, you've heard of stockbrokers, real estate brokers, insurance brokers. A lobbyist is a power broker. For the most part, it's someone who helps, you can hire, you can pay them and turn your money into power, and that power into even more money. You want a loan, a grant, a handout, a regulatory protection, or some other political favor to get you rich? Hire a lobbyist. And this industry is on fire for a very specific reason. Why? Because it is a product of government. The bigger the government gets, the more lobbyists you need. And so as government has almost doubled in size over the last 5 years, so too has the lobbying industry grown. Why? Because business wants a return on investment. And if there's money in software, well, they invest in technology. Money in copper, they invest in mining. Money in government, they invest in lobbying. If you look at the correlation between lobbying and government spending, it's almost a perfect match, not just here, but also in the United States, whereas the government in Washington grows as the share of the GDP, so too does the amount corporations spend on lobbying that government. They go where the money is, Madam Speaker, and you should too. That's why I'm letting you in on these 5 secret tricks. And I'm not asking for anything in return, except from time to time you might be able to let me speak a little bit more than otherwise will be allowed. But that's a small price to pay for the kind of big money you're going to be making with these 5 easy tricks that I'm sharing with you here and now. How does any of this make sense, though? We were told by Mark Carney that greed would be gone. You just needed to replace that nasty free market economy that's motivated only by self-interest with the altruistic power of the state. Well, what in fact is the state? The state is just legalized force. It's the only entity that can apply force. And what would you think that someone who is greedy and self-interested would be less greedy and self-interested if they were acting through a creature that operates by power and force? Really? These socialists have been trying to teach us for all these years that if you expand the power of the state, all of a sudden you're going to bring out altruism, that the weak and the poor are going to be advantaged. In what relationship of force have the weak and poor ever been advantaged? Of course, the weak and poor are disadvantaged, and the powerful and strong get ahead when force is applied. And we know that the same base instincts will exist when the state gets big. As Macaulay wrote, wherever you fling the honey, the buzzing flies will crowd. Wherever you throw the carrion, the raven's croak is loud. Wherever downriver the garbage floats, the greedy pike you see. And wheresoever such lord is found, such client soon will be. I notice how he used flies and honey, not bees and honey. Why? Because flies don't make honey. They consume it without producing it. They are the same parasitical creatures that those who get rich off the state are. They don't produce anything. They don't contribute anything. They take without making. If they were bees, they would be contributing. And in a free market economy, it's sort of like bees, right? They pollinate, cross-pollinate, an aspect of trade and exchange that you see between a customer and a small business, between a worker and an employer, between an investor and a entrepreneur. That voluntary exchange is coming back, and that's why my 5 tricks are a limited time offer. Soon this state-run economy will be eliminated and replaced with the free enterprise system where everyone will go back to getting ahead by helping others and by improving their country by engaging the voluntary exchange of work for wages, product for payment, and investment for interest, the system that makes everybody better off, the system where you have to be truly empathetic Because as an entrepreneur, you cannot improve your own lot unless you sell something to somebody that they want to buy. In other words, unless you make someone else's life better off. That is the way you will get rich in the future. But for the time being, you have my 5 quick tricks for getting rich.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's absolutely shameful that the member would accuse the RCMP that they would partake in criminal activities. The member should apologize right now to the RCMP.
Member for Carleton.
Well, I didn't accuse the RCMP of criminal activity. I accused the Prime Minister of criminal activity. It is a criminal offence to accept a gift or benefit from any person with whom you're doing government business. It's right there in the criminal code. And in fact, we complained to the RCMP about this, and they did not say the Prime Minister was innocent of the crime. They said they could not productively pursue the investigation. We still don't know what that means, but at some point perhaps the Commissioner of the RCMP will explain why it is that she couldn't productively pursue an investigation into the Prime Minister taking a $250,000 vacation from someone who was seeking and was given a federal government grant.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And he heard my colleague from Windsor West speak earlier today about, proposing for an inclusive safe border task force to find solutions to give stakeholders and the public confidence to open up the border. But we heard the government today extend that closure till July 21st. Now, many businesses that cater to international tourism, especially in the north, Indigenous businesses, they've been asking for the wage subsidy and the rent assistance program to be extended into next spring. But we haven't heard the Conservatives call for this support, which is critical to the tourism sector and hospitality industry. Do the Conservatives supporting those small businesses that are going to have another summer go by where they're not going to have international visitors that will end up closing their doors permanently if they don't get these critical supports extended? Do the Conservatives support extending them and providing them the support that they need to get through to next year?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, of course we support small business. We have fought for small business from the very beginning of this crisis, and we will continue to fight for small business. But I would add that the solution is to accelerate the safe reopening of our economy so those businesses can get their customers back. What they want are customer sales, not permanent dependence on government. They know that government cannot pay the bills forever. What they need is their customers back. And for that to happen, we need to safely reopen the economy as quickly as possible.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Carleton for all his optimism and his 5 points. I come from Oshawa, where it's a big manufacturing background, and I've been hearing about the Liberals shutting down our manufacturing sector, our softwood lumber sector, our mining sector, and he knows, of course, Mr. Carney wants to promote Russian pipelines and block Canadian pipelines. So could he please explain to Canadian youth who are looking for a good future how modern monetary theory is going to help them get those jobs of the future, and how by 2030, when they own nothing, they'll be really happy?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, those are some great questions. First of all, modern MMT, they call it, modern monetary theory. MMT can also stand for more money today, or magic money tree. It's this new theory where governments will just simply print cash. The central bank prints the cash, sends it over in a Brinks truck every day to the Prime Minister's office, and he just starts throwing the money around. Well, what we have now is a little bit different. To start with, we don't have a direct sale of the debt to the bank. It first gets funneled through the financial sector in Canada so that they can take a piece and take a cut and get even richer before that newly printed cash trickles down to the people on the bottom. But the bottom line is that what we have today is very similar to MMT. It is printing mass sums of cash that inflates the assets of the rich and raises the consumer prices of the poor. That is a massive new inflation tax that will only help big government, big business, and the super rich at the expense of the working class. That's why we're speaking out against it. As for Mr. Carney, you're right, he's part of the World Economic Forum that the finance minister joins, which says that in 2030, only 9 years from now, You will own nothing and you will love it. That is the agenda of these people. Maybe that's why over the last year they've done everything in their power to make housing completely unaffordable so that nobody can afford it except them, a small group of landed aristocrats, while the common people are out in the field doing the work. We on this side want to democratize property ownership, make it available to everybody.
Resuming debate, but I must inform the honourable member that there will be about 3 minutes or less for the debate. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Bien, merci, Madame la Présidente, et c'est un honneur.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to close this week's debate in the House with 2.5 minutes. First of all, speaking to Bill C-30, we could go on for hours, but in the 2 minutes that I have today, I will say that we have to ask ourselves one question about C-30, the Budget Implementation Act. Does this budget meet people's needs? Will it meet the needs of people who are ill? Meet the needs of seniors? Meet the needs of working men and women? Meet the needs who are in need? And my answer, I would dare to say, is no. And as soon as the budget was tabled, the Bloc Québécois was not in favor of it. There were 2 conditions that seemed essential for a budget. And 2 years later, where there is a pandemic, a public health crisis, if there was one answer to give, it was to give Quebec and the provinces the levers they needed to help people through the Canada Health transfers up to 35%. As the critic for workers, I would say that by refusing to grant those levers, it's working men and women who suffer for it. Healthcare workers need to know that the federal government is not ignoring them and that the issue of health needs to stop being politicized on their backs. I'm sorry, the honourable member will have 6 minutes remaining for her speech, 8 minutes, sorry, to continue her speech. Next time, this bill is before the House, as it is for...
No, just size aisle count.
As it is 4:30, my apologies. It was a long night last night. As it is 4:30 p.m., pursuant to order on June 14th, the House remains adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to 24(1) of the Standing Orders.
Thank you.